now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk here on Live with Roger Hanson. Today we have Mark Edworthy here with Mr. Robot. And before we get started, I'd like to say hi to you guys. See if you want to say hi to everybody on the screen.
Hi.
Hello, friend.
Okay. So, I'm glad that you're here, Mr. Robot. The reason why I'm starting out with Ripple is because we've already discussed Rumble and Odyssey in the past, and I also wanted to go over Ripple as well. So, before I start reading what's on this article, which is from freaking Ropes and Gray, I wondered if maybe you wanted to say a few things that you were talking about. You had to say about Ripple, Mr. Robot, before we start.
Yeah, I just have I was an early investor in Ripple because I liked the technology and I thought that it was an interesting way of solving some of those scaling problems and so on. This was early on in the piece when Bitcoin was very unfunctional. And I noticed, and it's been, full disclosure, it's been a while since I've looked at this stuff, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I got wind of the fact that big banks were in early. I don't know if they funded the creation of Ripple or whether they were the ones creating it. But one thing I did notice was that when Ripple was first created, it was very, very, very cheap. And the first people that bought Ripple in astronomical amounts was like nations. China, US, all the main nations just bought like a crazy amount of Ripple for dirt cheap, and then it went 50 times the price. And if it ever does take off, these people will have an astronomical amount of money for free. So that's the thing that put me off at first from Ripple, was like just the fact that these fat cat rich organizations and nations basically kind of insider traded with it and just bought it up real early, and they would control the market no matter how much we bought later on for however much it's worth. That's something to look into. I don't have it in front of me right now, otherwise I'd share it, but yeah, something to look into if you look into Ripple.
Now, the article that I'm about to read has to do with Ripple versus the SEC, which happened here in the United States just recently, and it's off of Ropes and Gray, like I said, and it's called Changing Tides or a Ripple in Still Water, and it's examining the SEC versus Ripple ruling. So I can read some of it and we'll go through it. On July the 13th, 2023, Judge Annalisa Torres of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York issued her highly anticipated ruling on the parties' cross motions for summary judgment in the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, action against Ripple Labs Inc., or Ripple, and two of its executives, alleging the unregistered offer and sale of XRP, a digital token, as a security. In the decision, Judge Torres rejected the theory that the XRP digital token itself embodied a security and instead examined the different facts and circumstances by which the tokens were sold. In doing so, Judge Torres handed a rare partial victory to a cryptocurrency user in an action brought by the SEC, finding that offers and sales of XRP is institutions and sophisticated individuals constituted securities transactions, but that offers and sales of XRP or crypto exchanges, distributions to employees, and other distributions to third-party developers were not security transactions. While the ruling is being celebrated by crypto market participants, the broader effect of the decision has yet to be seen. In this alert, we examine the court's ruling and discuss the potential impacts it could have on future cases and broader regulations of digital assets. Now, before I go farther, I just wanted to ask Mark, isn't this the opposite decision they made with Ripple compared to what they did with Odyssey?
I'd have to know more about the case, I think. I was just reading, actually, CoinDesk has released an article in the last hour saying that the SEC's dropped charges against the CEO and the chairman.
So the charges have been dropped against them?
Yeah, according to this article. But yeah, I would need to know more about the case itself. Do have a look at the actual.
Would there be could there be a chance that you could read a little bit of what you got there, maybe to share with us? Just little bits and pieces that you find interesting.
If I pass you the address, can I look at yourself? Put in the chat.
Okay, it's a good call. Ripple's top leaders are cleared in the SEC's security violation accusation that had spent years winding their way through federal courts. The case is seen as one of the bellwethers in the ongoing dispute between the crypto industry and SEC in what defines a security. Yeah, now see, what defines a security is what they actually caught Odyssey on that one.
To be correct, XRP is a coin and not a token. There's libraries what's a token and not a coin.
Yeah, I see.
So it's a different. Yeah.
All right, so here we have. Well, I can actually put it on Robot's cool stuff right there. That way, I can change that around. Well, I can't do that. There we go.
Yeah. I'll just fiddle around and play some stuff.
That was I didn't think it was going to pop up after I got rid of it. So that was actually kind of cool. All right, so I want to show the article that Mark just shared with us. And see, that's not good either. It kind of did a half-ass on the thing. But I can still read it. And the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, will no longer pursue claims that Ripple's CEO Brad Garlinghouse or Executive Chairman Chris Larson aided and abetted the company in violating federal security laws in its XRP transactions, canceling a trial schedule for next year and giving the crypto company another victory in the agency's long-running suit against it. According to a filing Thursday afternoon, the parties agreed to voluntarily dismiss the suit against the two executives with prejudice, meaning it cannot be filed again. The SEC will continue pursuing its claims against Ripple, and filing said. No, the filing said. So they dropped the charges with them, but they didn't drop the charges against the actual Ripple company. Now, these were the ones the news came out with, saying they were living out in freaking Caribbeans in like a 200 bedroom mansion, weren't they?
Yeah, I don't know. I've not followed this story that closely.
Now, here in the United States, from what I remember, they were saying they were like squandering money left and right and just taking full advantage of all of it. They were really bad mouthing them pretty bad. So
Could be put in a legal tax haven, so could be all legal, but questionable.
now that's what I was wondering with XRP. That's what happened. That was supposedly right around the time when Ethereum broke away from the miners, wasn't it? When that big scandal happened.
If I remember correctly, about that same time.
Yeah, like everybody was real uncertain about how Ethereum was going to go down and everything. So that's what I remembered about it, and they were really talking bad about these guys. So I was one of the people that's guilty of thinking they were done for. I just didn't like the idea of them sitting in that mansion and partying with all their buddies.
And I am not surprised at all. You know, that happens all the time.
That's what Zuckerman did.
Literally.
Yeah, no, a lot of the bigwigs that got into crypto early, they were well aware of where it was going to go, and they had a lot of money to spend. So the tiny bit they put into crypto then is like a fortune now, and it's free money. You know, why not? And back then it was easy to launder money through crypto. It wasn't totally unregulated.
I would be very careful about calling it laundering and calling it free money. It's an investment. There's a difference between free money and investing.
Well, if you make a small investment and it turns 100x, 1000x, you know, and you pull it back out into fiat, you've turned a small investment into a fortune, basically.
Mm-hmm. And that would be that would be the issue they would have too about the securities, right? The fact that they could take these tokens and turn them into cash, fiat.
Again, if it's...
But yeah, I read a little bit about this recently. Like, it still happens today. It's just a bit more difficult where some of these big players, you know, they put their money, like they manipulate the market because they can put in and pull out a lot of crypto at once out of different cryptos, and then basically when they pull it out, the market drops, they buy back in, they manipulate the market like that, and then they run it through various decentralized finance exchanges, and basically end up pulling the money out. And it's a big deal now, like being monitored and so on.
Yeah, that's just as legal as standard old-fashioned stocks.
Yeah.
You stick on a load of money into a stock, and when it raises, you take it out.
It would be the speed in which he did it, though, like with crypto.
Yeah, and from what I understand, stocks are somewhat regulated.
Yeah.
And whereas crypto isn't, and you're able to manipulate the market more with crypto than you are with stocks and currencies.
Not with stocks, though.
That's why we need to see more regulations in this market.
Mm-hmm. Now, with stocks too, you got to understand they're more easily predictable as well. You know, I mean, the volatility is a big issue. So, like when you go into stocks and bonds and everything, you can pretty much predict what's going to happen to it before it happens if you're watching the stocks, but it's not necessarily that way when it comes to cryptocurrency, you know. And what Robot was saying right there, that I was actually having this conversation with Karma too, where Bitcoin, okay, I had it backwards when I first started because I was more leery with Ethereum than what I was with Bitcoin. But as I started watching the prices, I've noticed like Bitcoin is a bit shifty. I mean, they lose thousands and thousands of dollars a day, one day after the other, and then all of a sudden this mysterious freaking amount of money, cryptocurrency just pops up out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
I think that's what Robot was talking
Yeah,
about.
100%.
Yeah.
I see it all the time.
It's easily to manipulate, and that's what devalues it when they start to regulate it. It becomes devalued in the sense in which it was created, because the fact that it's able to be manipulated and fluctuated at whim based off of the people that do the blockchains and the people that are doing the coding in regards to it. Once you start putting it regulate, it has to be incentive for them to agree to the regulations, because they make a lot more money with it being deregulated, and it's more people utilize it, so it would have to be a reason for them to transition over to it being regulated, which is what they're attempting to experience now. But even the US has started the decentralized Mana, MANA. That's the US's coin. I know we see the USDT Terra, we see USD, the dollar USDC, but the decentralized Mana is the United States attempt to kind of not manipulate, but have its own type of crypto in regards to see what it's doing. And it fluctuates a lot. It goes up and down a lot. I have a little bit of mana, not much, but when you start regulating it is when it's going to lose its value. So it would have to be incentive prior to approving or agreeing to any type of regulations in order for it to actually maintain any, to the creator anyway, creators.
I'm glad you said that, because I remember we were talking about it before, and like you said, that's exactly what I heard when I heard Mr. Robot talk about that. So, what do you think about that with Bitcoin, Mr. Robot?
In relation to what specifically?
To the comments you just made.
I wasn't quite following exactly what you were saying, Karma. Can you?
Well,
we're talking about it losing value to the people that created it once it becomes regulated. So what I'm saying is the reason why there's no.
Okay. You mean like practical value? Is that what you mean? Like practical value?
Yeah, well, for the creator, I mean, like, because how Roger was saying before, which was what the comment I said kind of went off of, was how it's so volatile and it can fluctuate. One day it's down, and the next thing you know, there's a lot of money pushed into it.
Fluctuation is actually a good thing for a trader, because they work on the margins that happens in the fluctuation. So the more fluctuations you have in the day, the more times you can make profit hypothetically, which is good if you're a short-term trader. If you're just a punter that is coming into the market and hoping to pull your money out in a couple of weeks, then it's not necessarily a good thing. You might end up, pulling it out on a downslope or something like that. But here's the thing with cryptos like Bitcoin, where it's a set amount of coins. It's never going to be more than whatever the cap is. It's always going to increase in value as long as people are interested in it, which it looks like it's going to be. The practical value that I think it loses in the regulation scheme is your average person that's just trying to make a little bit of side money kind of loses out, because now you're getting taxed in these other avenues when you pull it back into fiat, right? And so I actually loved it in the beginning when all these young kids were getting rich, because they wouldn't have been able to do that otherwise. And I thought that was a great thing. But now that we have all these big players in the game, and potentially like terrorists, potentially security agencies with black budgets. Now it's become like an important thing to look at, you know, and I think it lost a little bit of that magic from the beginning.
Well, that's
But I
because it
still,
was operating under illegal pretense, and so now they're attempting
yeah,
to
well,
more
it was
so
flying
create a
under the
legal
radar for a
platform.
while there, and I actually take a different stance than Mark. I like the idea of free cash flow, you know, and unregulated by banks, because I think that's the real way to do commerce, is like almost like direct bartering with it with another person. When you get the government coming in and looking over your shoulder every 5 seconds and going, "Can we have some of that money? Can we have some of that money?" You know, it's just it stifles growth. It stifles the will to innovate and to take chances for the small guy. You know, so I think it's
The
still
thing
important
about
to
it,
have decentralized anonymous cryptos and use them.
I
they
appreciate
needed
what
the
you're saying.
government to
Sorry.
No, hold on a minute.
Sorry. I appreciate what you're saying, Robert,
I
but
was just saying because
I am thinking. I'm not saying massive amounts of regulations. I'm saying a limited amount of regulation. Big believer. So,
If it protects the end user, then I'm for it. But sometimes when you're too protected, then it kind of takes the fun out of it. Because everyone knows there's risk in crypto. No one goes into that game thinking there's zero risk, you know. And even with normal currency, there's going to be some risk doing something with it, you know.
But I think more so,
I think it's just about awareness.
it's like it created the money from other people's money. So basically, it robbed rich people. You know what I mean? I mean, to the extent to people that had the money had to invest in it. So to kind of say it's free money, it was someone's money. It just wasn't their money. You know what I mean? It was someone's. That's why they're coming up missing, because like they pretty much. They said, "Hey, we'll be able to provide this type of service and this type of expectation," was what they went into it when investing, and then in the process they find out that it's, you know what I mean, not all that it was marketed to be. And so, in regards, the people behind the scenes are getting richer than the people that are actually putting the money into it. And so, in regards to you and your stance, it might be free money for like you and your team, but the people that put the money into it actually probably, you know, worked for their money, you know what I mean, didn't kind of create it out of thin air, and based off of the way it was marketed, kind of expected something a little different, which I think is why they're starting to regulate it more, or attempt to regulate it. And knowing people obviously are greedy, they'll go ahead and give in to those regulations, because if they weren't greedy, there wouldn't even be a consideration to regulate it. But see, the reason why they want to is because they don't want to get shut down. The thing about it is, they could create, that's why they create these new cryptos. So they know that, and they attempted to do it with Luna, and Luna kind of plummeted. It did what Bitcoin did for a few, but it was unable to remain stable because it was hacked. And so it was unable to remain stable in its increase. But in regards to what Bitcoin is attempting to come, it's just more like a catalyst, because Bitcoin is only used with certain companies. Ironically enough, a lot of these companies that utilize Bitcoin and are going within this transition are companies owned by, if not same, similar identities. Like, it's kind of common, these people, their Bitcoin, basically their money. When the big people lost money, the people that created it and advertised it did not lose money. That, again, why they end up missing.
Well, that's because they're still holding on to their cryptos. You know, and first of all, they did create their cryptos out of thin air. It's not based or backed by anything. They literally just put numbers on the screen, you know. But the value went up because people now pay more for crypto because it's becoming more rare, right? As more gets released, there's less left in the future. So it becomes more rare, and therefore it's valued at a higher price. So if you then pull your money out,
more, and they're creating it. You said you're creating more.
It's different cryptos work differently. Different cryptos work differently. Some do create more, but Bitcoin, for example, Ethereum too, they create a set amount of tokens or coins, whatever you want to call them. and there's never going to be more than that. They guarantee that. So there will only ever be, I can't remember the number, let's say 21 million bitcoins. There will only ever be that many, no more. So once they're all mined out, there will be no more Bitcoin after that. And I actually think the price, like the value of it will drop eventually, because why would you have something that you can't play with? There's never going to be more. You know, I think people will just find the next technology that works even better. You know,
it's the old supply and demand quandary. You've got so much, and if there's more demand, then the price will increase.
No,
like NFTs when they first came out, everyone started paying a fortune for them, and now it's like, we can AI generate anything we want, so it's not as valuable anymore.
And I noticed a lot of these alt tech platforms are limiting the amount of coins they do. Like mine does it too. They limited themselves to what, 20,000 coins?
Tokens, not coins, because there is a different legal status between coins and tokens.
I know, but I'm just saying, didn't they like make a limit on it?
Yeah, I think it was 20. I think it was actually something like 21 million. I'll have to check that out.
But I've noticed they've done that, and I believe they actually did it on Odyssey too. I'm not quite sure. I've had dealings with Fruit Lab, which is not a platform that I'd like to brag about dealing with, but they did the same exact thing. They would set a certain amount that they're willing to have, and that'd be it. There'd be no more. So
I've just posted a link in the chat here that goes to a post that I created in late December 2021 about a hearing, a US Senate committee hearing called the Future of Cryptocurrencies and Digital Assets. It's about 4.5 hours long, so having a good coffee was watching it. It's an extremely interesting discussion.
I will let everybody see it, but I am not going to be.
What's your guys' view on these exchanges getting hacked from time to time, and like billions of dollars of crypto going missing and so on? What do you think is the solution, or like, you know, what will be the solution to that in the future? Because you know, AI hacking is just getting better every day.
Better security and better, stronger legislation.
I think
that's the only two things that can. Well, the stronger legislation is never going to stop it hacking, but the better security.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Security measures. Is going to reduce.
I agree with you. I think you're right, exactly there, because I've actually done some dealings on a couple of them too that I really had an issue about when it came to their security. And you have to be real careful about what you choose, you know what I mean? Because if you're not careful, you'll get suckered onto really bad platforms like Near. I don't know if you guys have dealt with Near at all, but they're horrible. I mean, and they'll even offer like a Discord channel that you can go to, and then you go in there and you're all trying to have a conversation, and meanwhile there's like 15 bots trying to spam you, pretend to be their freaking moderators and shit, so that you'll freaking, you know, buy into this supposed cryptocurrency, which isn't even a part of theirs, you know. And of course they have
Discord is notorious for it. I've seen so much of that on Discord.
I do think that kind of stuff needs to be mentioned too, because like there's people that'll be watching this, hopefully, you know, and they need to be aware that you don't do that. Don't go on Discord.
And also don't leave your money on an exchange for too long. You know, eventually everyone's going to get hacked. It doesn't matter how good their security is. There's going to be more flaws that are found, more 0 days attacks. So if you have your money just sitting there for years at a time, it might just disappear, you know?
And that's what I
So
said
hardware
already.
wallets is one thing. Cold storage, maybe not a bad idea.
Said already, consumer related legislation. However, we've got a major problem here. We all know that the US legislation when it comes to consumer rights is extremely weak compared to what we see in the EEA in Europe. There's a lot of
and they're rapidly trying to push the world onto crypto-based banking now, and I don't feel like they've solved this issue of these potential hacks. You see them all the time happening, you know. I just heard
I
today
think that they're inside.
a third of Australia's population's private information has been leaked onto the dark web just because telecommunication companies and banks and stuff like that have been hacked in the past, and now it's all out there. And once it's out there, you don't get it back.
I could barely hear you.
Jobs for people who want to get more money. They're robbing the people that put the money into the system and making it look like they have no idea about it, and making it look like it's unintentional. Because I mean, like, how come you never find the sources of the hacks? How come you're unable to? And I mean, you would think, being a coding company, I mean, like, crypto is based off of code. You would think that those people would be able to easily see who's hacking their system or counter that hack. That's why, like I said, I feel like it's the people who's been putting the money, like the people that have been creating the platform, contributing to the platform. They're the reasons for the hacks. And
that has happened.
Kind of stealing it from the people that have been putting their money.
That's
kind of like the Wolf of Wall Street when he was.
That has happened, and exchanges as well.
Invest in crappy stocks.
Yeah, exchanges have just closed down and taken off with the money before, for sure.
That's what I mentioned.
My partner's bank got hacked, or bank account, I should say, got hacked 3 times in a row in 2 years, and all her money got drained. And the bank, they have policies where they're meant to give you your money back if it wasn't your fault, kind of thing, or if we didn't know how it happened. And they wouldn't give her the money back because she uses a VPN, and they couldn't track her. So they just said, you took your own money.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Probably what
Sometimes
happened, right?
being,
You think so?
yeah, well, sometimes being anonymous or secure is not the best thing. That's the trade-off between privacy and security, you know.
And I agree with Carm on that. That was.
If you're too private, you're not gonna have. Yeah, depending on who you are, you got to be really powerful to be able to have both, right?
That. Hold up, I gotta undo that. I agree with what Karma said, because right there, that's why I was mentioning what was it? Now I'm having a hard time thinking. That's the why I mentioned the freaking near, is because freaking I 100% believe that these people are just scam artists, you know what I'm saying? And it's, from what I've been learning, it's not hard to create your own cryptocurrency at all. You know what I mean? You can...
Oh, it's getting easier every day.
Look at mine.
Sure.
Yeah, but there are also legal.
It's different. It's not on the
US. You have to go through to actually be able to create these tokens of currencies.
Or your day.
At the same time, I think the personal responsibility should also play a role, because really it should be up to the person who's investing to do their own research and find out how legit these people and places are, you know. There needs to be a bit of personal accountability as well, rather than just saying, please government, save us, you know.
Yeah.
If someone has a they pay for a job, you should be by their best. You should be better, more aware of your the type of best friend you have type of thing. I mean, like, I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but you don't feel like people should like have some type of integrity? I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's their responsibility to make sure they're not getting robbed, but to just sit down in front of a computer or anywhere and just be a dirtball of a scammer just because you can. No other real motive. Just literally be this human, so I'm gonna do it. So, that's disgusting.
But if you don't know,
like I so
yeah, sorry. If you don't know the pitfalls of the issue, then if you do not understand the pitfalls of what you're going into, then more for you. More for them. Sure.
You're having issues.
Also, I think
with
personal
your
relationships are important.
When we buy products, we're able to get information about our products. When we buy stuff, we can get in contact with the maker. Someone can perform. There's someone there to answer our questions. We don't have that someone there to answer our questions with crypto. We have someone that we thought we could trust telling us, hey, we can make you a lot of money. I like money. And they're not telling you that, hey, I'm going to rob you in the process of making a lot of money. Not in that little tidbit. But like I said, they're using us, our vulnerability and our willingness to come to the based off the fact that we have a mutual like this. You can make money. Okay. They're putting their money out. Like I said, when I buy a product, I trust this product is going to do this job for me. So I'm going to buy it. I'm going to go ahead and invest in this product. But if I have an issue with this product, then I go back to the store. The store says, hey, I have your 30-day return policy, but you can contact the manufacturer. There's always a satisfied with my purchase. That's not happening here. We're not even allowed people until they're dead or getting arrested who actually was behind stuff. And you're saying it's the people's responsibility to do their own research for stuff that's even being offered. And it's just interesting.
Well,
you're breaking up a little bit there, Karma.
You're dealing with a Wild West kind of mentality here, though. You gotta realize there is no law when it comes to this territory that you're working in. I mean, it would be nice if we had people that could freaking honestly do a job like that, but
there are lawyers that don't understand normal consumer rights. If you're putting your money into a
that was a prime example of hackers.
Right. This is getting to
every day, everything, always, everywhere, just for the record. And it's beyond frustrating because, like, mind your business. I didn't sign up for this, and I need this. Okay, and it's funny. It's funny. You hear the laughing. You see what I mean?
What's going on? Can you guys see my screen about this trustless concept? A trustless system requires no parties to know one another or trust one another. The concept of trustlessness is considered the bedrock of cryptocurrencies. It was first introduced by Bitcoin, flagship, the first cryptocurrency that was created. This is because Bitcoin enables all transactional data to be verified and stored on a blockchain with the distributed ledger behind cryptocurrencies. Trustless systems enable participants to carry out transactions in a peer-to-peer setting, and it enables individuals to place trust in an abstract concept rather than people. I like that idea, especially more with the decentralized cryptos, the decentralized exchanges and stuff like that. If we can design things with that concept, I think that's going to be the future of crypto.
Now, see, that's what I'm trying to say, though. Like, you can have regulations if you want it on a certain type of cryptocurrency, but that's not the entire ecosystem for the cryptocurrency. There's tons and tons of it, and there's more of it that's decentralized. So you're virtually going into a freaking old west mentality or freaking, you know,
I'm not talking about regulations on specific products. I'm talking about more wider regulations.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Well,
you are talking about specific products like Bitcoin.
yeah. So I mean, it
Look,
it,
I
it
mean, I
really
think
is.
it really is.
Shop at your
I
own
think we should
risk.
have both, you know? Like, the problem with wider regulations is if you want people, if certain people want more risk and greater reward, they should be able to have that rather than the government coming in and saying, nah, everyone has to do everything exactly the same way. But I think it's better if we have like the option of having a safe option and a risky option because some people trade differently, you know, and that's part of the fun, just knowing what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't think
always
robbing
thinking about
people
the
is fun. Oh,
consumer.
I think the people that are robbing people intentionally really should suffer. I mean, like, I don't see no fun in that because some of these people really just go into it blindly and are looking for learning opportunities. Like, that's what happened with me. That's why I'm so infuriated about the situation. There's this platform called Multi Copy Trade, right? And so every single day, faithfully, religiously, there's 3 classes every single day that I would take because I was learning to trade. I even told this to the guy that encouraged me to invest in this product that's basically robbing me, right? Every single day he trades Tesla with my money, but I am not allowed to touch the money. And it's only Tesla that he trades, right? He only trades Tesla. Oh wait, and SPX. But Tesla is number one. And the only reason he started trading something else on my account, I'm convinced, is because I vocally said something about it only being Tesla. The next thing you know, SPX trades. So I'm going to probably get kicked out of this room in a few minutes too, Roger, just because I'm telling the truth again. And so, when regards to those type of situations, I got on multi-copy trade. He told me I have an opportunity to be able to copy his trades and I'll be able to learn. I was already going to classes that they do from Bookmap on YouTube every single day. They do live classes. And so I was learning before I was putting my money in there. I vocalized this to him. I said, hey, I really don't have it like that. I'm still in my growth period, never presenting myself as some big wig that got it or anything. I'm literally here to learn. He took advantage of the fact that I came and was honest and said, hey, I'm here to learn. And he says, you have to invest in this product. And if you put your money on this platform, then you'll be able to mirror my trades and I'll be able to teach you. So for me, all I have to do is invest my own personal money and I get to learn more. Of course I will. How much is my investment? Right? So I ask these questions. He ignores this question, ignores it, and he just keeps going on and on and never tells me a specific amount. Oh, all you have to do, and I have these screen recorded, all you have to do is just fund your account. No specific amount. All you have to do is fund your account and we'll have you entered into our class. Once I fund my account, he needs the transaction IDs and needs to know the account that it came from and all this other extra stuff all of a sudden. And then he says, oh, that's only $100. I say, yeah, I know. Because, well, I don't know much. Me asking questions and them not getting answered, doing my research like Mr. Robot is insisting upon is our responsibility. So I definitely know what he means because I do this and then get lied to when I ask these questions, right? And so I was asking him, I was like, how much do I have to put in? Blah, blah. I asked him all that. He never answered me. I put my $100 in, and once I put my $100 in, he needed all the information about the transaction so he could access my account. But then tell me that $100 was not enough. I said, okay, well, fine, I'll just take it back out. Oh, you're not allowed to take it out. You have to get up to $3,000 for your account to be activated. Yeah. And this could have been disclosed first. But look, $100 is not anything to Elon Musk. You know what I mean? He's the richest man in the world. It's nothing to him. But a single mom whose boys have aspirations, I still have aspirations, a life I'm attempting to build. Watching this man trade my money on a consistent basis and not allow me to have any access to it, it bothers me. You email their help and there's no response.
Well,
they'll tell you to
it should
reach out
bother
to your
you.
trader and you tell it so you could understand me wishing suffering. Because like how dare you even feel like it's okay to do this type of stuff to single mom? And it would be different if I didn't do like you said, learn first. I was asking. I mean, and the crazy part is I would stand up for him. They would come in that class, dogging him, oh man, you lame, you corny, we don't want to listen to you. I'm like, hey guys, just have some respect. Nice to this man. But that's what he did. He saw me being nice, so he took advantage of me being nice. And like I understand it's only $100, but he trades Tesla every day with my little $100, and it's up to $500 now.
Karma, karma. I think the valuable thing you learned there is you've just mentioned like 10 red flags that you should always watch out for when you get into the crypto world. You know, if someone takes control of your money and doesn't give you access, that's a massive, massive red flag.
Oh, I didn't know
if they ask for more and more money, that's another red flag. You know, so you've learned all the mistakes right now, so you will not make them again. You know?
No, actually,
take it as a learning
the crazy
lesson.
part is I've been in the crypto world with legitimate people, and I had these issues. It wasn't until this person sought me out and really was targeting me by hacking through my existence and paying attention to stuff that he had no business and knowing, you know what I mean, type thing, because no one granted him that access. He's bogarting that. And so what the problem is, hell, you let so many, I didn't learn nothing. He's gonna learn. Like, are you kidding me right now? I don't play like that. We're not allowed to just sit here and steal from people and then smile about it and be happy, especially people that have never even crossed paths with you in a way that you feel like you should be crossing them. Like, nah, we're not going to chill. And I just want that to be known with these police looking at me like I'm crazy out here talking like this. I mean, it is what it is.
Nah,
like,
that's legit. I mean,
yeah, it is.
For every honest person you find, you'll find 100 dishonest people out there on the internet that are willing to rob you and your grandma blind and will laugh about it. You know?
And you're just making
so you got to just be wary of that stuff.
What kind of person you are. Because you keep defending the bad guys, you take pride.
No, I'm not defending the bad guys. I'm defending individuals that want to experience the crypto world however they want. And like, you're always going to get robbed if you make mistakes. And if you make the mistake of giving someone personal information that you shouldn't, like the keys to your crypto wallet, for example, you're gonna get robbed eventually.
I never said I gave it to him. I said he asked for it. See, that's where you're cutting. That's funny because I never said I gave it to him. I said he kept asking me for these things.
Did you say that he took control? Did you say he took control of your money?
No, I say every day they go in there and it makes ROI profits. They trade with my money. I never gave him any control. He already had that control when he actually promoted the platform. So it's funny because like he even spoke something about.
How did he trade your money if he didn't have it?
Now, obviously, he's working on the back end of the platform.
Are you saying he had a back door to your wallet? Is that what you're trying to say?
It seems like it because I'll be completely honest with you. I have no clue as to how they're even able to trade my money because I can't touch it. I've attempted to move it to a Dogecoin wallet. I've attempted to move it to my Bitcoin wallet, and I have a few different Bitcoin wallets. I've attempted, and every single time it gets rejected. It gets rejected.
I remember now what you're talking about.
My other trades get rejected at all. But when I do this from this wallet, it gets rejected.
No.
I never gave him any access.
You may,
to log
in that situation, you may have gotten yourself hooked up with a fake account with a fake whole setup, like that wallet that you got right there.
Platform.
Yeah.
2 points. First of all, this is why I always say read terms of services, read contracts first. Always demand contracts. Always demand terms of service agreements first. Before you do anything.
And on top of that, open source platforms are way better because they can't then build in those backdoors. If you have, security people check out the code, then it's much harder for people to pull that kind of trick where you can put your money in a platform and you can never take it out again.
That depends on the open source license. If you're using an MIT or Apache license, you could actually add code and not actually publish it. But that's a more of a legal line. Another thing is, as we all know, as we've seen in the general rooms, in online chats, the number of dodgy scam artists, or so-called cryptocurrency and foreign exchange traders. Recruiters. Yeah, and the number of, as moderator for that room, the number of times I've had to remove the comments and ban those individuals. Yeah, can be a nightmare. But yeah, always
But
always be careful. I
yeah,
think
I
it's
guess it's
one.
just for me. It just felt like I was targeted because I've been trading crypto since 2020. I've been pretty versed in crypto, and I've been following a lot of different platforms. Like my people been helping me a lot with it, and this was just an opportunity for me to actually be able to
Now,
grow. At least what
Karma,
I was thinking is,
Karma, you were
I'm listening.
targeted. You were targeted.
Yeah, I was.
You need
Yeah,
to
I don't feel like it. I definitely
just
was targeted. Yeah,
it wasn't
accept that, right?
random. It wasn't random. You were targeted. That's the way
Hey, well, I
most of
want to
this
target who
works.
targeted me, just so I could put that on the airways. I feel as though whoever targeted me should be targeted as well. Please and thank you for all who's in
Well,
concern. I don't
you're
like that,
doing a service right now by bringing this up on the internet so
right?
that
Because
other
how many
people will
other
know.
people they doing it? You know what I mean? How many other people? And it'd be different if I was balling out here, wouldn't miss it. You know what I mean? I wipe my
Yeah.
booty with it, but I don't. That $100 per
Did you
day.
just?
You know what I mean?
Did you
It's
really just
literally.
say that?
Yeah.
You just really say you're gonna wipe your booty with it?
I mean, if I can wipe my
I
booty
paid
with it,
good
why
money to
not?
see someone try to do that with Bitcoin.
Yeah. I, I'll tell you what. But I mean, seriously though, you were targeted, and that's
Yeah,
the thing
man.
that
Kindness is taken for weakness.
a lot of people
I'm
don't
a pull out here
understand
in the
that when
street.
they're getting scammed, they have been targeted. Like Mark was talking about on the chat. Okay, these scammers. It's like these pretty little girls with their pictures on there. They
Yes,
see
and
they
they're
see.
whole hairy men.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
especially them.
What the hell? What the hell they want to direct message me and frickin' chat for? I'm frickin' 50 years old with a beard and bad teeth. You
The
know what I
one
mean?
girl with the cock, one girl, her name is like Cock something, whatever. That dude, Penguin, man, he played her like he was just like, look, what are you doing? But they do that a lot on WhatsApp. There was a whole big thing about them targeting people. Like I said, they make these AI generated photos. It's just so ironic, the timeline and the storyline. But they'll make these AI generated photos, or they'll be real photos of someone else or somebody else. That's my ex. He told me about them using people like I'm in Florida and they're in Alabama. So they use my picture in Alabama to scan somebody, but that's still my picture attached to that. What if this person does an extensive search for this person? So you're using my stuff in order to scan someone? No, that's not cool. But that's why they use AI generated photos now. So they use these AI generated photos where they make AI the norm so that way it's no big deal to have these AI generated photos scamming people. And then it's like it's innocent, but really it's just these masterminds who are targeting people. Like literally sitting behind a computer and saying, today, for me to be rich, I'm going to target innocent people and scam them out of the money they go 80 hours a week for because they're desperate for someone to talk to them. They're desperate for
No,
affection, acknowledgement. So I'm going to play them, and it's funny. You see
no,
what I mean? And it's
they aren't desperate to
Karma,
talk to you. They want your money. You see what I
karma.
mean?
yeah, they want
I
you.
agree
No,
with
no, no. The
you.
people are desperate. The people will say yes because they're desperate. That oh, you're interested in me? Oh, you like me?
Oh, you
Really? Oh,
talking
here's
about?
all
Okay,
the
yeah.
like. You know what I mean? No, they're
I
not
got it the other
desperate.
way
They're greedy
around.
little.
I got
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
mean.
yeah, yeah.
Karma,
They're
I agree with you on most points, except for one. In my experience, it's not AI generated images. It's just images you've collected from stock sites. Images that either been purchased by stock sites or been taken. Um,
That's interesting.
Some of the bigger
Wow.
some of the bigger exchanges have the whole where you have to like tilt your head and like do all sorts of facial movements and stuff like that now
Just
to
because they use your
verify that it's
picture,
your passport.
they use your
I think
picture,
eventually it'll get to,
passport.
eye biometrics and stuff like that.
that's another issue, isn't it? Biometric security and who owns that data.
They won't.
Who
They won't
owns
give me.
Yeah.
UI.
They won't give me a
Especially
OnlyFans account because they can't take a picture of my beard. I don't. I don't look sexy
Oh, I thought it
enough.
was because you wouldn't show them your titties out. Hey, I gotta go
I
inside.
just showed my
I'll holler at you
titties.
later.
I had
shave
no
it off
problem
and then you
with
can
that.
make a second
Show your
account.
titties out. It's-
Yeah.
He just said it's done. Good is done. I am gonna go inside. This is a good talk today.
All right. You stay safe.
You as welcome for a moment, so.
I'm going to have to disappear for 2 seconds, but I'll be back in a second or so.
All right. Now, the thing that really gets me is when it comes to that kind of conversation, it goes into what I was wanting to lead into, and after we had that conversation, it's actually a good conversation to talk about. When I was wanting to talk about private networks and setting up private networks. And what's your take on that, Robot, if you're still there?
I'm a big fan. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. An interesting one that I came across a little while ago is called an encrypted overlay network, where you can be inside of, let's say, Starlink, and you can create a encapsulated encrypted network inside of that multiple people can join. And once you're inside, anyone outside can't see what's inside. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that's one way to like increase privacy online again. You know. Yeah, I'm a big fan of encryption in general.
Now, I have been looking over some stuff in the last few years, and like I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I know Mark doesn't like talking about you're getting feedback there, but he doesn't like mentioning companies' names, but like TP-Link. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of them or not.
Yeah, I know TP-Link.
No.
I'm actually on a TP-Link router right now, but I have to.
Now, with that router, what would you say about connecting that up to a rack mount switch from them? You know, I mean, like if you had a switch to go with it, you know, do you think that would make your security a lot better?
No, not per se. I would always stick a firewall, a deep firewall between network.
Hey, one second. Where is this feedback coming from? Is it
I think it's you.
me?
Yeah.
I'm muted.
You're muted.
I'm gonna mute my microphone, see if it still happens.
Okay. Now
You keep going.
talk.
You say any better? Yeah, can't hear anything from me.
It's Robot.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay, keep going.
You stay.
Yeah, I think it's coming from you. As I was saying, anyway, I think if you have a large network inside your building or inside your local infrastructure, stick a firewall device, made out of a computer or a actual pre-built an actual firewall specific device in between your router, your gateway device, and your internal infrastructure.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. You can even do it on a Raspberry Pi these days. Pi-hole,
indeed.
DF-Sense.
An old PC, anything really.
So
Doesn't some switches have a built-in firewall as well?
yeah.
Some do, some. No, technically not a switch.
They're more expensive though.
Yeah, it's usually. There's limits in some of the more expensive enterprise versions. There are limited firewalls, but again, I would suggest having a physical device between your gateway and your internal network.
It'd be cheaper too. That's important to know.
Yeah, and you can buy a cheap.
Do you understand what he means by that, Roger?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've dealt with pies. I mean, I know what pie is. I've had to deal with that crap with my brother. He's obsessed. He wants to He wants to do freaking arcade video games on Pi systems and shit. And I'm like, man.
I'm a big fan of just swapping everything out for open source. So I took my TP-Link router, flashed it with OpenWRT, and if I was going to use a firewall, I would just use open source firewalls, everything. It keeps it cheap and it's reliable. Yeah, I've got friends doing that right now, and it's pretty rock solid.
Only as reliable as the maintenance. If you are not going to maintain it and leave it to tester somewhere, then it might not be as reliable as a proper system administration routine.
You know, we gonna say hi to Sick Boy down there?
Ah,
Hey guys.
hi, how are you?
Hey, man.
You look like you're sick.
A little bit. Not up 100. I'm not up to speed 100%.
You just sitting down there being all quiet and muted. I was like, you just look like you're in a horrible condition.
Did you get COVID or something?
No man, it's just a changing Canadian weather.
Yeah, you're up there in that bad country too,
Yeah.
Canada.
It was warm last week and then suddenly it gets cold. And
Yeah.
during the middle of the week it was warm for a day and then now today is cold again.
You want to hear something messed up? I
Wait
was
a minute. Is it me
No, it's Mr. Robot. He's
Sorry, I'm
got
trying to toggle my thing off.
Are you on a speaker?
I'm a bit jealous because my air conditioner is running at 3 a.m. and I'm still hot.
yeah. And he's in the Australian outback. Like,
No.
I'm actually in South India at the moment.
oh, South India's worse.
Uh,
That's actually worse. You got humidity and stuff going on there, don't you?
Yeah, it's actually not too bad right now. It's just after the monsoon.
Mm-hmm. So, what's your take on the stuff we were just talking about, Tan?
So you're talking about
Talking about switches.
switches and router with firewall built
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, for private network instead of having a public network, setting up your own private network.
You mean like running your server out of your own home?
Well, you could do that too, I guess. I mean, but you could
Well,
also.
I think, most of the routers now are like they have built-in firewall. Your internal network is protected.
yeah, but there is. This is an argument for more is better. If you've got a separate firewall in between the.
But if you have a better one, I don't think there's a point of having double layers of firewall. If you have a better one, then switch it out with the better one. But if you have two layers of firewall, that'll just slow down your traffic.
Well, it depends if you want to stick proxy thing.
The firewall is only as good as its configuration, you know? Like,
Yeah.
if you're letting, for example, TCP traffic through just for web browsing, I could make a malware exploit that just runs over that port, you know? I could still get traffic through.
Sure.
It's really just lowers the risk. It doesn't keep you 100% safe.
I
Right.
remember consumer routers once brilliant.
You still need the proper protection on your device.
Yes.
Like the antivirus and all that nasty.
No,
Just get on Linux.
Yeah, get up to date updates.
I was
on the
also
OS.
I was also under the impression when it comes to speed and everything, you also have to be specific about the kind of modem that you have. Like if you're getting a modem that's coming from your internet provider, then of course your speed's going to be slower when you put it on a private network. So it's best to go out and get your own modem.
You mean the router, right? Because you have no choice except to use the modem provided by you.
Yeah,
Right.
router.
Well, people.
Well, it depends on use cases. You can replace the modem from the provider if you want, but again, it's a matter of shopping around and knowing what you are buying, understanding the security on your device.
Yeah.
Well, in my home network, I have an internet modem by Bell, Bell Canada, and I just used it for the internet connection. I put a router behind it. I don't even disable the Wi-Fi on the modem, and just use the router at LAN.
For most domestic users, that's pretty okay.
Yeah.
But again, depending on your own use case, really.
Yeah. Well, what use case are we considering? Running our own server at home?
You could use it for that. We're just basically talking about like setting up a private network specifically, and I mean, if you wanted to, you could run.
You mean okay, like a VPN that you can connect from anywhere else outside of your home
Just setting
into
it.
your home computer?
Yeah. Well, what it was.
What's
is,
your actual goal?
My actual goal is setting up private.
Like, you just want to get your home network safe, is that it? Or
Yeah. Do you think that it would be better security, better way of doing it using a switch, you know, as in between, and then
Not really.
like
The purpose
you guys
of
were
it is
talking
to be able to share Ethernet ports
like,
between multiple machines. That's the main purpose of
yeah,
a switch. It's
yeah,
got
Switch
nothing
is mainly for connecting lots of machines together.
right.
Right.
And then what is it? I forgot what they called it. It's a freaking it's where you can actually hook it up into the switch to where you can have your freaking Wi-Fi as well coming off of
The
that.
router.
No, it's the.
You don't need a Switch for that.
It's an
Unless you have
adapter.
a ton of machines, you know. Most modems have multiple ports now at the back.
Well, I mean,
So
if
you could
if
plug
you don't,
in direct.
if you don't want that, if you want to just go wireless, you can actually do that too with an adapter. I forgot the name of it. It's been a while, but
Yeah,
You
but
can set up.
you know, how many machines are you running? If you're only running like, you know, 10 machines, then
There's different manufacturers that have nice Wi-Fi mesh products. Google has Nest Wi-Fi.
TP-Link does that.
TP-Link also has a mesh solution.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
Nest
You
is.
could even build your own using machine with two Wi-Fi chipsets and.
Right, you can use a Raspberry Pi to set that up.
Yeah, you would have to. Most of these SPCs run have one Wi-Fi chipset in them, but you could actually, I don't know, connect to via Ethernet or something, and then use that as a mesh
Yeah.
as an access point.
No, that I think it was Nest that I heard about. It's the
Right.
Isn't that the little circle one that you can sit out on your
Yeah.
table?
Yeah, a little cute little circle. I have it. I have here. I have also the first generation and the second generation was used Wi-Fi 6.
Yeah. Yeah, all I was trying to say is it doesn't have to be limited to freaking land,
Right.
Because I mean, I'm sorry, but that's land of the dinosaurs.
Google Nest Wi-Fi is now part of Google Home, and it's really easy to set up. So if you want something quick, you want a quick solution, that's definitely something.
You know, my son.
So yeah, the bottom line is Switch doesn't make your network any more secure.
Right.
and most Wi-Fi security these days, WPA2 is pretty good. No one's going to go out there try and crack in your network. You know, it's unlikely. Have a decent password, you're fine. If you really want to go balls to the wall, get WPA3, which you can get nowadays, but
Yeah.
you know, that's not going to be your highest risk. Your highest risk is not updating your operating system, and that's how most things will get in.
Better solution for WPA would be WPA2 Enterprise, which requires a certificate to be installed on the client's device.
Right.
A key to be installed on a client device. As far as updating operating systems concerned, that's a bit of a tricky one because we've seen with things like Microsoft Windows, the issues of requiring a Microsoft account and transferring data to Microsoft. So yeah, that can be a bit tricky.
I mean, if you're using Windows, you have no choice but to. I think
technically,
Windows
you could make an argument that because of the lack of this requirement, Windows XP is more secure.
The most secure,
Don't get me
most secure
started.
Windows
Don't get
in
me
the
started.
history of Microsoft. Yes, yes.
We've had
But I mean, even even out of date, Windows XP might be insecure now because of all the new threats and the new exploits.
I don't
that come
think
out.
so, dude. I'm sorry.
Windows XP
Windows
Very easy
XP
to hack.
will live forever.
XP is impenetrable.
It's impenetrable.
It depends on what you do with the operating system and what software you install. What
I can send you a list of vulnerabilities for Windows XP, Roger.
and what sort of security you put in between your client's device and your gateway.
They still don't have a valid. They still don't have a valid explanation for why they left it Windows XP. Okay, it's just one day some jerk off said, "Hey, you know what? We want to put new stuff out," and that was it. That was it. There's nothing wrong with Windows XP whatsoever.
Right. There's still part of Windows XP in the current OS, I don't think. But,
Yeah, I know. That's the crazy part. Like,
I love it because you can hack it so easy.
oh, listen to him. Leave
Again,
XP.
depends on your security measures they've got in between. And what you do
Okay.
with the machine.
But
So-
what you got to really ask yourself, Roger, is where is your most valuable data? Okay, is it on your machine? Is it in the cloud? You got to figure out what is it you're trying to protect, and is there a way you can sort of mitigate that risk? By backing it up onto external hard drives, keeping it in an encrypted folder. It just depends what your risks are, right?
Okay,
And,
so we
you don't
can
necessarily-
actually bring you up to date on this, okay? Because you haven't been around in the last few streams.
Right. So 2 streams ago, we were talking about cloud storage, and I think this one Roger wants to go on premise.
Tan is the cloud guy. He loves the cloud. Mark is somewhere, but I'm kind of like on the freaking in-home servers kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? And Mark kind of explains to me what's going on with the cloud, where it's just basically an internet version of a server, but bigger. You know.
It always amuses me, but when I started out in the industry, it was de rigueur for companies to have their own services internally. So they would have full control of the servers. They, if some machine dies on them, they can replace it there and then. These days, it's more common for companies to use third-party hosts such as Google or Amazon or something. Obviously, there's security issues there, and there's also things like terms of services. So you now not controlling your own infrastructure. Somebody else's.
Yeah, I'm a fan of controlling my own infrastructure too, hosting my own stuff. But cloud has its benefits, like being up 100% all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Custom cloud solutions have.
I also found out though, like the cloud has shitty freaking websites, like Wix. Wix is horrible. Anybody who freaking pays for a Wix website deserves to be bitch smacked. I mean, seriously. Like, I went on.
Wix is the quick and dirty way of creating a web.
Quick and dirty. That's what it is.
You know, and like they give you no functionality whatsoever whenever you go on there for Wix. It's just
yeah, but that's just for people who don't know how to code, you know.
Yeah, for basic stuff. I mean, for people who don't know how to code, who doesn't want to learn, it'll get the job done.
Another option you've got is what I'm doing at the moment. Is I've got a contract of a virtual private server host, and they've given me, the contract allows me to have a unmanaged bare-bone virtual host, which I can install whatever operating system on myself. I can take full control over it. Install the software that I need on it, but it's still being hosted by a third party.
Yeah. But since Raj is talking about self-hosting stuff here, would you be interested in running mine off of your own home server, Raj?
I would have to actually see the functionality first, because like you guys brought up,
cool.
No, just get the code and.
You guys brought up a lot of good stuff that I would personally have to see it myself to and redundancy is what I was talking about with the RAID system. You know what I mean? Now. Like,
no. Well, that kind of redundancy is just for your storage. There's another kind of redundancy where your web server goes down. There is another one that takes over.
But like you were talking to, if I went offline with my server and then I went back online, then mine would have to update. You know.
Yeah, well, I know if you host your own version of mine and your server goes down, that's it. Nobody can reach you.
Right.
You see.
But
if you have a cluster of servers that are providing it, then if one goes down, there's another one that takes over.
Yeah,
that's how mine does it. Mines do it with.
They have a load balancer that can switch automatically. There's some problem with one node.
You can do the same thing with a RAID system is all I'm saying. Like a RAID system can basically, instead of using mirroring it too, it'll literally reconstruct it from scratch. You know? So.
But that's usually on the same computer, right? But if you lose, say, power to that computer, it's all offline.
Right. It's.
Or even lose power to your gateway device.
Maybe Dave
might be okay, but your gateway device dies.
And plus, you don't have to pay all those high prices.
Like it happened to me today in my stream.
Yeah. There you go.
But when it comes to mine, though, I mean, that is a lot of the stuff that you guys mentioned brings up a lot of good issues, and I would have to actually see it first to you know what I'm saying. I couldn't just say I'd be willing to do it or no.
I'm gonna try and set up a Nextcloud server soon if you guys want to test it out, just to do like collaborative documents and stuff like that. I don't want to use Google, but you can do file sharing and chat and all sorts of things. Really cool.
That would be cool.
I've been running two Nextcloud servers since 2016. I think.
You do, Mark?
Yeah.
I'll have to pick your brain a bit then, man. Do you do it inside of Docker or do you just do it on the machine?
I do it just on the machine. I don't use Docker. I've just set up a LAMP server and then run it by slow.
Okay, since we got into this mode of thought here, let's talk about Pecos Dave's setup. He was talking about Case K1000 system management appliance. Now, do you guys have any idea what that's about and what it relates to?
The net appliance?
Yeah.
So you have some, a net appliance is like a hardware piece. It's a self-contained software that runs inside a custom hardware box. So Google had Google used to have something called a search appliance, which is like a square box that they sell.
Wait, I might have said that wrong. It's a system management appliance.
Yeah. So it's like it's a piece of hardware that has a system management software running in it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's a neat idea. It's like you take a Raspberry Pi, you load some OS in, you load some custom software in to serve a functionality, and then you box it up in a nice container, maybe decorated, have some.
It's exactly what we've been talking about hardware.
And then you sell that. You sell that as a net appliance. Yeah.
that's cool.
I had a dream about this last night, actually. I'm going to try and build one.
See?
Actually, funny enough, I think it was 2 years ago, Bill Ottoman actually suggested something similar.
A mine?
Yeah, I think I picked up.
Oh, Bill ain't gonna do nothing.
Where it was
Come on, dude.
storing security keys or something. For consumers, community members to actually have some software that they can run on a Raspberry or some other SPC, and then have keys and encryption information stored on that device.
Right.
Bill ain't gonna do nothing cool like that. You know better.
Yeah, I think it was an idea. I say it was just an idea at the time. Yeah.
Like, well, you guys are talking, this would be actually a pretty good deal to get into.
What would you use it for?
I have no idea, but it sounds
What would you
cool.
build?
I'd
First
find a
thing-
reason. I would.
These days, the first thing you've got to think about whenever you come up with any sort of technical solution is
Idea.
use case.
Yeah.
Use case. No point in creating something if you don't know what you're going to use it for.
That makes sense.
yes,
That's
it's
just
like-
like common knowledge. Thanks for that, Mark. I just learned something today. Thank you, man.
I'm just being practical.
It's like I have a cool idea, but is it practical? No.
Yeah. I told you guys about my processor. Now don't make me get started again. I want that sucker to sound like a Harley Davidson.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if your CPU makes so much noise, there could be problems with it. Man.
Yeah. But I seen that on there, and everything I was reading
How
about
about
it.
what about the idea of buying a bunch of quantum chips and put together crypto mining?
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you really need to do the whole quantum thing for cryptocurrency?
No, but with the quantum stuff, it'll be
Only
like
if you want to be rich.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey.
you have to be rich first.
Hey,
You
you
gotta
could
burn.
learn.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
you could use deep learning for that, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
You could actually use deep learning to do your mining, and it'd probably do a better job.
Yeah.
Being honest.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, they already have some, you know, software bundled ready for you to buy off of the dark web, probably, that you just install onto some computer and turn it into a crypto mine.
a long time ago.
I'm pretty keen to get some miners just for AI training. You know, I'd love to be able to do my own custom AI models for, you know, feed all my PDFs into it, feed all my pictures into it, and I just want to have my own personal unrestricted AI. You know, sick of all these guardrails.
It's an open source
So yeah,
project.
it's like your own smart search engine.
Yeah, exactly.
Put all your documents, all your libraries into it, and then you just search for it by an English query.
And it's interactive, so it's like an assistant as well, you know.
You know,
Nice idea. You get it working, you can sell that for. Imagine a lot of people.
I'm following a guy online that's doing that, and he reckons it's just mind-boggling.
Do you know what that case? You know what that case? Sorry.
Or an open source Cortana or Siri project out there. I can't remember what it's called. No, it's gone. But
Cortana is a Microsoft.
Yeah, but there's an open source sort of variant of it. I remember seeing, I think last year.
Yeah, you know what this Dell case really reminds me of? I think it was about maybe 5 or 6 years ago. There was a bunch of guys that got on YouTube, and they kept talking about how they created a local internet network that they were allowed to, or they were able to set up with satellites and stuff. And I forgot who they were and what all the parts were that they used on it, but when I was reading that, it had me thinking about that kind of stuff, because they were really talking big on it, and it was right about the time when Mint came out too.
Technically an intranet rather than an internet.
It was, it's not technically.
Yeah, a few things. Internet, obviously, public worldwide access. Internet, a sort of internal wide web, and then extranet being a hybrid of the both.
Mm-hmm. That's
intranet. Yeah.
That's kind of what that reminded me of when I was reading it. And then it also, like with the switches, I mean, that seems like a really, really expensive version of a switch. To me, I mean, is there? What's the difference between this case K1000 and a switch?
We'd have to look at the technical specs.
The K1000, is that something that Dave has?
Dave mentioned it in when we first started it. First we were talking about infrastructures, then he talked about having to work with the case K1000, and then there was something else. He had to do some kind of administration stuff. But
we'd have to have more information on the
Yeah.
Well, I know I've got the link here if you guys want to look at it. But it's not really like information. It's just the page for it.
Hey Mark, if you do end up thinking about that open source AI project, please post it in the artificial intelligence chat for me.
Yeah, I will. Well, I think Christopher got on that. The Explaining Computers YouTube did a video on that about maybe 2 years ago now, actually. Maybe. I'll have a look and I'll have to think.
I found this Vault AI that is on GitHub, and you can feed PDFs into it, and it just gets smarter all the time. It's pretty cool.
Now, talking about crypto mining and everything, is there a way to use video to freaking with NFTs to crypto mine?
What do you mean?
Like on my videos, I can actually have them come out as in video form or have them come out in frames, photos, little screenshots. Now, if I turn around and make them come out as screenshots, could those in turn be turned into NFTs and make me money?
Yes. You can turn any media into an NFT.
But would it make me money?
Probably not, but potentially. You know, it's difficult to make money on NFTs these days. I've tried, and it's there's just so much saturation. You're competing with like a billion things out there. You know what I mean? And it's
Little
also
girls.
timing and
Little girls
Yeah,
sticking their
it's-
tongues out.
it's a crazy world. Don't even get me started.
You're young. Tell me what that shit's all about. Why are these girls getting on Twitter with their tongues stuck out in commercials for NFTs?
Because young horny boys will buy it.
So you don't know anything about that whatsoever?
I don't know. I can imagine what you're talking about, but I haven't seen that specifically.
Are you
I've
talking
just
about-
seen all sorts of NFTs. You know, porn stars come out and give their porn pictures as an NFT. I got into an NFT project a while back, and we generated our own set of NFTs, had a release, and if you don't get the timing and all the tech perfectly right, it just and people want more than an NFT these days. They want an NFT that bootstraps into an app that you'll be able to use one day, or something more. You know, like
Yeah.
people are sick of people just making money and pissing off, basically.
Yeah. I was just wondering about that because
I think
That'd be-
NFT is come from it's just a fad. Really.
Yeah. The
just
latest
go on.
fad is you can buy people's Twitter profiles now as an NFT, and you can basically buy your friends and own it and then trade them.
What's the point? What's the
I just went over a video game that was an NFT video game. Alright. And it was actually pretty
Yeah.
cool. It wasn't sandbox. It was like an actually cool little game. So
Yeah, a lot of
this
them
is
are going
where
that way now. That's where the money is.
we really get into issues of gambling, and there was a court case, or there was a sorry, not court case. There was a review that's been in the UK government or UK state that's been reviewing the use of things like NFT and internal game tokens and loot boxes and stuff. That's been going on since 2019. Obviously, it's been fairly quiet recently because of things like COVID. But yeah, we've seen companies like EA Games, as an example, EA Entertainment, abuse the position in this and allowing what could be argued as gambling to minors,
Yeah.
to children.
And see, I've noticed even with mines, they got a little bit of their shit hooked up into the gaming blockchains too, because on some of those blockchains, they send you to freaking gaming blockchains, which are basically intermingled with everything, you know. So, and I've seen that on other platforms too, where they go into I'm talking about like the gambling gaming, you know what I mean? They're
Mm.
they're all intertwined into it. I don't know how, but I've seen them.
When you talk about mines, you're talking about community
The-
members of the mines itself.
Yeah, not mines
Just-
itself.
yeah,
Just the,
I've seen quite a lot of their stuff. But
I know
I've
they're
had
not
quite a lot of
directly.
experience in the mines user group recently, where I've had a lot of new members join, and just for the purpose of sharing these sort of products.
Hmm. Well, it's like when you go to these stores here in the United States. There's stores that have these little gaming rooms where you can go in and use slot machines and stuff. That right there is fueling
In
crypto.
the US, it's based on state by state legislation, isn't it?
Right. But that's
How do you
got-
feel about that, Mark? About users just joining for advertising purposes?
Well, I've allowed, well,
you know
it's
you're
legal.
changing.
let's say it's legal at the moment. I'm okay with people just joining for if they want to advertise on their own channels, or if they want to advertise in specific groups that are related to that. But as a administrator of things like the Minds User Group, where that sort of thing is not relevant to the purpose group,
Yeah.
it's annoying.
I did
Yeah,
notice
I
that
understand
your attitude towards that's kind of slightly changing though, because like you were at one time just like a staunch against it. You know what I mean?
No, I've never been staunch against advertising. I've never been staunch against sort of free market ideology. Anything but.
I was.
Again, and what I do disagree with is if you are if you've got groups set up for specific purposes and they are being misused, then I have an issue.
I actually kicked Pirate Radio off a couple of my channels because he kept just advertising his stream and not contributing to the chat. And when Roger started doing it, I was like, well, at least you're chatting and you're actually contributing a lot of good stuff. So, and then I considered him again, and I was like, actually invited him back to one of my chats, and I'm like, yeah, I give you permission to do your thing because you do good work. So I don't mind if people like contribute good content, you know.
I actually did that to WPRPN on one of the rooms that I administrate. I think it was the Minds User Group or the Minds Community Help and Support rooms. Can't remember which one, but yeah. But I don't mind it in things like the general room, because I consider that to be appropriate. But when it comes to things like advertising on the community help and support room,
Yeah,
obviously it's missing the point of that room.
yeah. Well, I know.
Yeah,
I
as
know
long as
that-
it's not annoying, I'm okay with it.
I know I would make more comments and stuff on a lot of them, but I kind of get nervous about it. Even like whenever Hector was in the chats, you know what I mean? Because he used to freaking annoy the shit out of me. He's nothing but a freaking like socialist freaking
but
epitome.
I did not like the idea of banning him because
Yeah, I
he
know.
wasn't actually violating any rules.
I wasn't.
I like
And the point is, we speech open discourse.
I didn't agree with that either, to be honest with you. I didn't think he
I
deserved to
don't
be
think
banned.
I did speak to Daniel.
I found it amusing that he was actually just stirring up the conversation all the time, and like there was never a dull moment, you know, when he was around.
That's the thing with me. He used to infuriate me because he would just freaking talk nothing but socialist bullshit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, everything.
Well, you
Well, you gotta understand that That entertains people like me.
Everybody started saying they're starting to sound alike, but different. And I was like, no, I don't freaking sound like Hector, dude. Hector is freaking crazy, you know.
He was funny.
I've got comments.
But I
You've got to not
did-
take him seriously.
I didn't. It just, whenever freaking he'd do that, that would always get me stirred up because I'd be quiet in chat until I finally started seeing Hector's post. He starts
I
talking
don't
about.
know. I've had a few interesting discussions with him when I'm in the home.
Well, he's talking about like freaking Mexicans not being able to travel out of Mexico because their passports were taken away because they weren't paying their child support. You know what I mean? Like, are
yeah,
you?
I remember that.
If you can't pay your child support, why the hell are you traveling to another country? You know, freaking doesn't make sense. Just stupid shit like that. Yeah, but being honest, I don't agree with it either. I didn't think that, and I had no clue what was happening until it was over. But I know Can freaking got along with him.
No.
Okay.
I ignored him a couple of weeks. You guys started to get too much for me. I just had to tune him out for a while, and then I unignore him. And after being absent of his rant for a while, I unignored him, and then it reminded me exactly why I ignored him. Like it never ends, right? he's very hard-headed. He doesn't listen to suggestions at all. He doesn't listen to.
But here's the beauty about Minds Chat is that little ignore button. You know, you can be your own moderator. You don't have to moderate
He
for
did.
everyone.
That was the whole point. He did. I couldn't tell you how many times he freaking muted freaking.
Yep.
I can't tell you how many times he muted him, and that's what he's saying right
Yeah,
now.
there's only one person I've ever muted. It was some like religious fanatic guy that just wouldn't leave me alone.
Oh, that
yeah.
that guy is even worse. Yeah, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, major problems. I've had 3 death threats on mine, and 2 of them came from him.
Hector. Yeah.
Obviously, there weren't. There's no way that those death threats would be taken out, but yeah,
Wait, you got threats?
I've been a
Yeah.
member of mine. I've had 3 death threats,
Really?
and
Wow.
from them.
Well, if it was other than that
Pretty good.
Kylie Barnes incident, I've never seen anybody getting death threat except now you mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, we probably better cut this short. I think we've had a pretty good conversation. It's coming up to an hour and 45 minutes, so I can't believe it went that long, to be honest. It was a good conversation. But,
Cool.
you guys have any last thoughts?
Did you have any plan? Did you plan on all these topics this time around, Roger? Or
Yeah.
it was just impromptu?
Well, it was planned, but it didn't go the way I planned it. I mean,
Well, that's the beauty of it, right?
yeah, it
You had
is. It really
some
is.
General outline.
We had the outline,
Yeah.
but it came out better than what I'd planned it. I'll put it to you that way. We've had a really good conversation. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So
Okay.
I ain't bitching.
Good. Are you still? When are you? Wait, you're not live streaming right now.
Yeah, I'm live streaming and I'm
Oh, you are?
recording. Yeah,
You there?
I've got the
Okay,
good
good.
stuff.
Good.
So
All right. See you, gents, tomorrow at the at the round table.
Oh, that reminds me too. If you guys show up, I'm going to have Rapid Glitch on in the round table, and he's going to start telling me the rules he wants to set up with Pokemon Yellow Gen 2 next year. So
Cool. What time's he showing up? At 1?
he said that he can be there around 2, I believe it is, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock my time. That would be 10, maybe 11 o'clock Mark's time, and 3 or 4
I won't
your
be able.
time.
I won't be able to join again.
It's
Demo day.
it should be a pretty good thing. I'll find out. I'm not quite sure exactly what the hours is. I told him it was at 12 o'clock my time, so he knows it's 8 or 6 o'clock his when it starts. So
Where is he based?
he's up there in Scotland, right above you.
Okay. Okay.
So it's right around the same time.
The same time as Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, something, yeah.
As a matter of fact,
I'm not sure if I can make it, but I wish you guys a good day, night, whatever it is there. I'll catch you guys later.
all right, man.
Right off.
I'll see you guys
everybody.
later.
Indeed.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. That was pretty good. I just caught on to that where you were talking about.
Oh, the general's plane. Yeah, it was related to him suggesting that Britain stole money from India, and well, which is an arguable point in the first place, because India at the time was part of Britain.
Yeah.
Technically was a British protectorate. And I just pointed out the sort of money that we have provided Britain has provided India since 1947 in foreign aid.
Yeah. I kind of read through that and everything. It was pretty. I'm not. First of all, I just woke up. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit and try to figure that kind of math out. And he's talking about that, and I'm like, dude, if you really want to get technical, I mean, really, you don't want to give India freaking the money. You need to give it to the people who are indigenous to India, and they're the ones that got screwed over.
If you consider the sort of political corruption in India that has been happening since 1947, as a good example, the recent space flights that India has conducted, when a large swathe of their population is still under the poverty line.
Yeah. I wouldn't give it to any of the English, though. Anybody that has English lineage should not get any kind of reparations whatsoever from England.
I do not believe any sort of the entire reparation argument is poor. This idea of giving money to a country that we occupied 100 years ago, it's not relevant.
No, it's kind of crazy. It's like you guys would still be paying frickin' Australia money big time because you were using them as like a frickin' prison planet. You know what I mean? Like that's why Australia was even first invented. It was a prison. So I mean, think about how much money the British would be paying Australia if they did that kind of shit. It would be insane.
And the issue is that this money comes out of taxpayers. Well, the majority of it comes out of taxpayers' pocket. Some of it is created out of thin air, granted. But it's going to affect the average Joe on the street.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I got caught up in that. I was reading it and everything, and it caught my eye. I was like, man, that's some serious shit. Like, see, you know, and don't get me wrong, I'll be the first one to say that freaking the white man did fuck up, like, the Indians back in America, you know, our American history, you know what I mean? And we did.
America has
we
got
did.
the 19th century has got a really
Yeah.
poor history, yeah, but
I would say that, but I would also say that it's a different time now, you know what I mean? It's time to stop paying the Indians for things we did to them 100 years ago.
yeah, and if you consider sort of the Native Americans, Indians are recognized as their own territories these days.
Yeah, they're their own
Set
country.
their own taxes. They can set their own taxes. They can set their own policies. Yeah,
It's just crazy when you see that kind of stuff. Like, I just don't see it working, you know. And for me personally, I've seen that kind of stuff when I lived out in Arizona, and it's not healthy for the Indians either. It really isn't, because in order for them to get money, they have to live on the reservation, you know. And
it's just part of this sort of extreme socialist sort of victim narrative argument that's been mentioned in the last decade or so.
I would go even further back than that, to be honest. Like, a lot of
be more evidence, let's say, more evidence in the last decade or so. Also, you've got to consider that we brought sort of, I don't know, civilization to some of these countries. We brought law and order. We brought a judicial system. We brought science. We aided in modernizing, if that's a fair word, some of these countries.
Well, do you realize if it wasn't for the Spaniards, freaking a lot of these Indian tribes wouldn't have stopped eating one another. Like, they were straight up cannibals.
Well, I'm not absolutely sure. I would imagine that there is a small population. There has been a small population of cannibalism, but
there's huge. Don't listen to that shit. Like in Florida. In Florida, okay, people that were in Cuba, that were settling down in Cuba before it was named that. I think it was like St. George or something at one time.
Yeah, possibly.
Some strange name. But they would travel off away from Cuba and make it up into the Florida region and come up missing. All right, they would just vanish. And nobody understood why. Well, it was because they were landing in Florida, and these Indian tribes were taking them captive and sacrificing them, and then eating their flesh so that they could gain their powers. This is history, okay? Like, have you ever heard of Ponce de Leon?
Not that I can recall.
Ponce de Leon discovered Florida, and when he first went to Florida, he encountered these tribes, and actually he ended up dying because he got shot in the back by one of them as he was trying to escape. And like, he was in search of the Fountain of Youth. I don't know if you remember that story.
Yeah, I can remember El Dorado and stuff.
But
vaguely.
A lot of them were savages. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, we did horrible things to them, but let's set the record straight. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't just noble tribes of gracious people who freaking were just treated so badly. You know what I mean? They take your head off, man, and eat your body so that they could have something to eat. And they did horrible things to one another.
Granted, we are talking about generalization, and not all tribes were like that.
Name one.
Important to point out, but yeah.
Name a tribe that wasn't like that. Just off the top of your head. Don't Google it.
Apaches.
Name one American Indian tribe that we knew during settlement. Okay. That wasn't like that.
What? That one's eaten.
That weren't cannibals. Well, don't include the ones in like well, I guess you can, but don't like Plymouth Rock. Okay, those guys, the Mohawks.
Okay, I need to do some research on that one.
Yeah. Now those guys were supposed to be good guys, but I don't know too much about them. They could be actually fairy tale. You know what I mean? Because like they talk about Thanksgiving, and
Okay, yeah.
you know what I mean. They kind of bolster that story up a lot in history. So I don't even know if that's really true. So Last of the Mohicans.
Indeed, the Mohicans. Yeah, I don't believe there was any reports of cannibalism within that tribe.
Yeah, that's the one I was saying. They're the ones that you can't count them though, because they could be fictitious. Like I
think there's plenty of evidence that they did exist.
I don't know, man. They said that they were here, but now they're not. I'm like, okay, what happened to them, dude? You know, and these guys were cool. They had like freaking Liberty spikes and shit. You know what a Liberty spike is?
No.
It's like those huge mohawks that come up like a freaking rooster.
Yeah.
Dude, they had freaking like Liberty strikes. They were punks. You know what I'm saying? Like, where'd they go? Like, they're nowhere. They're like,
Well, they're being eliminated by
the white man.
by Americans. By what
boy.
is now the Americans. Yeah.
So, I mean, other than them, though, I couldn't tell you any tribes that weren't involved in cannibalism. As a matter of fact, we were talking about it on Strangeness, and we were talking about the Wendigo, and the reason why the Wendigo was invented by the Indian tribes. It was because of the harsh winters, and a lot of the tribes would resort to cannibalism, and their shaman would teach them about the Wendigo and how the Wendigo had they were hungry all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm fairly familiar with the legend or the myth, mythology.
And the reason why they did that was because they were trying to prevent Indians from wanting to freaking practice cannibalism during hard winters and stuff like that when they were running short on food. So it was kind of like a learning lesson for their children that the Wendigo would take over your body and make you eat human flesh. See, that was education at work right there.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing the interview with the guy Zach at 4, right?
That would be for your time, yeah.
For my time, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in the middle of doing some things. I just wanted to pop in to let you know and clarify that it was 4 that I have to definitely be here, and I'll be back because I don't want my background to be loud, and I don't want to have to keep muting it and being distracted from making sure the kids are on point and stuff. But I'll be back home by the time I'm supposed to be on the interview. I'll probably be back about 3:30 or so. But I just wanted to let you know.
Now, do you want to record it, or do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that.
All right. I can do it. And I'll send you the copy of it through Google Drive, which is the easy way to do it, because I've got I've got it set up. I can send you a link. All you have to do is download it.
That's what's up. I got Google Drive too. So yeah, cool. That's what's up then. Thank
All
you.
right, no
I'll
problem.
see you in a little bit.
See you in a little bit. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good lesson when I was sitting there looking at all that stuff. Like, and I know you guys were talking about India and stuff like that, but it does kind of relate. And like what they did to frickin' the indigenous people in Australia is horrible. You know what I mean? Like, everybody wants to make Pike out to be like he was such a great man. He was a horrible dude. That dude was, he made frickin' Columbus look like frickin' like a preschooler. He went around killing people. He actually sat in during a frickin' human sacrifice so that he could see frickin' how the indigenous people frickin' did their rituals. Okay?
And I suppose you need context if you were in. You need some sort of context. So,
I mean, that's some pretty morbid shit, though, dude.
Yeah, granted, but if you need to know how society lives, you need to be there.
And then what he did to the people who were indigenous to Australia after that, like, he hunted most of them down and killed them.
Okay.
You know, I mean, he literally sent out search parties to kill these people.
You've got to consider the sort of historical, religious, social society to the background that they were living in.
That's all I'm saying. Like, especially with India, like, they need to give it to the people who were there first. Don't give it to the English folk. You know, if they want to talk about the misdeeds that were given to them, then you need to discuss like how the freaking actual indigenous Indians were treated by the British when they were being colonized. You know what I mean? It was like they were a lesser freaking group. You know, like they were the servants. They were
maybe so, but you've got to remember the idea of imperialism and sort of the sort of cultural sort of background. In Native Americans were taking over each other's lands. Anyway, tribes were taking over each other's land, and Europe was taken over. It was the so-called Age of Enlightenment. So-called.
The British Empire is what it was.
And it's not only British, it's Portuguese, Spain, France, Russia.
You realize the British Empire almost did take over the world, right? Like, nobody ever mentions that. Like, do you realize how much territory the British Empire had?
The height of it, 2/3 of the world.
Yeah, they're the one empire that came the closest to taking over the world.
But we were also in battles with countries such as Portugal and Spain, especially. And if we didn't take over those areas, then other countries would.
Well, I don't know, man. British Empire pretty much had their stuff together. Now, battleships is really what you got to get into. Like, I know the Spanish had a really good battleship. They were able to fight from the sides, but I believe they were able to make it to where their cannons could be fired off of the decks to where they could fight forward and back. They were the first ones to come out with that first. And then the British, they came out with the Iron Maiden, I believe it was, the original Iron Maiden. And
Yeah, we're talking about a lot later than the 17th century, I'm afraid. We're talking about, about 100 years later.
I believe it was the Iron Maiden that they came out with.
Actually,
And
I think it was an American invention, actually.
no, Iron Maiden was.
Yeah, I think it was.
I forgot.
The,
Then
yeah, US invention.
I forgot which ship it was though. Then, but when they came out with that, they took over the sea. There was nobody that could beat them. They actually made it because they were fighting against the Spanish.
Hmm. Well, yeah, and I think we are about 100 years between. The Spanish British wars were, or English wars, British wars, was in the 17th century, and you're now talking about the 18th century. This is more related to the 18th century. It's more related to the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah. No, you might. Now you're talking about Iron Maiden as in the one that got sunk in Cuba, right? Where?
I'm not actually talking about any specific ship. I'm just
first.
about the technology.
It was the first actual.
The Iron Maiden is based on steam.
Yeah.
And that wasn't used until the Jefferson rocket in
Yeah, I think that's right.
where it was. So in fact, in the 19th century. Yeah, the 19th
Okay,
century.
so that's basically he was one to talk about XRP. Is that what Robot was talking about?
Yeah, I was getting a bit confused because I think he did mention XRP. Actually, did he mention XRP in that conversation?
Yeah, he did it in his last one. I did say it was an estimate.
Yeah, sorry, too many conversations, too many discussions I've had today on just trying to handle them.
Well, his argument about the gold thing is pretty good though, but he's also got to realize like you wouldn't have all these cool Catholic golden emblems that are sitting up in churches in Europe if it wasn't for us stealing that gold from the freaking Indians. I mean,
acquiring, because some of this gold was still not, it was still in the earth, still in the ground. So yeah.
I mean,
So, I don't like the usage of the word stealing when it comes to this subject.
you know that we had to go into their temples and like kill off their people first, and then steal the gold off their altars.
I mean, when it comes to possibly Mexico at the time in the 17th century, then you could have an argument there, but in other areas, not
South
so much
America.
of the
South America, Spanish, that's really their fault. They're the ones that actually did most of the damage. Cortez and well, all of them actually. Cortez was the worst out of the whole group. But okay, he said, if I take your gold and I give you XRP to the current value, is that equal in value truly? Do you think?
Arguably, all these currencies are based on sort of perceived value, so it all depends on your perception.
Yeah. Well, see, gold is a commodity, so he's kind of delusional there, okay? Like, gold is always going to crash if the stock markets crash, because gold is set on the freaking commodity standard. Like,
Yeah.
so,
Again, you've got the supply and demand argument.
you know, I mean, gold is nothing more than frickin' the same as what frickin' orange juice is. You know what I mean? Or wheat.
Or sugar, or oil, or, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all it is, and these people get caught up in this thing that gold's forever. We'll just go back to the gold standard. That's not gonna happen. Like,
Rewrite history past what, arguably 1972, or even worse, before 1955.
mm-hmm.
FDR.
Well, you gotta figure out when it was that they actually started taking gold from people. Like, now they let you have gold, but before, people were hiding it, turning them into like old furniture and stuff, so that the government wouldn't know they had it, because the governments were telling them that they need to turn in their gold and stuff. When the gold standard was taken out, so you had a good 40 or 50 years where people couldn't even own gold. They had to turn it into the government. So, but like XRP, you really can't compare it to gold. Like, gold would actually crash before XRP did, in my opinion. You know, 'cause
Again, it's all about perceived value, isn't it? A coin is only worth a coin if everybody agrees that the coin is worth that.
right. And gold is, like I said, it's just a commodity. So if the stock market crashes, gold isn't going to be worth shit. Now, it might gain value because everybody starts using the gold again, but at that point, when the stock market crashes, its value's gone. You know what I'm saying?
But again, once there's demand and there's supply, then the price will raise again.
But until then, you know, at the moment of the crash, it's not worth a penny because it's set up on the stock market as. I mean, right now it's so worthless that in the actual main building in New York, they've actually made a freaking chess set out of gold and set it up in a display so that people could come in and see it and understand that freaking gold isn't worth anything anymore. You might as well just make a chess set out of it and play a game of chess with it, you know. It's not everything that people are making it out to be.
I'm just trying to look at prices. According to what I can see here, gold per gram, as far as the US is concerned, is priced at $63.87 dollars. For the present moment, per gram.
I haven't looked at it in a while, but I think it actually fell in price, though, didn't it, in the last 5 years? Maybe.
More than likely.
Like,
when they take them from the graph or something.
my dad watches that Gold Rush, and what trips me out about those guys is, like, they literally bust their ass to get that gold. And they
Actually, looking at the data I'm looking at the moment, the lowest within the last 5 years was in printing. Actually, it's a lot lower than that. Was in 2019 April, which was I'm looking at in Great British pounds, which was 31,598 British pounds sterling, and the current price is 52.
Oh damn!
Uh,
It's actually
1,382 British pounds sterling.
so it's almost doubled.
Yeah.
And see, the value is important. Don't get me wrong, but like, if that whole system you're looking at right there crashes, gold goes with it. You see what I mean? It's like, that's my whole point. Like, and it's good that the value is up that high, but people were talking about crashes. Okay, let's talk about crashes. If
Oh, that was per kilogram.
you know,
Yeah.
all that's gone if that freaking system you're looking at right there crashes. It's not worth a penny. Not worth any of that. So, you know.
To hope that we never get into an apocalypse.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like zombie movies. I really, I do like the zombie movies. Now, I don't like that TV series that came out with The Last of Us. I think.
I've not seen it. I've watched a few playthroughs of the 2 games, computer games, but I've not actually seen the series.
I've heard people say that it was okay, but like the last part of the season, they didn't like how it ended. So I don't know.
Yeah, I know that it sort of dropped in quality near the end.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty interesting how that worked out.
I presume it was related to the budgets, money.
Well,
I think.
the storyline had to do with one of the guys in the game. It was one of the main characters, and the way it ended didn't go according to the way the game ended.
Okay.
Right there, and I'm well, I don't really want to say it online, but it's just kind of the best way I can say it is it's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No, I can understand The Walking Dead. Alright, like they took huge chunks out of that freaking storyline. Alright, I mean huge chunks that weren't supposed to, like, well, the story itself never should have went the way that it did. A lot of the characters on there should have been long dead. But you know, stuff like that. I can understand that, but the way I hear it with The Last of Us, it was kind of ridiculous. Like they're bitching about just little stuff. It was just like that one HBO special they came out with. It was kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons TV series on HBO.
Yeah, based on the 1970s or 1980s cartoon.
Yeah, I forgot the name.
I did see a review of the series, but didn't really take very much note. Again, I don't watch any TV anyway.
Well, at the end, like, their fans bitched because they didn't like the last episode. It got so out of hand that they wanted them to go in and redo it because they didn't like how it ended. You know? Yeah. And I just don't get into that kind of stuff. I think that stuff is kind of ridiculous, you know? My sister does that. My little sister, she used to get on the what do they call that? It was the show that came on after The Walking Dead, and they would have like guest stars from the show come on there and talk about the show behind the scenes. And she would literally watch the TV show and then go on and watch that show and get all caught up in the fandom and everything. And I was like, dude, that's just kind of stupid. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that?
These things create fans, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a zombie series, you know. Like a friend of mine asked me if Dying Light started getting scary because I'm playing it for Halloween, and I just looked at him. I'm like, or I didn't. I was just sitting there thinking, you know. I'm like, are you serious? Like, this is a zombie game. You know, zombie games aren't scary. You take a freaking machete and you cut people's heads off. That's it. You know, that's it. So I told him in my response, kindly, I just said, you know, well, some of them pop up and give me a little bit of a scare, but other than that, it's just about cutting off their heads, you know, and that was it. That's all I said. So.
No, I'm not really big fan of this sort of first-person shooter, first-person gore sort of game sort of thing. So, yeah.
That's why I took up the responsibility of playing those games so that people like you wouldn't have to. I'm just thinking of you guys. That's all. Somebody's got to do it.
Indeed.
You know. Somebody has to kill the zombies. If I didn't kill the zombies, then nobody'd be there to kill the zombies. And what would happen? You know, absolutely nothing.
Some TV, some production studio will lose money.
And then that Dying Light too. I actually been playing it. And it's a pretty good game, but like I went on and checked the reviews out for it, and people said that it was a freaking upset. People didn't like it. I'm like, are you serious? But so far, from what I've seen from it, it's pretty good.
Okay.
But they said that it was a bad game. But they say that about a lot of games too. Like some of the games that I think are pretty cool. And a lot of people have said they're pretty cool too. They don't like I don't know if you've ever heard of the game Cyberpunk.
Yeah. 2077 or something. Yeah.
They said that was a bad game.
Yeah, they poor initial reception.
Yeah.
Remember correctly, but it also improved a lot. Problem is with a lot of modern games is that they get released before the developers have actually finished the development. So the early release sort of phenomenon. And obviously, if people are seeing sort of poor broken messes, Bethesda, then that sort of
kind of
scars people. Yeah,
it hurts them.
Colors their sort of interpretation. Yeah,
Bethesda. Now, I understand what you're saying there. They are horrible, and it took them a long time before they would actually start sharing their content on Steam because of how horrible they were. You know what I mean? Like when you played Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, for example, is the best one. Like for the longest time, you couldn't play Skyrim off of Steam. And the reason why is because Bethesda knew that their freaking program sucked. I mean, they knew that their coding was horrible, everything. It was just boggy as hell.
Skyrim is a bit of a weird situation because it was created as a sort of box product, didn't it? Back in 2012, and Steam wasn't really all that proper, even if it not even sure if it even existed in 2012.
I would believe that because I know that's the general story, but it just seems odd to me that all of a sudden they're willing to put it out after they converted it from 32-bit to 64-bit.
The special edition.
Yeah.
The special edition was to take or to use the sort of more modern sort of setups. Remember back in 2012, a lot of user base was still using CRTs, so they were still using the 16 by whatever screen resolution.
Yeah.
And as now people are using wider screens. I was going to say there was a lot of users were still using 32-bit machines, but no, back in 2012, 64-bit was fairly common.
Yeah, but like they didn't have 64-bit until here recently. They finally changed it over from 32 to 64. You know.
Yeah, but again, that requires development. That requires.
They had to go in there and clean up.
All of this stuff takes time and money.
They had to go in there and clean up that garbage. You see, I mean, for me, it makes perfect sense. They had to do the dirty work, so why not put it on Steam? Once they got it all cleaned up and looking good, release it to Steam. I mean, it's probably better now than it ever was, to be honest. I mean, in my opinion, I've played the new Skyrim 64-bit, and it's excellent. It's better than the first time I actually played it on PS3.
Okay, I've looked at the new version. Another thing you've got to consider when it comes to Bethesda games, Bethesda's got this long history of creating modifiable games, which can be modded by third-party developers. There is a large fan base of mods out there, especially for Skyrim, and in some cases, some of these issues have been patched due to those modifications.
I know that for when it I knew all about Elder Scrolls, but I didn't know about what's the other one? And I'm playing Fallout. Yeah, Fallout. I knew about it, but I didn't ever play it and everything. My nephews, all of them, kept telling me all the time, "You need to play Fallout. You need to play Fallout." And then finally, my son got me to where I'll play New Vegas. And I didn't realize
that was never technically developed by Bethesda. There was the license was given to Obsidian.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And
because Obsidian were, I think, under the guise of a different name, created the first two games. Which were isometric, sort of top-down, sort of CRPGs, I suppose.
See, I'm aware of the first company and everything with part 1 and part 2 and like the original computer games. I know it now, but I didn't know it back then. But
which is actually based off on a older title called Wastelands back from 1988.
Yeah, and this is like the real like 2-bit freaking RPG game too. This isn't like going around in a freaking desert and killing shit. You know what I mean? Like you're playing.
Top down. With the dice roll sort of mechanism.
Yeah, and when you fight battles, they actually have like the writing, and you have to read and make decisions and shit. You know what I mean?
I'm a fan of the old interactive sort of text-based adventures being brought up in the 80s, playing 8-bit machines. These sort of closest caves there's other sort of text-based where you add to type in go no pickup key.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You'd like that then. You should check out the original Fallout games because like it's all of that, and like only thing you see is like little mazes. Basically, you go through them and stuff like they did back in the old days. Back when the dinosaurs were roaming the earth, like 60 years ago.
Jeez.
I seen it on TV where they had this little 20-year-old girl. She's sitting there and she goes, "I heard that like dinosaurs was from 60 years ago. Is that true?" I was like, yeah, that's what it is. It's true. So, but
I don't know. My family bought their first machine in 82, Commodore 64, maybe 83. And actually, that was the computer that I learned. I initially learned assembly and basic on. My first programming languages. Many years ago, and then I moved to a BBC Model B in the later 80s, and then learned Forth and Lisp and a couple of other languages, and then in 91 moved over to an Amiga 500 plus.
That's like, see, my uncle, whenever the first computer I ever seen was a Commodore, and I couldn't even tell you which one it was. Like, I remember he would have us playing asteroids and stuff on it, and things like that. And then like, you talking about difference in technology. I remember when he learned how to make freaking the naked dancing lady. You remember that? It was just code. It was like little dots that came out on the printer, and it was like an image that kind of looked like a woman. You know what I mean? And he was so proud of it. He was like, "Look at this! You got to see this." And then I'd freaking look at it, and it was like a figure of a human being. I was so young, I didn't know what it was supposed to be. You know? He goes, "No, that's a naked woman dancing," and I'm like, "Are you crazy?" Of course, his name is Elmer. I was like, "Are you crazy, Uncle Elmer?" And he goes, "No, that's what it is. That's the program name." And I just couldn't believe him. And then years later, I remember that whenever I first heard about it. It was like one of the first official adult video games that came out, or codes. And that's what it was. It was just like an image. It didn't even really look like a female. It was just like little dots and codes, little script, yeah, that came out and that looked like a human being. So I thought that was cool. Would you ever own a Commodore again?
Good retro machines. There was a big sort of fan base, a big movement around these sort of old retro devices. I'm not sure what my use case would be. I think I would want to just emulate those devices now, but if people are interested in the sort of circuitry and the technology of the time, yeah.
Well, it comes back to what you was telling me last night. You know, if you don't get no general use out of it, I mean, why do it? You know, it's really true. Well, Commodore. What would you use a Commodore for today?
To relive my childhood. And
I really don't want to use Linux anymore. don't get me wrong, freaking if you want that kind of access to the internet, Linux, I agree, is a good way of going, but I'm lazy. I'm lazy as shit, you know what I mean? When I get on Windows does all this great shit for me. You know?
Yeah, they do. They hold your hand everywhere.
Yeah. And it's just, and I hate saying that, don't get me wrong, but I also know what's involved whenever freaking you go on Linux and you do that shit. I mean, you gotta freaking do everything yourself. There's no holding your hand, dude.
Not so true if you consider distributions like Mint and Ubuntu and those more sort of end-user friendly distributions.
Yeah. And you also set up your own network kind of too, like the stuff that you go to, it's your choice, you know. Like on Windows you get all this stuff coming in that you don't have any interest in. You've never been to this website, or you've never done this, you've never done that, and it's just coming in at you. Whereas on Linux, you choose.
Funny enough, I was reading a forum the other day in which it was this IT professional that was complaining that in his work computer using Windows 10, he's being bombarded by advertising about what Microsoft would like you to use, and obviously, if you're using the machine for work, you do not want third-party advertising. You just want to do the job that you are set up for.
Cool. Now, I just got a message from Zach. He was wanting to double check, see if we are still set up for tonight, and I said, yeah, that would be in an hour and a half, right? Just to double check,
Yeah.
make sure.
What's the conversation about? What's the
He, oh, you're talking about with Zach?
yeah? I'm not familiar.
No, he's coming on to do an interview with Karma. She's gonna do her first interview with him.
Okay.
So, we're gonna set that up for him.
Because I noticed you called him Disney Magic Sax. So what? He's a
Well,
ex-employee of Disney.
he's running a podcast where it's everything about Disney. He's been like obsessed with Disney since he was a teenager. I mean, it's so bad that yesterday we had my stream with him, and Mr. Robot and Karma were so worried that they like fractured his whole way of thinking of Disney, that they wanted to like comfort him and make him feel like, you know, don't be upset about all the stuff you learn and stuff, because they were talking about, you know, Illuminati and MK Ultra shit, you know.
Disney being the empire.
I'm just sitting there grinning. I love the shit out of these guys, you know, because they just, that was the worst thing to him. They just did not want to hurt him. They seen him as like this little fragile egg, you know what I mean? And I was like, no, that got, I could actually tell he got excited because of the questions, you know, because we asked him about all the behaviors that a lot of the teen actors did after they became an adult, you know, and a lot of them became sexually promiscuous, I guess you could say, more. And like Zach did a pretty good job of it. He told them, you know, well, a lot of them were trying to get out of the contract.
Yeah.
Because every time they turn around, Disney had another contract for them, you know. And they just,
because being brought up in that sort of environment, they had less ability to
do what they
Yeah, yeah.
do what they want. That's true.
Sort of a form of child abuse, you could argue, actually. I'm thinking of, what was it?
Now we can do it in an hour and a half, is what I'll tell them. Karma isn't on, but you can come into chat beforehand if you want.
Is he a Minds member?
No, he's on Discord
Okay.
now. It'd be nice if he came on to freaking Minds, but I don't want to try to convince him to do that. I did that with old John.
Yeah.
It's just, I love everybody on Minds, don't get me wrong. I do. Since I've been doing this, I've met a lot of cool people, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to say that stuff is cool, what all those guys did when it comes to this monetization thing. That was kind of, that's kind of bullshit,
But look, but you made your point, so
I'm not.
you're better from there.
I don't want to go any further with it. Trust me.
Appreciate it.
I actually feel freaking pretty shitty for how bad I freaking flipped out over that. So I don't want to repeat the process. That's why I stopped doing stuff like that. Like, I didn't want to make no comments on it.
Well, as you've seen, I have some interesting discussions as far as mine's concerned. That's the one that I'm stuck in Canaries today. Was quite interesting, that's to say. And I do sort of look at sort of the wider sort of issues and I can be quite critical, let's to say.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that stream that they came out with where they were talking about the Fediverse, and that kind of really alarmed me, because like a lot of people, when they put their platforms in the Fediverse, it's like their alternative to either doing that or freaking trashing it,
You're talking about the stream, the general Minds conversation that they had with us member last week. I have not seen it yet.
It's and I mean, just it's really hard for me to tell what Minds is, what they're doing when it comes to Minds, because to me it just seems like to them it's nothing more than a freaking playground for adults, or they can just go in there and like do whatever they want.
Again, I spend a lot of time in GitLab, and I spend a lot of time using and in fact, I've been fairly critical today in relation to a suggestion that Ryan, the production manager, put in GitLab, particularly put in GitLab yesterday. I created a long sort of comment in relation to that.
I'll give him the link and let him come in. He said he'd come in and chill out. I need to learn how to spell properly. I still say that they got like the spell check thing here that messes up my spelling, because there ain't no way I make some of these mistakes. Maybe I'm typing too fast and not paying attention, I could say that, but like, I look at it and I'm like, what the hell, man? But yeah, we have we I don't know. I mean, it's pretty interesting when I look at it, and just trying to talk about it. I'm really wanting to hold back on some of the stuff I do want to say, because like it's not nice. Just then, and I've had a habit of doing that a long time ago, and I learned that that's just not constructive. So
That maybe if we had a private conversation about these issues, just
Yeah.
between you, maybe.
I don't think it would help me, to be honest. I don't think a private conversation would help me. It would just fuel my anger. I mean, that's the thing about it is, it's like I said. I mean, I came to Minds, and this is my last stop. I'm tired of playing the bullshit all these platforms are playing, and it's not just Minds. It's freaking YouTube. I see it on Rumble too. I know Odyssey's full of shit. I'm not an idiot.
The good thing about Minds is more community focused. The staff will listen to concerns. We can have discussions with the staff and put over our points of views.
Well, if they listen,
Which is unlike YouTube.
Yeah.
You try having a discussion with a staff member on YouTube.
they cut you. They start banning you and shit.
Yeah.
It's like those. Says my mic. It's noisy. It's like if you mention stuff in their creator studio, they never respond or anything. Like they never say that they even read the comments. I doubt if they even do.
Yeah, it's just automated processes very rarely seen by human.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And if it's seen by human, it's probably quite a low level staff member and never gets pushed further off the chain.
Yep, it's just ridiculous.
Mm.
I know that when it comes to YouTube, I've seen how much I've seen the crap on how much subscribers they wanted people to freaking have before they would monetize. And in the beginning, they wanted like 10,000 people. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, are you fucking serious? You want 10,000 subscribers on a YouTube channel? Now, that right there tells me that they aren't interested in any of these small creators. I mean, they just want them to go. They're sick of them,
I disagree with that, but something they've got to consider is this industry is all about user figures.
Well, it's all about promote. Okay, these people hit promote and spend money on their videos, and that's what it's about. And see, if I sat around all day, I made 7 videos, and I sat around all day and promoted my videos with cash, I'd get so many views, dude. I'd be cool as a motherfucker, dude. People would be screaming and hollering out my name, dude. They'd be like, oh yeah, and the only reason why they do that is because I'm giving YouTube money. That's it. That's it. Not because of organic reach, not because of the content, but because I'm giving YouTube money. That's it.
Well, YouTube makes money on advertising anyway.
Yeah.
And as any company or as any business needs, they need a revenue stream. It's either have a revenue stream or don't provide the service.
Well, I mean, you turn around and look at it though. I mean, that's what they want. They just want the money from the users. If you're going to use their service, they're not going to push out all your content as much as Joe Blow over here, who spends $300 on one video. You know what I mean? So, of course, you're not going to get the attention that he gets. You know what I mean? Because you gave freaking $300 to YouTube, and plus they're freaking putting advertising on your videos. You know, so that's like. You know, the advertising is just freaking, you know, the icing on the cake for them, or the promotions is either one, whichever one they're making more money is I don't know which.
Yeah, because the financial setup there, it's very hard to find any breakdowns of revenue. Impossible, I would say.
So, I mean, I pretty much caught on with their shit, and the only thing that I say ever came out of Facebook that was good was when they focused on organic reach. Okay, that's the only thing that they did that was apart or separate from all the other ones. And I don't even know if Twitch does it. Or Twitter.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Tan?
Hey.
How are you feeling today? Any better than yesterday?
Much better.
Cool.
Probably a good night's rest to help.
So you are feeling good?
Yeah.
We got a special day today.
Why is that?
At 4 o'clock your time, Karma is going to give her first interview.
On here?
Yeah. We're going to be able to sit and watch it.
Cool.
I'll record it for...
I'm still working, so I'm just gonna jump in and out.
Alright. But just figured I'd let you know.
Yeah.
I'll record it for her, and then after she's done, I'll send it to her with a Google Drive, because they'll just have a link and she can download it from there. So
Is it always also gonna be on your stream?
no, this is gonna be just for her. I want to get her started where she, you know, trying to get her motivated.
How's it gonna work for this stream? You're gonna pause it and then switch over to her stream and then resume when you're done over there?
No, we got the whole thing on live stream, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking not only are we.
That's what I mean. So her interview is gonna be on your live stream too.
That's right.
Which means it'll be recorded.
Well, it'll be recorded on live stream.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. That's good. That's nice. Oh, who's she interviewing?
She is interviewing Disney Magic Zach, and I told her too. I was like, you know, because she says, be honest, she doesn't like Disney, and I was like, well, you know, if you don't like Disney, then that should be a part of your questions. You know what I mean? You don't have to use because you love.
You don't have to like. You have to like the.
So
actually, it'll make it more interesting, right? It'll make it more interesting to have like challenging questions.
Yeah, and Zach loves that shit. Like, I was telling Mark about everybody started talking to him about the Illuminati, MK Ultra shit, and like Zach just loves Disney, dude. Everything Zach, you know, everything Disney from Zach, you know, and all of a sudden they're talking about like the Illuminati and shit, and like teenage actors being freaking swayed from freaking, you know, their good behaviors by Satan, and they were yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But he loved it.
Was he shocked by that?
Yeah, he loved it. He did. He really did. I could see it whenever freaking he was answering the questions. He got excited. He actually enjoyed doing it. And I was nervous at first because I know Zach, but I didn't know how he was going to deal with that.
Okay. Somebody just so he's not offended and he explained, right?
Yeah. And he did. He
Alright.
did pretty good. I think all of them did, because like even afterwards, like Robot and Karma are like, now this isn't gonna hurt your view of Walt Disney, is it? And they're just all worried about how it was gonna affect them and shit.
Okay.
They're pretty good. They
Did
did.
you also have another interview earlier this morning?
No, actually, I have to do that
Weren't you
pirate.
joining the pirate radio guys?
The pirate radio. I have to do them, and I believe they are at freaking 10 o'clock tonight for my time.
Oh.
So
Yeah, 4 5.
Well,
Yeah, they saying with them the update on Wednesday. I was just finishing off a GitLab ticket that I mentioned in Canaries. It was the GitLab ticket with me, and you found was playing around with of the issue in relation to, I don't know what it was now. The muting of YouTube videos. Okay, what's up?
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, I finished
The
off that
muting of
ticket.
YouTube. Yes. What about it?
Yeah, I was just finishing off that GitLab ticket, thinking about going to bed, and then I got a call from WPRPN, and I sort of denied, cancelled that call, and then sent a message saying that I'm just about to call a day. But I then decided to delete that message, and then appeared on that show on the stream.
Ah.
I didn't finish them until 7:30 in the morning my time.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't actually get to bed until about
I was
So
looking
you-
out.
9.
Their streams are not recorded, right? So if you missed the live
Yeah.
stream, then
They publish their streams to, I think, Odyssey, BitChute, and YouTube.
Good.
Be live and a couple of things.
And what do you think about my cool freaking avatar right there? Did you see that?
which one?
The
That's
one
your
up on
avatar?
top. Yeah, that. I was talking about how cool that was. I missed that game. I put them on my. I like that right there so much. I put it on my about me on my emails.
Okay.
Like that was like the coolest freaking like character I ever played a video game with. And the cool part is that game comes out of Korea. It's a Korean game.
Yeah. Alright.
Korean games has the best freaking armor. That's the one thing I've got to say about it.
Not Japanese?
No,
Japanese game?
Japanese have nothing on the Koreans. Now they've got like the RPG games, and they do have that a lot more. But like when it comes to like armor and stuff in these kind of games, like they have nothing on the Koreans. They come out with like the coolest like designs and the swords. But Japan has good swords too, though. So
Right.
now, I gotta find out. I'm sure he doesn't want to know about. He doesn't want me to know. Or people. I gotta figure out what's going on here. I was having a. Alright. Yeah, I confirmed it with Zach. He's coming in. He was double checking with me and everything, so.
At 4? That means in 2 hours?
Yeah.
No, 3 hours for you?
Yeah, it'll be 3 hours. Well, it's 1:47 here, so.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
For
Five.
me, it'll be in like an hour and 15 minutes. So for you, it'd be hour and 15, or 2 hours and 15
Yeah.
minutes. I'm going to go get me some coffee and smoke a cigarette.
Alright. How many cigarettes do you smoke a day?
I smoke freaking a carton a day, man.
Jeez.
I'm like, no, I don't smoke a carton. I smoke maybe, I'd say half a pack. Maybe half pack to about a fourth of a pack a day, which isn't good.
What size cartons? 20 or 40s?
See, over in the United States, our cigarette cartons are standardized. We go.
Yeah. In the UK, it's either 20, 40s or 80s.
Yeah, I've
I
actually
don't know,
had this
I
conversation before.
I tend to smoke a loose leaf, so
We're at 20, and I think they tried to get more in a carton here before at one time, and they actually were told by the government to stop doing it because it didn't go according to the standardized amount. So that's actually something I need to look up. It's interesting. I forgot all about that. Like, you know how they have like standardized amount of like when you say that you want to freaking have 30 eggs in a freaking carton, it has to be 30 eggs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the way the government sets it up. And they also do it with cigarettes, with a carton of cigarettes, case of beer. You can't say it's going to be a case of beer with 60 freaking beers in it. You know what I mean? That's not a case of beer. So let me go get me some coffee. I'll be back.
Alright.
You guys talk about something too.
Yeah, talk among ourselves.
Yeah.
So how have you been, Mark?
not bad. Just looking at the GitLab ticket up.
Yeah.
I'm talking to
Busy week.
Uh,
I don't know. Why did you think your message in Canary was heavy-handed?
Oh, you mean the long-formed message in relation to telling the text comment? I don't know. I just thought it was heavy-handed myself. But, it was in relation to trying to get us. She took the view that Mines Canary support is only for Mines Canary support.
Yeah. So Tanya did it. Tanya said that, but then Bashti says we should. They should post the announcement for.
I just mentioned that. My thread was Canary support has not been only specifically Canary for the purpose of Canary for a long time. Yeah, and information should be provided as much as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, in relation to the Google Play issue, there was a post that was published on the Minds channel.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Info probably be the more appropriate place for it.
Yeah.
And no further information was provided. The GitLab that I created in relation to that was just shut down by Dale with no further information provided.
Okay. Right.
So, yeah.
Speaking of the being shut down for the tickets that you opened, remember the $10?
Yeah.
I saw Mark push back on it. What do you think about that?
I've not seen it.
Let me see it.
Reduce codes $90 to USD. Policies number 21. No, terms of service number.
This, this,
Yeah. It's not really pushing back on it. It's just saying that they need to manually review the payouts, which is fair enough. And they don't have the bandwidth, which I presume that they mean they don't actually have the staff numbers to review every each month, which I appreciate is a large task.
large change.
Yeah. And there needs to be some sort of streamlining there.
Yeah, so he commented that we could. Yeah. From what Bill said, we thought it was going to be a quick game. Yeah.
Yeah, this is we've seen this issue many times online. They come up with an idea, don't really consider the wider ramifications of the idea, and then just implement the idea, and then worry about the issues after the fact. It's related to project management. Having a better understanding of what they're attempting to do. It's okay to have all these ideas, but unless you consider the sort of issues thoroughly, then of course you're gonna have problems. Yeah, I've just noticed that you sent me okay. I don't really think it's anyway. Fair enough.
What did I send you?
You just sent me a private message. I don't think it's but,
Oh yeah, you mean yeah.
Yeah.
Private. Yeah.
I mean, considering that Minds is meant to be a community-focused, transparent platform, this sort of what they call a bureaucratic styled. But
they don't have enough people to be bureaucratic.
Well, if it's this bad at the moment, just imagine where we could go.
Yeah.
I don't know, this is why I insist on GitLab tickets being created for all appropriate issues.
Yeah, good.
At least there is some sort of trace, but some sort of thing that we can refer back to.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, I don't know how they should upgrade everything off of GitLab, but maybe there's email communications internally going back and forth.
Yeah,
some issues, because this is an open source project, some issues may warrant to be internal and not to be published on GitLab.
Yeah, I can see there are, because they're a business and they are dealing with occasionally use personal details. I can appreciate that not everything can be public, but
Right.
I would say generally that as much of it being public is well, just good for them and the wider community.
Yeah.
I mean, also if as you know, I've got things like the Minds community help and support room and a few other rooms where we try people like PB and yourself reply to community things, and occasionally we do have to rely on GitLab tickets to be able to
Right.
provide further information.
Right.
And staff don't always they aren't always as open as they could be, must I say.
Alright, I'm back. I had to check out everything on there. Hey, I like
Check
that.
what?
I'm gonna
check
do
what?
that instead. We'll do that. That looks nice.
Do what, man?
Put you on the back. Share screen.
Okay.
That's
What are
excellent.
you?
That's pretty cool. Believe it or not.
I don't know what's happening with the screen, but occasionally I'm seeing just a green overlay. Everything's just turned green, and that's happened quite a few times recently.
Like it's paused or something?
I think it's related to your use of Chrome key.
Yeah, that's why I use OBS, because I don't like that green. And I know
But your entire screen has turned green.
mine.
No fans.
Oh,
Oh, really? Mine?
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
and yeah, it's happened quite a few times.
I think you're blocking out his background.
Maybe.
Do you have blockers?
Why would it happen? It's just
I see it fine. I see it fine.
Okay, it could be related to GPU or something, maybe possibly, or Firefox or something. Could be something on my end.
You mentioned that before on another stream too, where it does like weird stuff to your screen.
Can you send a screenshot of what you're seeing in
Okay.
private chat room?
That looks nice though. See, and I haven't figured out how to do all that cool shit yet. Like, I'd love it to where the stream is right back behind me like it is there with you.
I can show you.
No, don't.
Basically, it's just a scene. Just a scene that I have like my camera source, and then I have the Chrome browser overlay in the background, and then my camera just on top with the green screen effect. So
Now, can you do that through Live or through Jitsi?
no, because I use the OBS as my virtual camera.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. So you're using your OBS as see. I should do that, but I
guess you can't do it because you're having to record. Maybe you can do the OBS recording on another box, and then join yourself on this box so that you can use OBS here as the virtual camera.
see with my setup though. I got like the best of both worlds because I got like my shitty window scene with the snow falling, and then I got
okay. Yeah.
I just noticed you can't attach a image or you can't attach a file to the sidebar chat on there.
Oh, okay. Security concern.
No,
But
no.
not the sidebar
You
chat.
know,
Attach it to the
yeah,
Rogers.
yeah, I'm
Minecraft.
attaching it to your private, to our private room.
Well, I mean, do you guys really want to be in the sci-fi chat though?
I think I'm gonna be.
No, wait. You put it on my chat room.
Yeah.
No, I meant to put it in Rogers' chat room so everybody can
Oh,
see.
okay.
But
Oh, that is
Okay.
cool. I see what you
Oh.
said. That's
Oh.
actually cool though. I like that. Hey, send me a picture of that.
Okay.
That's actually cool. That's gonna be a thumbnail, dude.
This is not cool. It's a bug.
Yeah, that's fucking cool, dude.
It's not a bug. It's a feature. Is that what Roger's saying?
Oh my god, that is awesome.
I've just uploaded it to your live.
The mighty Thor.
Okay, okay, Mark. Let me
I like that.
turn off my camera and turn it back on. See if it fixes it for you.
Take a picture of that too, so I can get a picture. That
No, it's still green.
Wow.
Still completely green. Still,
It's
dark.
It's just
Yeah,
me.
it's
then?
dark.
you know
It's
what?
dark in it's dark green in the darker black bits, and it's light green with the text and that was.
You know what's
Yuck.
you know what's
Yeah, it's
even
weird.
better though? In that green screen right there, I actually have a gold mine there because I've got on video your face regular like it is there. But then I also have that green screen with him sitting there staring sideways with everything green behind him. So I could take a part where it shows you, the green version of you, and then the green background, and I can make a cool ass freaking thumbnail from that. And I've been waiting for something for you because I found one that was cool for Mark, but we still need one for you.
Okay, use that. Use my grossly green screenshot.
Just
Mark
let me pull the scene picture later, and I'll show you, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It looks really cool from my perspective. From the way I just saw that looked really cool. Alright.
Okay, did you
that.
send? Did you? Yeah. So Mark sent the same thing here.
No, leave it right there. Now you see what I'm saying? We got a front view of you, and then we have a view of you right next to you in green, and the rest of the scene is green around you. That's freaking awesome, dude.
It's weird.
That's weird.
That is awesome. Now you can do whatever you want. I just want.
All right,
Now-
guys. I gotta break off for a few minutes. Gotta go pick up my daughter from school.
All right, I will see.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That was pretty cool. That was awesome. I can actually pull that up because I think that's gonna be good. That's gonna be a good photo.
It's not a bug, it's a feature thing. Jesus.
He's like, no, don't do it. I'm like, yes, do it. I mean, I pick up on that stuff. I mean, I love to edit, and when you that right there is pretty good footage. It might be out of the norm for a lot of people, but like thumbnail, when you're talking about thumbnails, and like pirate radio was talking about dank memes.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that is pretty good. So it is 10 p.m. tonight, right? It would be 10 p.m. my time.
It's 8 o'clock my time now, and I'm presuming that means 1400, so 2 o'clock your time.
2 o'clock. Well, on their hold up. Check your local times. It says 8 p.m. PST. Los Angeles, Vancouver. then it says 11 p.m. EST, New York, and for
Would that
me,
be 4 a.m. my time.
yeah.
No, I'm not going to be alive.
Yeah.
I've already done one day this week at that time.
No.
I've
We,
done 2 this week.
We have, oh my god, they're talking about Tokyo and Seoul is 12 o'clock at the next day.
Yeah. This is the issue. Because Jeffrey is based in
Korea.
South Korea, and I'm based in the UK. There's a massive time difference.
Well, I'm still gonna give you a plug because, and I know you guys are having a problem with that. Like Karma even mentioned that stuff, but
Oh, what do you
I mean, you guys are a major part in the stuff that we're doing here. You know what I mean? I meant it when I said it on the show the other day, man. I mean, you and Tan freaking are like the backbone of all this. Being honest, being honest is the truth. Because, like, I would have screwed it up at some point before now. I mean, we're going like 2 months now. Do you realize that? There's some episodes we have that's like 10 episodes.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I was looking at your YouTube channel last night, watching on YouTube. I think it was Odyssey channel. That's the way. And yeah, and I was just looking at some of the, or just counting up the number of streams that he's made. The number of videos.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you realize this is our 10th episode of the Round Table?
Okay.
The 10th. I was like, oh my gosh. And I have been doing the 8-hour blocks. I've been backing them up on YouTube so that we have them. And I'll bring them back on. But I'm debating on if I want to do it on Minds or if I want to do it on Rumble. You know, if I do it on Rumble, then I ain't gonna be able to do like the single episodes on Rumble. But at the same time,
you can do Rumble and then upload or link to that on Minds.
Yeah. Well, like the Round Table, for example, you know what I mean? I don't. Well, I'm talking about the 24/7 stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Just create a post on Minds and then reference the URL. I noticed yesterday, just have a quick preview of the Tech Talk video that you uploaded to YouTube. The screen resolution was 640 by 360p.
Yeah, I know. I've been noticing that too.
I just wondered.
And my settings specifically say, like, on the output. All right, I've got it set at freaking 1280 by 720. And then they even said that I needed to have the encoder at X264 instead of MP4 for Odyssey, so I adjusted that. The video itself is base canvas 1280 by 720, and then the output scale resolution is the same.
I presume you you have a quick review of the videos before you upload them. What resolution does it end up? What resolution does the original file end up to be?
Actually, that's a good call. I need to go and actually look at the file and see what it comes out as.
I'm just wondering if it's been modified on YouTube then, or if it's been modified during the transcoding.
It could be. Let me look at the resolution, because I've got got the files on my computer too. Details. It's 1920. Frame width. Frame height is 1080. Data rate is 4040 kbps. Total bit rate is 4225 kbps.
Well, in that case, it seems like it's been reduced in resolution. That's YouTube's end.
Well, see, that's what pisses me off too, and I should probably bring it up on here so that people on YouTube hear it too. Those little assholes that like to frickin' troll me, okay? And like they keep coming onto my comments talking about frickin', well, you know, it's frickin' the year 2021. There shouldn't be videos at frickin' 306. I'm like, dude, I don't frickin' record it at that rate. It's like, you know what I mean? Every video I make, I frickin' do it at 1920 by 1080, or I do it at 1270 by 720. So you do the math. I mean, how's it?
From the quick look I did yesterday, it doesn't. There's no major pixelization. There's no major lack of quality there. So
no, they're just bitching because it's a 760 pixels.
They're
You
just
know,
bitching because they want to bitch.
they want to get on there and hit a button that takes it up to 1080 pixels is what it is. You know.
Yeah.
And I've gone over those videos, and I mean, especially Dying Light. On there, you go and you can see frickin' flies flying in the air. And if it was down to 360, you're not gonna see that shit. You know what I mean? You're not gonna see frickin' flies frickin' swarming over frickin' dead zombie bodies. You know what I mean? It's just not gonna happen. So. And I pointed out to them, and they still freaking talk shit. So, I hate trolls. I hate trolls.
Yeah. Just part of the industry.
No, I blame it on Minecrafters. I do. I should have never put Minecraft on any of my freaking gaming streams. Ever. They're the worst internet gaming group on the internet.
Okay.
First of all, they freaking get on a game that is consisting of square blocks.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they want to freaking get on your videos and they want to talk about how shitty the resolution is. You know what I mean? Your main character on the game has a head the shape of a fucking cube. You know, shut up.
It's related by the nature of the game. Oh god, yeah.
And they do this stuff, and I'm like, it's horrible. And these aren't, you know, I joke around about getting in fights with like little 8-year-olds, but these aren't kids that are doing this. These are full-grown adults. You know, now that I ain't trying to be funny, I can actually say it. These are freaking full-grown adults talking about how bad the pixelation is on mine, or on my old Minecraft videos. That's going to be going into my pictures. You can't see my upload thing, can you?
I know I'm looking the one. I'm still looking at.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I can only see your avatar.
Alright, I have to be careful because I used that AI to freaking make Wonder Woman naked.
Okay.
I don't want that on there. Have you ever used that before? It's cool as hell.
I'm not in favor of. I'm not a person who will post NSFW.
I ain't posting them. Okay, trust me, I'm not posting them, but I did it. I am guilty of doing that. I had to see what Wonder Woman would look like naked. I don't think they have any Linda Carter naked pictures. Which, don't get me wrong, that's probably a bad thing, but I mean, you gotta. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously, the technology's there. Use it. You know, come on.
If I did that, I would never have time to actually do anything. I would just be reviewing different products all the time. I just wouldn't have any time to do anything.
Freaking, who was it? I can go in here and I'll look at those pictures and I'll make sure that they're not posted up on there first. Yeah. And it's amazing this AI stuff is, because like for my pictures I've got I forgot the name of her. Oh wow. Yeah, Wonder Woman. That's the only one I kept. There was another one. I forgot her name. She was an Italian actress back in the 70s. She played on freaking Planet of the Apes. She was. I forgot her name. She was real hot. I did her too. I wanted to see what she looked like naked. I forgot her name. Shit. I don't remember it. Mia Pete. No. She was also the older woman on frickin' Grumpy Old Men, the Italian chick that ended up getting married with oh shit. Now I'm forgetting American people's names. You remember the movie Grumpy Old Men, though, right? The two old men living next to one another, and they acted like they hated each other's guts, and they'd like pull pranks on one another.
Okay, I'm thinking of the Odd Pharaohs.
Well, actually, the guy that played on The Odd Couple. You remember The Odd Couples?
Yeah. I'm just thinking
the original movie for The Odd Couples. One of the guys that's on Grumpy Old Men played on there with it in the not the TV series but the movie.
Jack Lemmon and Wilson Matthew.
Yeah, Jack Lemmon. Now Jack Lemmon ended up marrying the Italian woman, and she's the one.
Bridget, what's her face?
I think the computer's looping because you're doing the same thing. That was a computer loop.
Yeah, I'm playing that. It's just good that we're definitely married to Catherine Stone or Felicia Farr.
It could have been Felicia. Hold up, I'll find her. I just don't want to be posting an AI picture of a naked chick on the internet.
Yeah.
Do a freaking visual comparison. Boy, that would freaking go viral real quick. Get me in trouble. Okay. Planet of the Apes would be the best one to go. Cast.
Yeah. It's one of the other of those two.
Let me see on IMDb.
Yeah, that would.
Helena Bowman Carter, maybe? Yeah.
No, he's only been married twice.
Oh wait, this is in 2001.
Okay.
Let me pick one that's 1968. Planet of the Apes. That's the one I need to go to.
Hmm.
And then come to cast. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Probably the person I'm thinking.
Now Kim Hunter wouldn't be. That's Dr. Zira. She was cool. She wasn't hot though. Let me see. There it is. Linda Harrison as
No,
Nova.
Yeah, he was married to.
Yeah. She was a hottie, but I don't think she was a freaking Italian one. Paul Lambert as Minister. Wow. They're putting everybody's name on there. That's not even the first series, is it? Wait, yeah, Minister was the.
Yeah. It was Yes Minister, and then it was followed up by Yes Prime Minister.
Yeah. Now he was the guy that freaking was standing up on the podium talking bad about humans and stuff, right? Back, right whenever Charlton Heston found out his partner had his throat freaking slit, not able to talk. Shut those humans up.
No,
Well, you don't want to talk
Brains
about.
mushy.
That kind of scary, isn't it? Now, let me see the cast of Grumpy Old Man cast. And this is actually a good movie. If you want to watch it, you should check it out, Mark. Just to let you know. Like, I know you're not big. Sorry. And Mark.
Okay, yeah, I may have already seen it.
Okay, so.
Okay, 1993, 1995. Is it right? I think in more 60s or 70s.
Now, Anne Margaret, I should have gotten a naked picture of her. That would have been cool. Everybody always played Daryl Hannah out like she was all that. I never really found her like super sexy or anything, you know what I mean? Like, and everybody made her out that way because she came out with mermaids. But, like, now Anne Margaret, on the other hand, she was boom. You remember her, don't you?
Not off the top of my head. See this. Okay, yes.
Yeah, she was a hottie. Well, you know, I'm probably wrong about this. I should probably type in Grumpy Old Men 2.
Yeah, 1993. No, 1995. The second version.
Is it? Oh, Grumpier Old Men. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. There she is. Alright, I seen her in the first. Yeah, Sophie Loren.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, now Sophie Moran. I got a naked picture of her.
In earlier days.
Yeah, back when she was young. I would never do it when she was on Grumpier Old Man, but like back when she was young, she was beautiful. She was probably one of the beautifulest women in Hollywood, to be honest with you. Next, her and Anne Margaret. They were one of those. Well, you know, I mean, they were famous during the time, but they just never was able to, you know, reach that plateau or cross that plateau.
Major career. Oh, actually, she's had a long history. Starting 1950 all the way up to 2021. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? She never got the recognition like Marilyn Monroe did or anything like that. And she was into acting for years and years.
No, she's won quite a few rewards. Things like the Venice Film Festival, Golden Globe Awards, BAFTA Awards.
All the men just wanted to see her naked. That was what it was. They're like, man, we need to see that Italian girl naked. Where's she? It's like today now everybody says that she was sexually exploited. They call a lot of the movies exploitation films. Like, man, when I was a little kid, frickin', they didn't call them exploitation films, you know. It was like we were talking about Benny Hills, you know. If you pay attention to Benny Hills, I honestly think Benny Hill could have. There's more of a chance he was homosexual than he was actually straight, you know, because he was around all those beautiful women, and he never disrespected any of them, not one time. I mean, like there was a certain amount of sex in or an element of sex, but it wasn't like him, you know, being the big stud. You know what I mean? I don't know if you ever watched any of his shows or not.
Well, being a Brit, being in the being a kid in the 80s, yeah. I'm well familiar with his material.
Yeah. Like, we had to wait up until late at night to watch Benny Hills because they always put it on at 12 o'clock midnight every night. And
it's like the prime times of the TV as far as we're concerned.
Wow.
Sort of a cultural phenomenon.
I really didn't know how old it was until like in the last let's say 10 years when I looked at a lot of the old footage on YouTube. Like Benny Hills, when you were mentioning that in chat, I mean he was out all the way back in the 50s.
Yeah.
He started out in the 50s until he passed away.
Yeah.
I mean, that was in the early 90s.
Yeah. I did mention these. Gave a summary of his career. I think what's your looking at? I don't know. I can find it. So much comments since then. But yeah, a really long career.
Let me see. I got a naked picture of her. I just found it. I should probably get rid of those. What do you think about that small Greek wiener post that I made? Do you think that was
I actually was thinking at the time. Funny enough, you stuff in generals. I was thinking at the time it could constitute as an NSFW post, but I remember I helped in support ticket for it in 2018 in relation to another help support tickets that one of the staff members we're talking about genitalia being NSFW. So I pointed out would the statue of David in France, in Italy, would constitute as a NSFW post. And I think it was Nick, the chief administrator, stated that that this could be because it's a famous art not be constituted as an NSFW. So I further pushed the point, asking what technically constitutes as NSFW within this context and what doesn't. And I had a long discussion about that. Well, not with him. He sort of replied to my further replies, but I had a long conversation with a few other members about that.
We should probably make that a part of the discussion on one of our episodes. That'd be kind of cool to talk about.
I'll find the post. I don't know where I can find it.
Name it small Greek wieners.
Based upon that original 2018 post, I decided to say, well, it's valid, and therefore I didn't delete it from generals.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I did post that, so I didn't think about it until afterwards. That's why I figured I'd bring it up.
Yeah. I did actually consider about should I not allow it, but yeah.
There was a reason why I asked, because I had a feeling. I was like, no, I should have ran this by Mark, because I don't know. Like, that is a controversial thing, though, because, like, what is art and what is porn, you know?
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to.
What is art?
Well, I mean, look at his package, though. I mean, he should be ashamed that he's even a Greek. You know, Greek men freaking don't show that kind of crap. I mean, it's like a real Greek man's big about bragging about how big his genitalia is. You know what I mean? If you've been around Greek people, you know that a Greek man will always brag about how big his shit is. You know what I mean? And you turn around and put freaking David out there and he's got a little wiener. You know? Come on, dude. Seriously. Like, and it's Greek. It's not Roman, is it? It's Greek, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Greek.
You know? I think that's weird. Especially when it comes to Greek. Like, a Greek man would never freaking make a wiener on a statue that small.
So, post the reference there rather than in your
Alright.
So you can actually look at the original conversation that I had.
Let me see if I can get in there. I gotta figure out where it is. There we go.
I posted it in Jitsy's chat rather than.
Oh, and okay, gotcha.
Yeah, just easier for me.
There we go. I can actually post that up on my thing too.
Oh, I can do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Just to get some context of for some for other people. Just wondering if I can find your original image in your ring. So I yourself for people will be looking at it and wondering what the hell we're talking about.
I think people have given up on trying to figure out what we're talking about in here. That's just being honest, man.
Yeah.
Alright, I am gonna go get me a quick break and come back here because if everything goes according to plan, 3 o'clock is gonna be here in like 20 minutes, 22 minutes, something like that. So I'll be right back.
Hi. And
Hello,
Tan,
Tan.
you need to do an interview with him as well too.
He
Like, oh,
he's shifty. Tan's real shifty. He's been able to avoid it. So
what's up with you? We need to get you in on the interview, man. What do you mean? No interview?
How am I 50?
He
Because you don't come do the interview.
no he's
Well, that's your interview, comma. So I wanna.
No. Come do your own interview with me. Like, we want you to do an interview.
Oh, you mean in Rogers? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Tell me
He
what.
said yes. There you go. You're gonna have
See,
to kill him.
he's got a good story to tell too because he was talking about like
Yeah. I'll
Like-
tell you my refugee story.
yeah.
Wait, what?
No,
That's so
seriously,
cool.
that's that
Yeah,
right
That's
there.
really cool. What do you mean you're not? We
And to
should've
be
met him
honest,
a long
Tan,
time ago.
I'm
be
a
honest-
former refugee, man.
That's so neat.
Not just
Yeah.
that, but see, and this is just
Communist.
my opinion.
Refugee of communism.
This is just my opinion, though. But you should actually start it before you were born and talk about your dad coming.
Oh, right. Yes.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
And how you met your wife, because I enjoyed that story. Like,
no,
that
we're
was
past that.
No, what?
he's like
Get
enough
past
of that.
Enough of
I'm
that.
just saying that you're so neat. Like, I
You got
don't
one.
know. You are
You got one chance at that, and that was it.
one love story.
was-
One love story per go round. After that,
That
it's,
was it.
but it was
That was
pretty
it.
romantic. I don't know. I thought it was romantic, Skyping all night. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, right.
That's cute.
Kind of weird, but isn't that the isn't it like the internet age?
Yeah, I was about to say, you said weird. I'm like, everyone does that now. I'm the weird
Yeah.
one because I'm expecting Prince Charming to like come show up at the door and say, "Hey, you lost this glass slipper years ago." I'm like, really? I don't even remember going to a ball. Does it fit? Oh, absolutely, it does. It's like, how you gonna meet a guy and you never go out and you go out and you're with your kids all the time, always in full mom mode? Or it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I think your story is romantic, especially how it happened. Because it was so accidental, and she's your wife, and it's just like, oh my god, I don't know. That's cute. That's romantic.
Yeah, serendipitous. But
Now-
you might get your chance to
Yeah.
your Prince Charming when you get to Disney.
How do you unhide yourself?
They all
now?
go with their Prince Charming, Lucky. They all go there, and they take their pictures in front of the castle. I was a kid, so there was no such thing as a Prince Charming. And then as an adult, I was married. I'm not gonna say I was with my Prince Charming, but I was married, so it wasn't even a thing. And then, like I said, I just reconnected and rekindled my love for Disney today. So hopefully,
Oh,
next time I
there
go,
we go.
I'll be messing with the wrong Prince Charming. Like, that is my Prince Charming. Oh,
yeah.
Uh,
That's right in front of the.
we can all be
Castle.
princesses, ladies. Calm down. No fighting now. Just okay.
Yeah.
so
What were you
Disney,
saying, Georgia?
Disney. Well, I was trying to figure out how to unhide myself. I had a problem. Now Disney
Yeah.
Magic Zach's still here with us after that
I am,
interview.
I am.
So
Hello, hello.
Zach.
introduce him to you. Now,
Yes, he's going to allow us to continuously drive him crazy until we give him that exact reason why he'll never be back again. He's kind of getting his list together, but he's thinking
No.
this is gonna be-
I've checked my phone after the interview and I've still got more messages to reply to. So I'm it never ends. Oh my god.
I can really
Now,
imagine. I sat
just-
here for 2
I
hours.
think Zach's sticking around because curious to see the dildo.
yeah. Oh, don't.
I'm
Yeah.
not-
We had to be
He
careful.
started it. Tan, you're supposed to be the one that tells us that type of stuff is inappropriate for these type of meetings.
Yeah. See, I was getting ready to say that. Like, Zach, out of the you met the first responsible person on here, and that was Mark. And this is Tan. This is the second responsible
You not
person.
let them fool you. Mark will tell you about him and his fish pies, and then it's actual food. It's not actual food. Yeah.
We have our own. We each have our own dark side.
Yeah.
Welcome to it, you know.
Everyone needs a dark side. Come on now.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah.
it's just so funny.
Life
though.
wouldn't be fun without one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark
And-
is so serious though, and we're just horrible people because we're not letting him get that go. Like he'll just be like, no, and he's just so straightforward and so no. It's actual food, and he's just answering the real question.
Actual
And
fish
here
pie.
I am like, yeah, sure, it's a pussy pie. Mark, you have a pussy pie? No, it didn't.
I wasn't there for that.
Yeah. It was something.
He's like telling me no. He's like, no, because I guess he came early last week, and then you came late, and I asked him. Yeah, and I asked him because I was like, yo, is that a pussy pie? I was like, well, I thought it was a pussy pie.
And that's why he left late again.
He's like,
Why he left early
oh,
again.
hell no.
He's like, it's no food.
Hell
I was like, yeah,
no.
you and Do Better. You and Do Better keep saying this because right after, then Do Better got on here, and he was just like, well, actually, it's time for me to go eat as well. I'm like, what are y'all insinuating? Like, why is everyone so hungry all of a sudden?
Well, he wanted a
I
fish.
went to the buffet.
He wanted a fish sandwich too, though. That's
No,
the.
he was saying he prefers the buffet. He's like, I could go for a fish sandwich, but I
Oh,
prefer the
yeah.
buffet. Oh,
That's
boy, go
right.
eat the booty like groceries.
That's right. I forgot all about the buffet. He wanted-
You remember? Nah, he was like,
I can't believe I forgot about the buffet.
See,
Yeah, I
he's like,
missed the
okay, so
buffet.
this is what they mean. We should press
You guys
record
did bring it up
because-
Oh, I've got it. I'm on it. What I'm gonna have to do is Well, actually, it's a good question. On your interview, do you want me to just go ahead and edit it to the point where you guys say goodbye?
Yeah.
No, I want you to
Yeah.
do the part where he's like, when I asked you, are we still recording? Like, no, that's literally
Okay.
Like, that's like that. Especially if you like, I don't know, because I guess I'll be thinking about like music albums. It's not a music album. It's definitely a record. But it just sounds dope. Like, I can.
That's okay,
Like, are we
yeah.
still recording? And
You
then
can
it's like,
edit it,
then
right?
That's when the song
Yeah.
starts. Like,
Yeah,
So,
you can edit it up. We're not live.
I've got this one right now, which is starting, and then I got the beginning before the interview, so I can put that together to a full video before I post it. And that shouldn't take very long. The long ones that get me on Blender is when I have to do the 8-hour block. So like I could have that done and ready in maybe 2-3 hours. But if you guys,
Two, 3 hours. How long does Blender takes to process a video?
Blender, if I render out a video, I have to put it on there.
That
then
was
I
just a 2-hour video, right?
right. 8 hours. An 8-hour one will take me almost 2.5 days.
What in the world? Have
Well,
you tried Resolve? It seems
Well,
sounds like Resolve.
I do it.
faster
I do it
than
in the
Blender.
highest quality now. See, everybody used to bitch at me because I would do it in low quality.
Oh, I see. You like 4K?
Yeah. And then Rapid started bitching at me, and then he challenged me because all of a sudden he thinks freaking After Effects is just so much better than freaking Blender. So I had to prove him wrong.
Oh, okay.
And in the
Did you?
process, yes, I did. Blender is just as good, and it's $250 cheaper.
I
Oh,
use
yeah.
I use DaVinci Resolve. Like I use I use the free version, but that software is just insanely good. It's like high quality for free.
Yep.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah,
Got so many
DaVinci
features.
Resolve is what it's called.
yeah. But see,
The Power Director.
there's only one difference between DaVinci Resolve and Blender. I can do the graphics. I can do CGI with
Oh yeah,
Blender.
Oh, really? Did you talk about that in one of your videos?
I got caught up in all the cool stuff, like this right here, you know what I mean? And then when when we evolved into Tech Talk, man, I mean, freaking, I'm like, but I did get the basics set down for my buddy that needed help with his editing. I'm wanting to help out. Well, Zach knows him. Darker Things.
Oh yeah. Nice. Yeah, Doug. Good old Doug.
Yeah.
He's a solid lad, Doug. I like Doug.
He.
Apologize. You said solid lad. I just wasn't gonna like nah.
Yeah. You need to be careful. She gets stimulated. She's.
Oh, you know what's stimulated.
Oh gosh.
No, really, it's something about those accents. I don't know. I mean, there's like the talk. Can you say
something
solid,
about the English
can you
or
say
the Aussie accent?
lingo?
See,
That's triggering you, eh?
man.
Can I say what?
The solid lad. Can you say solid lad paid you £40?
Yeah,
That's
just
solid lad
paid.
A solid lad paid me £40.
Damn. See, this is what you didn't see in the interview. Okay.
Oh my goodness! I hope
That's right.
Again,
This
so
is the real fun stuff.
Cara, you've just reminded me of a meme. Have you ever seen The Office where Idris Elba was?
movie.
I am aware of the effects I have on women.
I can imagine you're gonna go to the corner store now and just be like, you know that lad owes me £50. She's like, okay.
Thing is though, it doesn't work over here. It doesn't work over here with the ladies at all.
Yeah, but see,
there's women that scream for me, ladies.
you gotta understand though, it's the opposite effect for us Americans when it comes to the women, and like men from America love freaking those English accents, as long as it's not like really rancid, you know what I mean? But like the
like the Scouse accent.
well, kind of, yeah. Even then though,
Liverpool.
like the
Liverpool accent is. Oh, I mean.
Yeah.
My favourite accent is the Irish. Oh, give me an Irish accent any day of the week.
An Irish woman, yeah.
Irish
They
woman.
got a pretty good accent. Like,
Yeah.
You know, I
it's just
think
amazing.
outside of the States, everybody likes the English accent better.
Yeah.
I don't
Just
know,
something.
but it's just like
Just the way we
word that you
pronounce words, I
say.
think. Yeah.
Yep.
I wish I could get an American man to talk about the lad. You know what I mean? You say that. Let's talk about what it's like. What's that in my
Why
ear?
would what would it mean if an American?
It wouldn't.
I mean, if he says it with the British accent,
It wouldn't mean anything.
It would mean.
Oh
I mean,
my
you would have
God.
to import an English dude for it to actually be good. I mean, because you'd know
Right.
it's fake.
Right.
Yeah, but see, I don't know.
I love how you structured that. Just import an English dude. It's for like fucking disposable.
Thank you. New man uploading. Hey, man, cheerio. Jesus Christ, Lord of mercy. I love it. I'm sitting here like I hope you have to say something off the wall again. Between the lad and the pounds, I don't know. I think I've lost it all.
And this is why, Cam, you should watch some videos of mine, because sometimes I do go actual like proper British.
Do you say about can you call me mad or call me I'm going mad? Tell me I'm going mad. Tell me I'm going mad.
Oh, dude. Yeah, do it. Say the mad.
Tell me I've gone mad.
He says
Thomas
that
gone
all
mad.
the time. Let me shut up and do it again.
Yeah, do it again. Your Illinois accent, I want to hear it.
How can you do it, right?
No, I've got to be quiet so he can say it. Like,
Oh, right.
I've gone absolutely
I thought you
mad.
recorded his. You recorded his voice and just playing it back.
Yeah, he didn't even twerk for me, so the least he could do is tell me I've gone mad.
he's going mad.
She's gone mad.
didn't even say it. You didn't even say it with your accent. How do you say? Go bloody mad. Say it like that. Like like angry, angry British man.
Anger. I'm at the brink. An angry British man. Oh God. Okay, this is not in my repertoire, but okay.
I know, because you're Disney. Hold on, let's pretend that the ride is closed and you stood in line and you get to the front and it's closed now. Get angry.
Wait, okay, well,
You put pressure on him now. It won't be
Welcome to the round table.
Oh, they're bloody mad.
oh bloody hell, she's gone mad.
Well,
That's what it is.
yes, gone mad.
Now everybody's gonna try to talk English. Everybody's gonna talk English now. Try to.
Everybody's gonna make English.
It's gonna be like a trend now, you know. How are you doing, laddie?
Tea, do you like some crumpets in your tea? Oh, bloody hell. Oh, bloody hell, they've all gone mad. Oh, you just make my day. Like, oh my God. You was just like, oh my God.
Nah, so, let, as an Englishman, let me put this out here. We don't all sound like that, okay?
Okay.
We have different, we have different dialects. We have the Scottish, which is like very rash and I don't know if I can do a Scottish. Let me see if I can do a Scottish accent. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm gonna mute myself. Let me.
Okay.
I'm gonna practice.
Look,
and then look at me like, yes, do it. I just like fall into the camera, like, yes, Scottish, yes.
what kind of accent is Mark? Yeah.
Mark is.
He's English.
He's English.
No.
Whale.
He's
I
Wales.
can't. No, I can't. Can't do a Scottish accent. I can't. I've tried to do it. I can't do it.
That's
But you got
fine.
Let me
Scottish.
hear how you
And then
did it. Like, how do you know you can't do it? You don't know
I
what it
can't.
sound like.
Whoa. You gotta remember, we've got rapid glitch.
Wouldn't it sound like something like Sean Connery?
Rapid is Scottish. Yeah, rapid Scottish.
Yeah, he's coming tomorrow.
Rapid
Yeah.
does the.
No.
I'm just gonna
Scottish.
have to.
And then you move down. I'm from the northwest, so I'm from Manchester. So I'm like a proper northern Manc. Yeah.
Yes.
So like
You're like
I'm
a what? You're a who?
a proper northern Manc. Yeah.
See? You just.
So
Okay.
I'm
If you
from
say
like
so.
the north. I'm from like the northwest, right? And then you go down. You've got London. You've got like your southern. You've got like
That's
your
Mark.
Yeah.
no. What? So and then you've got Wales, which is like to the left, which is like so in the UK you've got like 3 countries in one. 4 countries if you include the Republic of Ireland. So
Even when you say countries, it's just like, yeah, right. You got that too. Countries.
Countries.
Just
Not
the
that
way you
big,
enunciate it. It's sad that proper
no,
English
it's
is
we're tiny. We're an
my-
island, but because we're so small, we have like
Yeah.
so many
Yeah, 3
places.
countries in that.
But so I'm from a place called Manchester, but then from Manchester you've got like inside Manchester you've got like Bolton, you've got who don't talk like a Manc, they go Bolton, they talk like that. They've got a bit of a stronger accent, and
They
then
sound
you've got
like gangsters.
That's like central.
no. If you want gangsters, you go down to London. A white governor, a white.
Yeah.
That's like yourself, and that's like where Rob's from, Roger.
Yeah.
Rob's from like
Roger.
south, like London.
Okay.
Sugar Gob.
Okay.
Let's turn this segment into learning to speak English dialect.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, seriously.
No, just leave it at learn to speak English. Bunch of-
right.
don't even say dialect. You know what I mean? Just learn to speak English.
Learning to speak English. Like,
Let me put the map of the United Kingdom on, and then,
That's funny. It's funny.
as Zach is speaking, so he's Manchester, so he's over here.
I'm here. Yes.
Oh,
so,
did you put it on here? Let me see.
Yeah, so Manchester's like one of the biggest towns in the UK. I'm about 20 minutes away from Manchester itself. So
That's like you thinking Disney's in Orlando because I'm not thinking you know better, but saying yeah in Orlando, and it's just like
Yeah.
we're like 20 minutes out. Everyone though, Disney
Yeah,
World's
yeah.
in Orlando. You can't tell them it's not.
Now, see, that's the thing that, I know pretty much the region in there, and like where you're at,
Yeah.
there's so much cool shit there, like monoliths and stuff like
oh
that.
yeah, 100%. And that's one thing about like Manchester and just England in general. Like it's so full of like history. It's
Alright.
like in Manchester we've got the cathedral, we've got Manchester Cathedral, we've got Cheltenham School of Music, we've got St John's Library or something like this. It's one of the states.
You got Liverpool. I mean, shit,
We've got Liverpool, home of the Beatles, the Cavern Club. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Manchester is home to one of the biggest like UK Britpop bands in like UK called Oasis.
Oasis, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the
Liam
enunciation.
and Noel Gallagher. Liam and Noel Gallagher,
oh.
like they lived over the other side of Manchester. They lived up Bradshaw way. Like that's literally like 40 minutes away from where I live now. Like it's
I
crazy.
say literally that, and I that's crazy because I don't know anything about being British or anything, but I said like literally is just does not sound right to me even saying it. I might get lazy on something, but usually it's literally like no matter what, it's literally like
Literally.
literally.
We're lazy with our pronunciation. We just miss letters out for the sake of it.
You say lazy.
hell.
I feel like
Don't-
you enunciate
don't even
so
say
much
that.
better
I've-
than
I've had to
I
deal
with-
every-
I've had
we-
to deal
we-
with rapid.
Rapid's another level. Scottish is just another level, man. I swear, it's crazy. Like us English, we just fucking rap on them, but like we actually do. But where I'm based at, like we don't pronounce people don't pronounce the H's, so
The who?
like
The
we don't
H's.
pronounce our H's like our H, like letter H.
What? You mean
So-
the letter who?
The
H.
letter
Oh my
H,
God.
the letter H.
H,
So
it's an
He
it's
said
an H,
H.
right?
yeah,
Can
H.
you not say that? You have to. You don't pronounce what letters? Oh my God. The letter H.
H.
Yeah. So, all right. Let me give you a
Like
prime
Q.
example. Let me give you a prime example of like a stereotypical like sentence that you would not use it. I'm gonna go to me house.
Oh wow. Me out.
That's
No.
Manchester?
That's
Yeah.
Manchester. I'm gonna go to me house. I'm gonna go see
Okay.
me mum at me house. I'm
At
gonna go
me
see me mum
house.
at me house. Me house. Yeah.
Me
We don't say
out.
my. You don't. If I was to a proper man,
Me-
you wouldn't. You don't.
me
We don't
house.
say. We don't say my. We say me. I'm gonna go see me mum at me
Okay.
house.
Now
Right.
I have to ask you something that's really important. Like on that map right there.
Yeah.
Okay, now I've heard that all the chicks in Sheffield are hot. Is that true?
I mean, it
Right,
depends
yeah.
what part of Sheffield and what time of day you go, mate.
So at nighttime.
maybe
At nighttime,
you
I
shouldn't
get
go
drinks
there
now.
at night.
In the park?
That could be a quick answer. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like, well,
Could
it
be.
depends on what time you go there. I might as well go at night, and you go there and they're all butterface. You know what I mean?
No, but you don't know because you've been drinking, so they all look like.
Right.
You know?
So, all right, Tan, do me a favor. Pull your map diagonally up, like straight up from where you are now.
Diag.
Straight
You
up,
wanna-
okay.
you want- yeah, so you want to find a place called Newcastle. It's right there,
Okay.
like just under your cursor there.
Horizontally or?
No, just like
Up near
no,
the coast.
sorry, up this way here. Like right side, right coast, right west coast, east coast.
Yeah.
East Coast, okay.
Yeah. So up there, Newcastle is Geordie Town.
You
What
guys
does that
see
mean?
Newcastle? I don't see it yet.
So
Go
Geordie
up a little
Town, is
bit.
that what you call hot
Geordie
girls?
Town.
Scroll up a
No,
little
Geordie
bit.
Town. Geordie's
Oh, I
is
see
where.
Newcastle right here.
Yes. So Newcastle is
upon
what.
Tyne.
Newcastle upon Tyne. So Newcastle is home to the Geordies, right?
What
so
are
they,
Geordies?
it's just an accent dialect, and they go, "Why ain't man? All right."
Isn't that one of the guys from Star Trek?
I thought he was talking about like hot chicks. That's what they call them there.
No.
All the Jordans live in
We call
Newcastle.
we call girls over here. If you want to be proper, we call them birds.
Whoa.
Oh, birds. Okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
What's
Whoa,
the birdie?
man. No, man.
Yeah.
And in the States, birds is completely
I
different.
personally
Bird
do.
over
I
here.
don't. But no, that's
Yeah,
no, we
right.
don't do
You
that.
know you call it. I look
No.
at a bird over there. My jaws are like, oh my gosh, stop laughing for 10 seconds.
Alright, what's next? What's next? Alright.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
but
come
Newcastle-
on. Don't go. We got the interesting stuff going. Don't smoke,
I'll literally be right back.
No, he has to go do something. He's not
No, but-
smoking. Probably
No, but Newcastle's another great town. To be fair, I've got some family up there and some friends that live up that way, so it's all good. They're so it's a good town up there. It's good atmosphere.
Is the majority of your family still there, or do you have any family in the States?
Oh no. I mean, I don't have much family over here. It's more like they're not really family. They're more like family friends. You know how you call like your mum's best friends, like auntie and uncle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my uncle, two of my uncles live up there. They're in Newcastle. One of my aunties is from London. She's from she lives up here now, but she's from London. In terms of family in the States, I've got family all over the States. To be fair, more or less in Florida, up Tallahassee way.
Nice.
But my family originates from New York. My granddad was the youngest of 9 in upstate New York in a place called Horseheads, New York. So my family my American family originates from the States, from New York, and they all they all live over the state. They all live over from I think in literally bar 2 states, I've got family in every single state. So
Wow, so you have a big family.
I have there's over 300, 400 cousins that I have.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah.
And are you aware of them? Like you can communicate with them and stuff like that?
Yeah, we talk to them we talk a lot through Facebook and stuff like that, and just have a chat and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very, very cool. There's 2 that I speak in particular to more than the others. 2 of the cousins that are roughly the same age as me. I think they're a couple years older than me, but they're the ones that we keep we're the closest because we're of similar age, and obviously they live. It's easier to talk to them on time zones and stuff rather than talking to the ones in on the west coast of Oregon or whatever. So
Is this,
but, yeah.
do any of them share your passion for Disney?
Yeah, look, to be fair, a lot. Both the ones that I talk to the most do. To be fair, yeah.
That's amazing.
Which is cool.
Alright,
They get down to the parks a little bit, so it's all fun. It's all good.
So
Yeah.
England is just a little piece down here.
Yeah, England's the middle bit,
You-
and then Scotland's the top.
When you were in Newcastle, is this still part of England?
Yeah, it's part of England. Yeah, the border of Scotland and England is a place called Carlisle. That's the last English town That's the last town of Britain before you head into Scotland.
Okay,
That's
is that
lit-
north or further north off of Edinburgh?
No, Edinburgh's Scotland. So you want to be
Oh, Edinburgh is Scotland.
yeah.
So it's somewhere a little bit above here.
Yeah, it's. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. It's can't see
Okay.
anything.
So here's Newcastle.
Yeah, so Newcastle's up. Go a little bit further up.
Okay.
Should be round about this area. The thing with Scotland is it's very vast. It's very there's
no clear border.
Yeah, there isn't a clear border. You're literally in one and then you're in the other. There's literally a sign that says, "Hi, welcome to Scotland."
Now, there's something I do have to ask about a lot of that. Like, old John. Now,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, John.
now
UK as well.
he's real particular about not calling him English. Like, he's from Wales. Is that like
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah,
common
very
thing in England where
Wait,
like
it's
if
South?
Yeah, that's a common thing. Yeah. So if you're Welsh, you're from Wales. Like, you're from Wales. If you're Scottish, you're from Scotland. If you're Irish, you're from Ireland. If you're English, you're from England. You're very, very particular with who
his way
who you are and
in
everything.
the West.
Yeah.
In the West. Yeah.
see, and I was
Yeah.
always wondering that because like he's real particular about it. Like you don't call him English. I'm Welsh.
No.
Right.
No.
Right,
Yeah.
because he's not, right? The different country
Yeah.
in the United
It's different
Kingdom.
countries. Yeah. So Wales is split up into two parts. You got North Wales and South Wales. It's two kind of
Okay.
two kind of it's the same country, but they're different. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like Wales, south of Wales is more countryside and more like little villages. Your North Wales is more like your big cities.
Yeah.
Your only big city that I believe is down in is Cardiff, which is the capital. But everything else is up north, I think. Like
So
for your
that-
big cities and stuff like that.
So in other words, like South Wales would be the Shire.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of
Pretty
cool.
much, yeah. But then again, Wales is kind of like in Scotland as well, where it's just vast. Like there's just miles and miles of road with just nothing. Like here in like the UK where I am, and if you can go further up to places where there's like hardly anything, but it's only for a couple of miles. But from where I am, like I'm like outside of the city, there's like everything around you all the time. So
Yeah.
Like in the country, farmland kind of? Or
yeah, kind of like farmland, just empty like greenery, just literally fields and fields of like. Some of it can be farmland, some of it can just be like unclaimed land, I think.
I'm curious about another thing too, and it's the rock or the stone.
Stonehenge.
Stonehenge?
No, the stone fencing that's usually ran across the fields in squares.
Oh yeah, okay.
Now, are those actually walls that they put up over the top of the landlines? They used to have the old pagan landlines.
Yeah, some of it was. Yeah, some of it was. Some of it's from medieval times as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. The ones that have been there for like absolute like hundreds of years are still there to this day. To be fair, some of them are still used to like separate farmland and things like that. Some little villages, some little villages actually still use it as like, use it as like building materials for like the the little village town centers and things like that. So
Yeah. See, and that's what's always fascinated me because it's like they're everywhere, all over England. I mean, it's all over Britain, I should say.
Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. It's just like England's just full of so much. Oh, Alnwick Castle, that place you was just hovering over. That's the courtyard for the Harry Potter movies.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, the courtyard was filmed there, like the outdoor bit and the, that long pathway where they always studied. That's where that was filmed for the Harry Potter films.
I think you can pop out those pictures. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's so neat.
See, the graveyard is what fascinates me. In England, England has the coolest freaking graveyards. I mean, seriously, they do.
Graveyards are cooler than we give them credit for in the first place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they
I
are.
went.
Scared of them. I slept in the graveyard this one time, and it was like the most but it was like the most relaxing sleep I've ever gotten. I felt.
Why would
I
you
bet it
sleep
could-
in the graveyard? Come on.
You guys don't really.
Nah, that sounds fun.
True. Okay. It was, but the reason wasn't. So this is the story no one likes to hear. But because when I first lost y'all, whatever. I always would attempt to channel death because, like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it was one of those things. And like my ex-husband, he was like livid because I'm like, we're sleeping here tonight, and he's like, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm like, yes, we're sleeping here. So there was, and it was like they let you in, and there was this tree, it was a huge tree, and all the graves and stuff were around, but this is really nice tree, and it's like, I don't want to, maybe it is a weeping willow now that I think about it, because I think they all are with the white that comes down, but I didn't know back then it was a weeping willow. And I slept, and it felt so good. And Tan is like, "What the freak is wrong with you? Why would you sleep in the graveyard?" But it's like I used to be terrified of stuff like that, like absolutely terrified. And like ever since, I guess when you lose people close to you, you get less terrified. And so that's kind of how it happened. And like, yeah, I'd do it again. Like now, I'm so happy to ride by a graveyard. Before, I used to be so like, oh gosh, the dead, oh my goodness. And it's crazy because like your left side is your receiving side. So I love for the graveyard or anything to deal with death to be on my left side. And it's like, because I see death as a rebirth more than I see it as a finite destination type thing. And so I don't know, but sleeping in the graveyard is pretty freaking lit actually.
But did anything happen to you that night?
Nothing out of the normal, out of the ordinary. I've been crazy. I mean,
You didn't channel any death person?
no, Michael Jackson didn't come out and he didn't do the Thriller dance for me. And we didn't have a monster
No
mash
moonwalking?
or anything like that. Nah, we didn't do it on Halloween though. Like that's the only day I would definitely know. You would have to pay me to do that type of thing. But
You
any
can't.
364 days.
You
I'm
just
there.
can't freaking see famous people. You know that, right? Like that's got to be scheduled in a proper.
I wish that was.
Yeah, book it.
They just pull up. They just pull up and they
Like-
tell me what happened to them, and I'm
Nah,
like,
come on now. It's all about
American-
Cameo nowadays.
American-
Just stick your phone in a graveyard.
Look,
Oh,
I'm telling
don't
you,
bring-
that's how you wanna
Don't bring the
be America's number
cameo.
one.
A cameo ghost. A cameo appearance.
Wait, it's like candy. Where's the candy?
15 minutes late, of course. You know.
And so why what's special about Halloween that you would not do it?
Okay, so the 1st of November is considered to be the Day of the Dead, but into the night before is Halloween, Mischief Night. We say it's the 30th, but it's really the 31st is technically Mischief Night. People celebrate the Day of the Dead, quote unquote, Halloween on the 31st, even though it's technically really May 1st. Like, that's when people, humans that are still alive, would cause the most mischief. So they would attempt to kind of, like, they like to make a name for. I love dead people. Dead people are very, very, they're influential. Not only that, they're educational. You can learn a lot from them. They'll tell you, they're very knowledgeable and they're insightful. You can learn a lot about the future and things that have happened before when you're able to engage with them. But humans have points to prove still. So once you're dead, you don't really have points to prove anymore. But humans, they have this whole ego thing. So if they see someone sleeping in the graveyard, it'll be like, oh, I'm gonna steal your fate. Grr. You know, they want to be extra with it. And also too, I don't think that proper people would let you just because of knowing the type of stuff. Like, you're not allowed, you know, it's illegal to dig up graves, deface graves and stuff. I don't even think they would let you, to be completely honest. But that day, which is so random, because I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. But I literally, like I said, I slept under a tree. He slept in a car. He was freaked out. I didn't want to sleep in a car. I wanted to sleep in the grave. Like, I wanted to sleep in the graveyard.
Wow.
Like,
So you
yeah.
slept there by
He's
yourself?
and he's like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Now,
So.
have you ever heard of Sam Hain?
Mhm. Yeah, I remember him waking me up like, come on, man, let's go. Like,
Oh,
you
wow.
done here? Like, let's go. What's wrong with you?
Forgot to
Saying, like, yeah, I
unmute.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, I worry.
Yeah. Karma, have you ever
I
heard?
worry.
Have you ever heard of Sam Hain?
Mm-mm.
You've never heard of Sam Hain? Halloween?
No.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean? Like, this is Halloween. This is Halloween. Like,
No, Sam Hain in the, I believe it was the Irish. They worship Sam Hain. But you might know about that, Disney. Is that you?
I'm trying to think. Like, the name sounds very familiar.
damn
Sam-
Hank. I've
Sam
never.
Hain was like an evil demon that was living in the mountains, and if you didn't put offerings out on your porch for him, then bad things would happen to you.
Trick or treat.
Yeah.
You mean this guy?
Sam Hain. Sam
Stop
Hain.
it. Stop.
Hanes.
The one in the middle looks like he's the problem. He looks like he means business. And he means business.
He's some seriously bad things.
Look at her.
it's
Imagine
this-
if you
this
get her
dude.
up the
It's
top.
this dude.
The cute, pretty blonde with the smile.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the evil one killing everybody.
He's like Jason in.
Give me three so all you can have.
Let me see if I can pull something up. Oh man. Now you guys got me.
I don't do the whole Halloween. Like I don't do the worshiping of the dead, but I like dead people. Like, cause like now they'll walk around the house, like the old house I used to live in. There were so many dead people. Like there's so many spirits all the time. I told you, I'm like, man, these spirits are just like walking around here. And I'd be on your show telling me that, and you're like, and you just keep going.
Okay,
like,
Sam Hain. SAMHAIN, and that's the same word.
One word or
Yeah, same word. HAIN.
one word?
Yeah, one word. No split.
That's weird.
Yeah, there you go. Look at
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh.
that. Now Sam Hain, you just seen that's the pagan rituals that they do.
This is Sam Hain.
Yeah, that's a part of
Looks
the
like
rituals.
The thorn of crowns that
Looks like Jesus.
Well, you guys got real big response over that stuff that happened over Burning Man, but what they do at the freaking what was it again? I keep forgetting the name. It's where they had the monoliths over there in England. The circle.
Stonehenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now these pagans, they get together there, and it's like freaking naked sex, wild party, everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's pagans for you.
they don't worry about all that. Like they're real touchy about not having kids around. Don't get me wrong, but when they're there, they're worse than people at Woodstock. They'll have sex right there on the ground.
What?
Yeah. There's some seriously hardcore pagans there.
That's
like Woodstock then.
Woodstock was cool because like the second one, it was all muddy, man. So they didn't care. They were all muddy and having sex in the mud and stuff, getting
That's
leeches.
kind of hot, but we're not gonna go here or there.
Yeah.
You don't think that's kind of hot?
Don't get Carmen started.
I know, but it's like I can imagine. Like
She's
taking a-
already
I've
started.
never had. Like I've never done that in a pool. I think I heard girls and that's what I said, but I've never done that in a pool, like in water. Like that's one of my fantasies. I could imagine mud though, because mud feels good to play with, and like you had a mud bath before. Oh man, but you got to put it in before you get inside. If not, I could only imagine. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but like the water is definitely water, mud. Not snow. That's too cold. That's too cold. Quicksand. Oh my gosh, quicksand probably would be dope, and that's a great adrenaline because you're like almost about to die at the same time.
She's on fire.
Quicksand, would you? Like, yeah.
You want to get those stuff inside your body?
Quicksand.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll build like an immunity? Like Spider-Man got bit by a spider and was immune to spider bites. So I mean, like,
Well, not
I bet
if you
you
have,
still
Mr.
get
Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum, 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 bum.
I would
oh,
see.
man. And I'll be in everyone's dream for the rest of their life. I keep dreaming about this girl, guy. No, she just stands there and stares at me smiling. You don't know.
Let
You
me
heard of the shining, now you.
let me mention something about that Spider-Man thing too. By the way, everybody always uses Spider-Man as an example. Okay, they're saying that he becomes immune to spider bites, or the spider
Yeah,
thing.
the Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
But you need to understand, he still gets spider bites on his butt.
No, he doesn't.
Just because he's immune to it doesn't mean the spiders aren't biting him. I mean,
Why are
he's
they only biting his booty?
because freaking he's
That booty be thick.
It's delicious.
He's
It's delicious booty meat.
so
Spider-Man has delicious booty meat.
even though he's immune
I mean,
to
yeah,
spider
babe.
bite, to the spider.
Right,
poison,
he's like he's not the man who can feel. He can still get bitten,
he still
Peter
gets bitten
Parker.
by it.
Peter Parker.
right?
probably
He doesn't have the button of steel.
Yeah, like that's
He's
Iron
still
Man.
flesh. Yeah, and Superman.
Yeah, and Superman. Well, we can't be
See, I don't
mixing
like
DC with
always
freaking
die.
Marvel like that. That's
Well, and now you're
I don't
powerful.
care. We're just talking superheroes.
I don't know, man.
I'm not
That's-
loyal to Marvel or DC.
some of that's
Who's your
fighting
favorite
words now.
superhero? Who's your favorite superhero, Ted?
You just can't be doing that, because you might get caught up in a really, really bad argument between two people who love Marvel and two people who love DC.
No,
That sounds like a weird fivesome.
I'd be their common
You're
enemy.
just in the middle. Persuade me.
Have you guys ever seen videos of the Comic-Con? Like
The comma what?
it's
Comma
called
who?
Comic-Con.
I know what Comic-Con is.
I just could not imagine people going to those and getting into a fight.
Comic Con, right?
Yeah,
Comic-Con.
like they
Comic Con.
Comic-Con.
Comic-Con.
Come.
Come on.
Okay, so
Look, he's like, I'm being serious. Oh, are we disrupting your show?
oh no, you.
Are we?
Anyway, we were just getting a history lesson from Zach on the different English dialect.
Yeah,
No.
let's get back to the English.
I don't know how we go
Yeah,
on
yeah.
these subjects.
Yeah.
Like, I think every one of us here
I
should
started
talk to our
talking.
doctor about ADHD. It's like, we do this because every one of us. And if everyone just kind of joins in.
Zeus
No
girl.
No.
I got tired of I get tired of trying to control you guys. Back.
I was
Just
trying
let
to-
us off the leash, run free.
I just join you now.
I was trying to explain that same thing to that one guy off that pirate radio, because Mark was on there. Well, I've been trying to talk Roger into having a little bit more structure, and I was like, hold on now.
That's why I told you, be good on his show.
There's no need for structure, guys.
I'm glad he hasn't showed. I'm glad he hasn't showed up to any of these. I'd be sitting there like, no, actually, the world is bad right now. Yeah. There's war. Make love, not war.
It's like Mark is probably the most sane one out of all of us. I mean,
Yep.
and
He just hides it well. I tell you, Mark reminds me of Dexter. I think he has, like, you remember we were just talking about Edgar Allan Poe. He'd be the type to where if he did something, you would never know. And he would just smoke it. And it's funny because Joffrey called it a fag while he was sitting there. He's like, you were lighting up your fag. He smokes a cigarette. So he's like, you're lighting up your fag. I was like, what? And I'm tempted to be all
did you
proper
just say
because
that
he's
out
not-
loud? Oh my god.
He said it first. It's on stream. I just repeated
Thinking
it.
out loud.
It's a whole different meaning over here.
Yeah. I
Whole
wasn't-
different interview here.
I wasn't- Whoa.
No.
Whoa.
I do
What are you
want
talking
to
about?
test your knowledge on one thing though, Zach, and
Okay.
it's up there in Scotland, in Ireland. Now, up
Going up.
towards the top part with both of them. Now you have Glasgow,
Yeah.
and then over on the Irish
Edinburgh.
side,
Mhm.
you have York. Now, that right there, I was told, has to do with the Vikings and stuff. Do they teach you guys much in school when you were younger about the Vikings and how they actually immigrated into the English society and stuff?
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. That's you got going back way far back from like
Way
primary school
south.
learning.
Holy
Yeah.
cow.
York, yeah. So York is in the UK. I just want to put that out. York
here
is
it
not
is.
in Ireland. It's like,
It's way
Yeah.
down south.
yeah. York's beautiful. York is gorgeous. One of my favorite places.
So when I go from York, from Glasgow to York, let's see.
Glasgow to York. Oh, you're probably talking about 5 hours,
Mm-hmm.
give or take.
Now, I believe York.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, 4 hours. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
they actually came down at the tip of Scotland and
Yeah.
also the tip of Ireland, and that is, well, actually, they went more on the west coast, no, the east
Yeah.
coast.
The East Coast, yeah, they came from Europe side. Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, you can. From what you know, they settled all around, but York is still very old timey. Like it's very like. If you go to York, you feel like you're in like the medieval parts of the world still, because it's so like time capsulated. It feels like you're in a different part of the world.
Mhm.
Pretty small.
Do they do
It's
that?
quite small, yeah. It's quite small.
Do they do it on purpose, you think?
I think.
Oh, shit. They did it to me again. I'll get them back. Where do I go? Oh, I had a brain fart.
York's, it's classed as like a large village. It's not classed as a city or anything like that because of how small it is. So it's classed as a village. It's so the villages over here. They are very like old timey. They're all very like, I feel like you are stuck in like a certain time period that they want you to be stuck in. York feels like you're in like medieval times. Like no matter where you are in York, it feels like you're always stuck in like medieval times, and it's great. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering that too. 'Cause
So there is a place as well in York called Shambles. This is where another bit of Hogwarts Harry Potter history comes in. That was the inspiration for Diagon Alley.
Really?
So Shambles itself is like a long street of like narrow, like cobblestone streets. And way back in the day, there was like blacksmiths, there was butchers there, like slaughterhouses, stuff like that kind of stuff. And obviously they've been transformed into like different shops nowadays, but you still got the signs are all still out there for the majority of them. From like way back in the day, from like the medieval times and even further back, to be fair, of like the blacksmith, the butchers, all that kind of stuff. But it's such a beautiful part of the town. It really, really is.
Okay. There's one more thing I want to mention too. Since you're from England, what's your take on
I am.
this?
Okay.
Okay.
Go on.
How do you feel about your guys' version of Xena Warrior Princess being from Sussex?
From Sussex.
From
Sussex.
or Essex,
Sussex.
whichever one. Sussex is in
Essex?
it, or Essex.
I think it's probably Sussex. Essex is
It's in New
like-
Jersey.
Essex is in New Jersey. Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
Sussex.
No,
You're-
Essex is over here, but Essex is like New Jersey. It's like our version of New Jersey.
Yeah, that's where all the. That's where all the. That's where all,
Here's
yeah, I mean
That's all
seriously,
That's
that's
the
where
county,
that's where she
from,
came from. Like you've
Yeah.
you've heard the story,
Xena?
haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, I preferred the original, like the OG, but like I don't know, man. I don't know. And I'm not a big.
Like Essex is fine, I guess, but it's not like the best place. It's full of. I'm going to use another really stereotypical British words. It's full of chavs.
What is that?
Yeah, Tibbs. I was gonna ask about that, but I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to get like Karma fired up.
Okay. All right. Okay. So chavs are like our. They're like our. How do I even do this? I've never had to explain what a chav is before.
I've heard it used a lot in movies.
I actually Google them because I like seeing them. Like they're all nice and freaking porny kind of chicks. That's the best way to. Yeah, they're the little porn girls. They run around freaking dressed up in like skirts,
tracksuits and skirts, and yeah, they're very.
You said
like,
porny?
Yeah, porny.
Yeah.
Like
that's a word.
So they wear a lot of makeup. They wear like hoop earrings. They wear like the hair's like tied back.
Wait a minute.
No, not what I'm saying. No. And then they have the most like stereotype like. I don't even know. I don't know.
Roundaway girls.
They have like the most stereotypical. They have like most stereotypical like British like slang thing you can ever think of. It's like they have their own language. We call it Chavanese. They have their own. They have their own language, right? So they're like, let me see if I can like.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, yeah, we go. Yeah. There you go.
Pull some of that up. We got some. Yeah. I mean, these girls are like all porny and shit.
Yeah. So these girls and then their boy, the guys have their own language. Honestly, it's another level. It really is. It's like.
Now you're gonna make me look it up.
Oh, it's right here on the thing.
It's like what you talking about, bruv? Wagwan.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
Say it again.
Exactly.
Say that exactly. I didn't.
What you talking about, bruv? Wagwan.
There's a movie that's like that.
So if I translate that, that's this. They're saying, what's going on, bruv? How you doing? Like what? How? Yeah.
There's a series. It's like Top something. I don't want to say boy. It might be dog top. But anyway, they talk just like that, and that must be where they're from. Oh, now you want me to go back?
See that? See, Kim Kardashian is hailed the queen of TikTok after giving herself a British chav makeover.
Yeah, would Kim Kardashian be the American version of
Kim
a
K.
That's really interesting.
Kim Kardashian can be the queen of anything if she freaking just shows her boobs. I mean, what do you
They
think,
like
man?
her booty more than they like her boobs.
All she's gotta do is jump.
Wow, you're like, I actually prefer the breast. Yeah, no,
they're not real.
Well, I mean, it's the truth.
Which one,
though.
the butt or the boobs?
The only reason why people like Kim Kardashian is because she has boobs and she's got a butt.
Is that sex tape? She knows how to talk to people.
Oh,
that's what got her popular.
Oh yeah, the sex tape with Ray J.
Yeah, and then she got married to Kanye, so
I never
one of those things to
where never looked at
Kim
that.
Kardashian gives herself extreme British chav makeover.
I like Kim after Kanye. I like Kim.
Okay, but the
Kanye.
thing is though, that there Kim K looks nothing like a British chav. Like she looks
nothing.
Nothing. Mm. You can't become a chav. You are a chav. You know what I mean? You are.
Yeah.
You can't.
You are or you're not.
You are one.
It's an imitation. Like you can tell the imitation from the real, and like they do. Those chav girls just do it naturally. And I actually did research on the name chav, and this is how weird that is. The original term chav was actually gypsy for freaking little boys.
Oh yeah.
And somehow it got turned into like this weird freaking
It's
Like-
word for like street work, street cred guys.
Like it's
We also have roadmen, which
Yeah.
are like a step up from chavs. It's like they've been promoted. So you've got chavs, you've got roadmen.
Now we're getting into a British English dialect. So we got jazz.
You can so you can always tell a chav and a roadman. A chav will wear tracksuits, a backwards hat, and he'll always have like some sort of like fucking boombox or like speaker on him.
Stop it! Am I a chav? Will you? I don't wear those
A roadman will wear a black puffer jacket and just wear all black.
yeah. Now see, that's
Roadman.
It's like
more
an upgrade.
respected, a roadman.
It's
Which
literally
one's more respected, a roadman or a chav?
a roadman is probably more respected, yeah, because they usually
I
carry
think-
they usually
there's
they
this
usually
dude-
carry a
This
knife
dude,
sometimes.
roadman?
I think trans.
That guy's a roadman, yeah.
Yeah.
That dude's a roadman.
I think
He's
Tan's
a
a
Korean
roadman.
roadman.
I think that's what I was getting ready to say. I think
Is that your
Tan,
alias? Is that your alter ego? He says he's Korean though.
Tan is a roadman.
That is no. He is
Look at his jacket.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. I want to see you.
Oh shit, dude! You're like in your 50s and fucking up to style, dude. You're a cool motherfucker, dude.
Put yourself on the camera. I want to. There he is. I can see it together now.
He's the
Alright,
roadman.
I'm a Vietnamese roadman.
That's what I was about to say. 'cause you're not
That's
even
awesome as shit, dude.
Oh, God.
So far, Mark is Tron, and you're the roadman. I mean,
I found my place in the world.
isn't that cool?
I'm a
Come
roadman.
to England, Tron.
No,
You're alright, you'll fit in.
that's
the-
cool as shit.
That's the alter ego. That's the
Korean Billy tells us how he learned the London roadman dialect.
Was by a
Did you
YouTube
go to
video.
Korean Bill? What did you did not kill Bill? Korean Bill. No, stop
Kill
it.
Bill.
No,
Korean
Bill.
Billy.
Korean Bill. No, Korean Bill. Oh my God.
Green Billy.
Stop it.
And so you,
It's ridiculous. Like, where do these people come up with this? Oh, man.
What's this YouTube video?
we've got Vietnam Tan.
You gotta wear that kind of fit next Friday.
He-
We want to see your best roadman fit. It's how
I have a white hoodie. I don't have a black hoodie.
Yeah, but
Oh
he's,
God,
he's,
that's kind
look
of
at
scary. Wait a minute, hold on.
look at his
Hold
jacket,
on.
dude. He's
So you're not a roadman, but you're a
he's
Klansman?
right
Like,
there.
what are we talking about here?
Except I don't have a hoodie. Right?
Oh yeah, that's right. You gotta have the hoodie. Now is the
Yeah,
hoodie
right.
He said
mandatory?
he got a white one. He don't have a black one.
I think the hoodie is mandatory for the lower ranks of roadman, but as you get higher up, you need a face mask and everything.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah.
When it's higher
Oh,
up,
yeah.
higher up roadmen
We
wear
saw it. We saw
balaclavas.
it. Yeah. We saw him here, like this.
Oh shit.
And the
Yeah,
pea coat.
God.
And the pea coat.
Yeah,
And the pea coat.
yeah.
So wear your pea coat.
And if you have a furry Parker coat, you're like the fucking boss, my dude.
I've
That's-
seen
you're
that.
like-
What?
yeah.
I've seen that. Wasn't that dude off of Kingsman when they came out with the beginning?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He was
Yeah.
a roadman.
Yeah. He was a roadman, yeah. Eggsy was a
Oh, that.
roadman, yeah.
British.
Yeah.
There you go.
roadman.
That's like your top man. That's like your top dog
There you
roadman
go.
right there.
You got your
There you
Friday
go.
fit now. Okay.
That's it.
We'll see you Friday. We won't even know it's you.
There you go.
Enjoy.
You need a black
You gotta
mask, a
join
black
the
hoodie,
meeting anonymous.
a black hoodie. No, it has to be North Face. It can't be anything less. You need Nike Air Maxes, and you need black tracksuit pants. There you go.
Yeah, looks like he's
And then
ready
you just
for-
gotta come in as the man. You cannot come in as Tan. You gotta come in as the man when they actually
The
feel
road
you
man.
legitly.
The
Like,
roadman.
Yeah.
His face is not even real. He's like Weeping Willow. What is that? The Legend of Weepy Willow.
There's nothing.
Weepy
There's
Hollow.
nothing there.
Sleepy
what's-
The
Hollow.
There's
Legend of
not even
Sleepy
any
Hollow, the headless
Yeah.
horseman.
Sleepy Hollow.
The headless
You
roadman.
better be quiet. They might be listening. They seem like they hack shit. Like,
Yeah, but
it's
come on,
freak,
dude.
you know?
Seriously. I mean, have you heard like some of the freaking mean and hateful things that English people say? I have it.
people-
Sarcasm is our second language, honestly.
You know, I like
We say
friggin'
some shit.
like.
You said, what is this sarcasm?
No, I mean
Say it again.
seriously, you're not gonna
Sarcasm.
understand a word they say. Seriously,
Right.
They'll say some mean and hateful shit, and you're just standing
Yeah.
there wondering what the hell freaking they're saying.
You're still
dude.
trying to process the word.
Yeah, it's the
Like,
highly educated insult.
Like the better the the better the banter between British people, the better the banter, the more respected you are. So like if you can say some harsh, full on, downright disrespectful shit to someone, you respect the crap out of them. Yeah, there's people at work that I work with, I work with them. I legit say to their face, "What have you done today? You've done nothing all day. You've not been in the room. You've not done any work." They just look at me like, "Well, you've not done anything either." So like, yeah, no, I was outside skiving. I was checking my phone. Like I've not done any work today. That's absolutely fine. You've not done any work either, and you're my boss. like I will legit say it to my manager. I've said to my manager plenty of times, like, "Hey, are you all right? Are you doing any work today? Or working hard or hardly working?" They're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm skiving. I'm checking my phone." It's like, "You need to get back to work." Like, so do you.
Skiving. I like that word. I'm gonna
But like,
skiving.
if people said that, if I said that to like someone that wasn't like didn't understand British like humor and things like that, I'd get fucking kicked in the head. Like, you know what I
They'd be
mean?
mad, yeah,
They'd be mad, bro. They'd be mad.
Yeah.
yeah.
Another thing I feel bad about because I used to pick on England about how small they were. I used to call them a little island and shit.
Big things in small packages, Roger.
Well, zoom out on that map and show him how big freaking England is.
It's an island.
That's not a fucking small island, dude.
Zach already said it. It's an island.
Yeah, it's a small island, but hey, hey.
Look at that shit.
See how big it is.
Compared to Canada.
Now that we got our attention.
It's France is actually freaking almost as small as England, dude.
Listen, we're bigger
Right.
than Luxembourg, and that's all that matters, okay?
I could not believe that shit. Like,
Yeah, we
I
are
didn't know
small,
it was
but
tiny for it to have so
France
much
is bigger
power.
than England.
we
is it?
utilize that. We utilize our space well, I believe. Let me
Please,
see
how
what
the
they
yeah.
Napoleon complex. It makes sense now. It makes so much sense. Like, yeah.
UK. What's the square footage?
Ah,
Square footage.
what
See if we can have some quick facts on here.
I know you guys freaking breed like rabbits. I don't understand how your population is that big and shit, and you just come from that small of an island. I mean, it's like, fuck, dude. You guys got like billions of people. Or millions.
Yeah.
Like, your population is almost as much as what they have in the United States.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Really?
And that one
Yeah.
little area is the whole. What?
Okay,
Yeah.
so we are 81st in the world for square
Terms
foot,
of
square
population.
meters per kilometer. We are 241,930 square meters per kilometer. So compare that to the States. You're fourth, but you're bigger. You have more space. We utilize it more. You know how you guys have like space between your houses?
Mm-hmm.
We don't. We have like
We don't.
Back in one right after
we,
that.
ha- we have rows of houses, and we have like obviously we have like the semi-detached, attached,
Yeah.
whatever, and then we have terrace houses, which are like just rows and rows of houses. Like,
Does that mean you can
I've
hear your
watched-
neight even if you have a house?
I've watched
It's like
it.
having an
Yes.
apartment.
See, I've,
to be
I've
fair, yes and no, because it just depends how loud you are. Like, if you're loud, then yeah, but
yeah.
So they would be able to hear us and complaining, calling HOA,
Probably.
and we just getting
Probably.
kicked out.
See, I used to watch the English version of Shameless, and
oh yeah,
if
yeah,
you watch that freaking TV series, you
Shameless
can't
is
watch
such
all
a
of
good
it.
show.
no,
You can't watch all of it. If you do,
Shameless.
it'll fuck
No.
your head up. I mean,
No, it doesn't. Frank
Oh,
is
yeah.
insane.
Dude.
Oh my
Frank's
god.
insane.
Theo-
Frank's insane.
Yeah, I love Shameless.
Do not-
Oh my
I-
gosh,
do
why
not
did you
I used to,
do
I used to,
that?
I used to go to school with someone who was in Shameless, I believe. I think she was in Shameless or another one. I think she was in Shameless or Skins. No, which was
I never seen Skin. Shameless is my
school.
show. You just
Shameless
reminded
is
me.
the one.
I
But if you want
have
a-
a Netflix
if you want-
endorsement, now I want it.
But if you want a really good British program as well, you want to watch the In-Betweeners because that is just quality British comedy. 100%.
And it's
it
funny.
is.
Oh, I love.
Oh, it's so funny. It's it's just quality comedy of like British. Because over here in Britain, we're allowed to swear on TV. Like we're allowed to say like words. So there's one scene. Obviously, you guys had the American In-Betweeners that was shockingly bad. It was a fucking disgrace, mate. It's
They
a
did
fucking disgrace.
disgrace,
It was did it dirty. There's one scene where I don't know if you've ever seen the American version, but the bit where they're going past the bus stop and they shout out whatever they shout out. Over here, they shout over bus wankers. And that's it. That's the scene. That is the scene. It's the funniest thing, honestly.
What does that mean?
A wanker.
Wank.
What?
Yep.
A wanker. Like
A wanker.
a wanker.
What does that mean?
I thought that was an
mystified.
Aussie thing, but I guess it's
No.
still
Oh.
A wanker is someone
You
who
talking about
like
50 Cent,
jacks
you
up.
said you a but
somebody who wank.
Someone
But
who
you
like
never
is
bond
real
when you a gangster, but you
See,
never.
you said wankers, and I knew freaking right then and there. That's why I'm laughing, dude. Because
When you said wanker, I'm thinking.
No, I mean,
wankster.
Karma. Karma,
Oh,
she's
no,
like,
no.
what is a wanker?
I don't know.
Now you gotta
Oh,
explain,
wanker.
dude. Now you got to
Like-
explain what a wanker is.
Yeah.
He
I
did
don't know,
it.
50.
He
Wankster.
did. He did. In one sentence.
Wanker
A
sounds
wanker.
like someone that jerks his dick off.
That's
exactly. That's
That's
exactly what it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
What great context.
See, that's the beauty of
I didn't-
English,
I
right?
was like, a
It
wanker
means
sounds
exactly
like
what you
this.
think it means.
But
wanker. Oh, that's the new one. Oh, you wanker.
And the beauty of it is, it's like it's civilized swearing, right? They do it. They say it on
Yeah.
live TV.
Yeah. Civilized. It's civilized. Yeah.
yeah.
There's only a
Civilized cursing.
Yeah. There's only a couple of words that I think we're not allowed to say on British TV over here. Like after a certain time. Like
I think they should start making all rappers mandatory learn to speak from
These
like
wa-
how in British dialect.
there's one word that is very different over there to over here,
That's how you have to cuss.
and it's. I hate that. I can't stand this word, but I'm going to say it because y'all need to learn.
You need
The
to
word-
learn. Yes.
The word fanny. What is a fanny in
Oh,
America?
fanny.
But
A butt, not over here. Over here, it is a woman's front bit. It's the
Yeah,
it's the front
that's
bit.
what I thought too. The fanny is the front part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
Mom used to call because she was faking.
Oh,
So when all
We-
all of y'all Americans like get your fanny
The Americans
over
like
here,"
to
it's
reverse
like,
things.
See, we messed it up. That's what it was.
Yeah.
We messed
Bring
it
your
up.
vagina here, girl. Jesus
Like
Lord.
we messed that up really bad.
It's like Scotland and Iceland. Oh wait, Greenland and Iceland, right?
Yeah. Like,
Isn't one like
well, they
the
did that
Iceland
on
is
purpose,
beautiful
though.
green and the
Yeah.
green is like Greenland is like covered in ice. Yeah,
they did that on purpose though. Cause see, Vikings were
it's
smart.
funny.
Okay. No. Vikings wanted people to freaking migrate to Greenland, and they didn't want them to migrate to freaking Iceland because they freaking knew that the people. Well, what they did is they did it backwards on purpose because they wanted people to migrate to Greenland.
Ah, they wanted to keep the pretty green one for themselves, and people think it's all covered in ice. They're not gonna go, so they
Yeah.
migrate to where it sounds pretty and green, and it's just cold and.
But I thought the story was they
Actually
renamed
funny.
it to trick the invader.
Well, I've heard that it was for people who were migrating there because they didn't want people to migrate to Iceland, and they freaking, or yeah, but they were willing for him to migrate to Greenland, so they switched the names because
That's actually really smart and clever.
and
It's really clever. Imagine your disappointment when you think you're going to see the sun. I hope you didn't pack for Disney for like shorts and tank tops and hoarders and what the
well, we learned about
when bloody hell.
we learned about the word wanker.
Wait.
Yeah.
And
Those workers got me. The bloody hell.
it was
Makes me mad.
I used to work with when I went to school. When I went to school, university, and I worked in a co-op or internship. There was a lady whose name was Fanny.
Oh
Well,
damn!
Yeah.
They've
Yeah,
got a
Fanny
song
is
out about Fanny too, don't
Fanny
they?
is the name.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
It's more of a Scottish name, I believe. So
Scottish.
rather than English.
Scottish.
but-
It's Scottish. I don't know. The
Scottish.
accents are just there. I
I
want to
found
move
out-
there just to hear the accent.
I found out something too before we get off to talk about the television shows. But you know, Shameless here in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
love that
the youngest one that kept burying his freaking coins in the ground with the jar and everything.
Oh yeah.
Now, the American kid that was on there, they were in Chicago. He's actually Canadian.
The
Oh.
little brown boy?
Yeah, no, the one that's just older, just a little bit
Oh,
older.
Shane.
Yeah.
Shane. Yeah,
He's
he went to the
actually
military,
Canadian.
that one.
From the prairie?
Up by your area, actually, because my mom watches that Heartland,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting there and I see this freaking kid on there, and he's a full-grown adult, and I'm like, hold up, I've seen him before, dude. And come to find out, freaking, it's the kid off Shameless here in the United
No
States.
way.
Shameless is such a good
Oh,
show.
you mean the real actor himself?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Okay.
plays on there as one of the boyfriends to the girls.
Okay.
I looked at him, I'm like, who is that? And it took me about 2 days to figure it out. But then, like, in the American TV show for that, he's the only cool one out of all of them. I mean, in my opinion. Like, that kid would go and freaking, like, collect all of his money, and he'd take it out to an empty field, and he'd just keep burying it. And he had so much money hidden in that
He had a
field.
whole bunch of money. And then the mom died and left him the meth, but she really didn't leave him the meth. She kind of had him steal the meth. Yeah, like he was the house was like, man, come on, let me keep the jacuzzi. Like, he was trying to flip though. Like, yeah.
Well, he turns around, he goes out to the field, and he digs up all those jars of money, and he ends up buying the house. So
Buying the house because the bank was about to take it from.
yeah,
And it ended up being his house, and then like he had a big slide coming from the top to the bottom. Fiona had it with him. Like, get this shit out of here. Like, why is it like this? Like, it's my house now.
well,
Technically.
the thing is, though, they took away because, like, in the English version, they didn't have a house. They lived right there in housing and shit. You know what I mean? It was like grit. And
Yeah.
that's the one thing I liked about the English version, you know. And then when the father fucking flipped out, he'd always just get drunk and start walking around talking crazy shit. You know what I mean?
That's what Frank does. And he ends up with random people. Like, and he's at the school. You remind me of Frank. Oh wait, you know what? You do remind me of him.
Who?
You remind me of Frank. You, Roger. But
Oh,
without
hell.
being drunk crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been told
man.
worse. No, I haven't been told worse. That's about the
But
worst
Frank,
thing you
when
could
he
have
got
said.
cool, was cool. But he got sober. He got sober. No,
Yeah,
I'm talking about he got sober.
most
He was
insulting
working in
you've
that
ever
garden shop. He was cool as shit when he got sober. I could imagine you have once turned up and then acting like Frank, and then like start working in the garden shop when you sober. Cause he was working in that garden shop and he was cool as shit. For real.
Did you see what he's done for money? Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
well, I'm not gonna. Okay. I mean, talk like him. You remind me of him,
Like-
like the way.
Like Frank
Yeah,
is
okay.
Frank is like the craziest dude or the craziest character that was ever invented on TV, dude. Being honest.
It probably was you, wasn't it? Okay. You're like, have you seen what I've done for money? Hey. Oh, no.
I mean, seriously,
We'll
Frank.
talk about that in the interview. We'll talk about it in the interview, Frank. No big deal. Don't worry about it. I'll catch you with that one.
Where'd Tango? Did he run off on us?
I'm here.
Okay.
I was gonna say no. I don't think so.
No, see, I wanted to do that, and I can't figure that out. That's pretty
What?
cool.
It's
How-
pretty easy, man.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Okay, we're not all you. See, that's one thing that you people have to understand. They'll be talking about the most complicated shit.
As it being easy.
They do it to me all the time. I'm telling you, you do it too, especially when you get around your little friends. You know, you get around your little friends and you. You used to be sitting here like, yeah, Karma, do you know? I don't know. I don't know. You know that. I don't even know what these words you're saying are. I'm just joking. I mean, that's how it feels. But if I ask, they will explain. But I feel bad every 2 seconds. What does that mean? What is that? Oh, okay. What is that? Oh, what do you do with that? Okay, now they just know. Oh, where does that go? Oh, wow. Okay, so let me just shut up and listen because I don't know.
No, keep on. keep on, man. This is good content. I mean, seriously, you can't beat this shit.
On Thursday, go like, Karma, any questions? It's just going to be me, though. It'll be all of them have their talk, and then it'll just be, and Karma, any questions? It's like, ha, 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 ha.
Is that why you stopped joining us on Thursday?
No, we have basketball on Thursday. It's almost like God saved me because we have basketball. Or Roger, because I asked him to do it like that.
No, I finally
we
figured
have
it out
basketball
today.
on Thursday.
Hold up, Karma.
Now
let
you
me-
get it.
Let me understand. Let me make this publicly
You're gonna
aware. I
embarrass me.
finally figured out I am the problem. You guys were doing that interview. You were doing great. But me being Chocolate Thunder, I had to make the comment, and all of a sudden, everything went freaking nuts. Okay?
I've told you guys it's not me.
I know.
Thank you. As long
I
as you've gotten
admit
this,
it was
you are
me.
recording, right? We are recording. Are we live? All right, guys. And you heard it here first. Live with Roger.
I said golf ball.
It's not
That's
me.
all I said. All I said. I just said golf ball, and from that point on, dude, it just bam.
It's supposed to be the moderator.
It went wild.
He
How
started,
about
no,
it-
Dan, you know what it
how
started
about
with? Because he
interviews?
said he had a big ego. He was like, did he say ego? Because where was your mind at? You weren't thinking about his ego now, were you?
I said he did. He did say ego, didn't he? Oh hell!
Let us know. Let us know. What were we thinking about? And then I told him, I said, hey, don't bite. I said, don't bite the bait. Listen, you want to nibble around the sides, it's fine. Just do not jump on the hook. Don't jump. Well, actually, I'm 6'2", blah, 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 blah. I said, stay off the hook.
Once it's out of the bag, I mean, you can't.
And I said, do not get on the hook. Then he says, you know what? Why not? It's free food. I know how to get off anyway. I know how to. I do this all the time. I ride the hook on the way up, and then I dive back in once it's ready to drill me all the way up. Jeez Louise, guys.
It's just something else. It was.
I
pretty
just
good.
like the thrill of the adventure. You know what I mean?
Can you say it again for my soul?
So wait, Karma, you gonna post this on your Minds channel?
Yeah. What channels are you gonna post it on?
What, the interview?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it on Rumble and I'm gonna do it on Minds.
Okay.
And YouTube never lets me do anything, so I'm not even gonna like make that false statement there and be like, I'm gonna do it on YouTube. It doesn't matter. Even if I tell you I'm gonna do it, it's not gonna let me. So, and I'll probably definitely do it on
It's
Twitter.
just an upload. Why wouldn't it let you upload a video?
She said something about it
YouTube
having.
hates me
It
or loves
takes
me.
a
I
really
think it's trying to
long
decide.
time. I believe it was. Okay.
That's
Now
just YouTube in general, though.
I've got the file up to Google Drive, but it's probably still going to take a little while for it to do. I can send you the link. I believe it transfers it over, but
yeah, but I'm gonna definitely put it on mine. So like I said, Rumble, and then I can put it in Discord too because I'm in the. If you don't mind, putting it in the Disney Magic Zack station on Discord, and then that way your friends can see it there and see how I picked your brain a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can stick it in the self promo bit. That's absolutely fine.
That's what I was saying. That's where I'm going to do the one with him, but that comes out on Monday. So in reality, it's cool.
Are you putting it on Discord too?
Well, yeah, but that's for the one that we did yesterday. So
is that too redundant then?
No, because this is a different interview from you.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, and this is covered.
He's not
on
gonna have
mines
time for
anyhow.
us. And
this is covered on mines anyhow.
We keep giving him all this promo though. He's not gonna have time for us soon.
Oh, he already doesn't have time.
I know.
Dude,
He already has time for us. Like,
he's like freaking a superstar compared to us, man. I mean,
no, I'm not.
Exactly.
Just like, yeah, right. We heard you like, yeah. The messages they just don't stop. It's just like
they actually haven't. Like, let me just double check how many I've got ready to go here because I've got nothing for October. I've literally saved October for myself. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in November. 1.
Wow.
Okay, there's
1, 2, and.
Oh, there you go. Use Google Drive.
2 in December.
That's crazy.
There's
you
your
just
copy.
started asking for this, or you already knew you were going to be back to your station doing interviews soon?
You do.
Oh no, I've finished all the interviews I asked for last time. So the ones that I've put up on the channel already, these were from like when was this from? And this was like July, August time.
You hear me? You too.
July,
yeah,
August.
I got it. I already copied and pasted it. I copied it in my notes.
No, click on it and it'll let you download it.
I don't have Google Documents on here right now on this phone. No, I'm on my iPhone.
It'll go straight to your
MacBook.
It'll go right into your MacBook, like it'll download into your video.
I'm not on my
files.
MacBook. Remember, I was in the car.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. That's why I just copied it into my notes.
Okay. Now,
can I do it on my iPad? Because that's where all the journey stuff is. I don't even have my...
You can do it in there. I can post this on the live 24/7 live on mine.
No, because that's my stuff. And
direct. Actually, I've got you direct message. So.
Yeah.
I don't want you to give it to everyone. It's my job to give it to everyone. They're going to watch it before it gets to my channel.
Right. You're right. Thank you. You called me out on that one. You did good.
And then I'm whining like a little baby because
I'm
such a brat. No, don't do that.
That was good.
Yeah, to be the only girl on the stream. You just throw yourself out like,
She boss called that shit.
She called me. She's like, hold on now. Let me.
Yeah, like, they'll just click on that. What's the point of coming to the page to watch it? They already seen it. They got it saved in their drive. Like, no.
This is what
I just looks like you don't wait. It looks like you don't have to log in.
No, I set the permission. I set the permission to where you can download it, but and you too, Zach, that's your copy too. So.
Oh, cheers! Thank you.
Okay. He said cheers.
See.
Okay, so Karma, sounds like you got something. For British accent.
Yeah, I think it is. I do. I like anything different. I don't know. I think it is, and it's not like I'm laughing in a bad way. It's just like talk some more. Like,
yeah, we know. You're giddy as shit.
I'm chocolate thunder.
But listen, but you know, Tan, you know why I'm a little disappointed in you, because you live in Canada and you don't say like a book. Like a book.
What you talking about, Tay? What you talking about, Tay?
What?
Joffrey says that.
Well, a bolt.
A bolt.
Oh, a bolt's not a Canadian thing.
Yeah. You want to Tim Hortons?
No, but I consciously try to stay away from the Canadian accent or the Canadian dialect, right? I don't know. I guess I'm sort of like you. I like the pure English accent better. So, for example, the guys in Toronto, they call the city Toronto, right?
Toronto, eh?
Toronto, yeah.
They don't say Toronto.
They don't say Toronto.
It's because Canada is in the same democracy. It's ruled by our royal family.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But they talk the same.
They talk.
Right.
I class Canada as the England of America of England.
The American.
Literally. Free healthcare.
I think that's a subtle insult there. You know, that's like.
And no guns.
That's a very civilized insult there.
I know. Take what you want. Take
Just take it.
Take what you want from it.
Just take it.
I was about it.
It's like, I don't care. Just take it.
About the fact, cause like,
no, I don't want it. You take it.
We don't fucking care about
sorry
this shit
about
no
that.
more.
Take it like a man, eh?
All right. Hey,
you're gonna start
talking
Canadian. Like that. You should practice your Canadian accent for the next
You
time.
start getting
and you can
macho.
dress. Yeah, you can dress like the you can dress like the roadman, and you can wear your.
Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
He's gone in the closet.
What you talking about, eh?
He's gonna do
Hang on
it.
a second. I got something for you.
You what, Gov? You what?
He's got something for you. You guys are in trouble.
All right, watch this.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Hey.
That hat is so cute to me.
No,
I love that hat.
You gotta get a scarf. You gotta get a scarf and run it over the top of your mouth.
No, that hat is cute. We had that hat on at the fair, and I kept saying, "It's like, you're so cute. Your hat's so cute. Oh, it looks so nice. Look."
I'm freaking Lord Raiden, man.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, when I first seen that, I was like, that's Raiden.
Yeah.
Can you do it now?
Do what?
Vietnamese.
What do you want?
Say
Want me
something
to
in
swear at
Vietnamese.
you or what?
Just wanted to hear
I don't know unless it's
Vietnamese.
hot swearing. Like, you say something sexy if you're gonna swear.
Sexy.
But no.
Okay.
No, don't you dare.
I can't do sexy, man. That's a chocolate thunder thing.
Yeah.
You gotta just say something crazy. And, like, say something off the wall, then, like, off the chain. Like,
Have you
like, where's my
listened to
money at?
Vietnamese people? Seriously? Seriously, you want him to say something sexy in Vietnamese? I mean, have you ever sat and listened to Vietnamese people talk to one another?
Especially at the market.
Yeah, especially at the market. Shit. Like the woman is
Fish on the
bitching at
table,
him about
boys, that's
rice.
it.
You know what I'm saying? Like. Like, come on, dude.
All right, go ahead. Calm down. Calma's got a hernia.
Yeah. It's like, that kind of blew me out of the water. Like, hold on now, how's he supposed to talk sexy and shit? You know what I mean?
You're like dying inside laughing, right, Roger? It's the most funniest thing you've ever heard.
No, that's not the funniest, but it's up there. I'm like, hold on now, dude. freaking, I've been around a few Vietnamese people in my life. Okay,
funny.
No,
Like-
listen. Now
Oh, you know what?
Like,
There was a really funny Vietnamese Canadian in the state. called,
you?
Dat Fan. Dat Fan. Ever heard of him? Dat
That
Fan.
punk?
that fan.
Dat Fan. DATPHAN. Dat Fan. Maybe he's on YouTube.
No.
He's a rapper, singer, or
No,
No.
he's a comedian. He makes
comedian.
funs of himself. He makes funs of Vietnamese.
No, I've heard of some young guy.
Oh, he's handsome.
You
No,
heard
he's
of?
handsome.
Hey, hang on. Let me switch over.
No, I mean I'm not. He has a bunch of different pictures, but the one I just saw first dude is handsome. He looks different though. This has to be a different guy.
That fan.
Huh? Cookie.
Yes, this dude.
Go.
Oh shit!
like
I've
that.
actually seen him before too.
See? You see?
Play
Yeah.
it, play it, Roger.
I don't know. If I
Oh,
want
on
to.
YouTube.
I send it. I send it to your chat room.
How do you
Yeah.
make it big? Oh, you have to share the video, Roger. And then
Yeah, I know. That
Okay, I
fan.
apologize.
Yeah.
Want me to do it? I can do it. You can feel
Yeah,
free
if you
to
want.
do
Well,
it.
you got to share the link. Can you do
Yeah,
that?
the
Yeah,
way
in
they
the-
did it
in the
the
chat
thing,
room.
yeah, I know. I remember.
Okay,
Share
go for it.
video. Okie dokie. Yay! I get to do texto.
That's good.
Right? Practice makes perfect. But wait, where's the station here? Evan, I'm just copying.
3 dots down at the bottom.
No. Do not tell me.
Okay. I'll stop. I won't tell you nothing.
All right,
Nothing.
we're seeing it on the stream, but not in the chat.
No, you're not.
Oh.
How do you see? How do you see what I'm doing? What are you doing? How do you know what I got going on over here? Tan, get out of my phone.
There it is.
Vietnamese people, it's hard now, right? Because all these other, you know, fucking Korean, they're uniting, fucking breakdancing and shit. My people, what do we have? Fucking nail salon still. Right? Every nail salon is, see, it should be like win-win nails, NGUIN, right? Instead, it's either something divine or it's like some type of battle.
You guys
It's
gotta
so
unmute
patriotic.
yourself
Welcome to
if you wanna
Angie's
talk.
USA Nails.
Comment.
Welcome to Angel Nails. Angel Rainbow North America SEAL Team 6 Kill Bin Laden Nails. Come inside. What the fuck? Come inside. Vietnamese women are the best salespeople. They would torture you ladies and they would insult you. At the same time.
Lying,
Vietnamese
though.
people, it's hard now, right? Because all these other, you know, fucking Korea, they're uniting and fucking breakdancing and shit.
As my nails are done.
My people, what do we have? Fucking nail salon still. Right? Every nail salon is, see, it should be like win-win nails. NGUIN, right? Instead,
Win-win
it's
nails.
Either something divine or it's like something of battleship. It's so patriotic. Welcome to Angie's USA Nails. Welcome to Angel Nails. Angel Rainbow
Angel.
North America SEAL Team 6 Kill Bin Laden Nails. Come inside. What the fuck? Come inside. Vietnamese
Kill
women are
Bin
the best
Laden
salespeople. They would
nails.
torture you ladies and they would insult you at the same time. Have you seen this? I say you ladies, but it's fucking Asians in here. They're like, fuck you. Come here, your hair look good. Not on you. I fix it for you. Come inside. Come here.
Yeah.
You're so beautiful, hunchback. Come here. I show you. I wax your eyebrow off. Your one eyebrow cyclops. Come inside. You X-Men mutant. Come inside.
Yeah.
You- The thing
He's
is,
being
that's
funny
just
there,
terrible.
but there's a
Nails are
lot
called
of truth in that.
Surprise. And if you notice it, like they're getting the nails done, right? Vietnamese women are still nosy. Like you're trying to get your nails done, like you're trying to ask these probing questions, like at the bank loan. Have you seen this? You have boyfriend, you have boyfriend, you have girlfriend, you have boyfriend, you have husband, you lesbian, you road muncher, you have boyfriend, huh? You need waxing. You don't have husband because you need the waxing. You need the waxing. You need it. They say you need the waxing as like fucking life or death. Have you seen this shit? You need the waxing. You're gonna die. You're gonna get H1N1 swine flu. You need the waxing. And they say no to make you feel like shit, right? You need the waxing. No, thank you. I don't need the waxing. Okay, whatever, Sasquatch. Boy, it's a jungle down there, Chewbacca. Have you seen the torture chamber in the waxing room? It's embarrassing, right, ladies? To look beautiful, you have to take off all your clothes. You have to get on all fours. I've seen this through a hole I made in the wall. I've seen this many times. Vietnamese women
I've seen this through a hole I made in the wall.
Have this have you seen the waxer room? It's a torture chamber in the back of a
This
Dunkin'
really
Donuts. Have you seen
happens
this?
to an extent, though.
You just open the closet doors in Narnia. You go behind an illegal pho restaurant and a casino. You just open another closet. The Vietnamese she's waiting with this Tupperware. She's making this mixture for your crotch and the Tupperware she had in her salad that day. They're not even shy. You ladies are bent over naked. They're like, whoosh. Now they're trying to have a normal conversation with their hands on your. Have you seen this? Yeah, boyfriend. Yeah, boyfriend. Yeah. I like how they look at the paper when they're done, right? Like they're shocked at what they just done in your body. Like,
Exactly. That's what they're talking. Don't see you. You answer the question.
they might as well just hang it on the wall,
Oh, I'm sure.
like the old West outpost with a beat.
That's crazy.
I wonder if Karma is sharing. Does the audio come out on your stream, on the live stream?
Yeah, I can hear. Oh, here.
Okay.
That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah. So that guy, he got his start on the show, the last comic standing. It was a competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a competition. I don't think he won. Maybe he came like third or second or something like that. But that kick
No, I
started him.
love comedians, so I want to watch more now. Especially when they're funny, not lame.
No, that right there, what he was saying in that, man, that's why I was asking you. You really expect him to talk to you in Vietnamese sexy? Because, like, freaking Vietnamese men aren't used to that shit. They're like, hold on.
Right.
What do you... I can't do that. I don't even think they have sexy talk in
The
Vietnamese.
guy that does my pedicure, him and his wife, they're sweet.
Well, there's a difference between sexy talk and speaking
And
poetry.
sweet, so-
Like,
Yeah,
like
that's true.
I could see a Vietnamese
So what are you,
man
romantic?
speaking like poetry to his wife.
So are you
Nah.
romantic?
You guys don't do poetry.
I can't do that.
Past that,
I can't
the
do
past that
anything.
phase now. That honeymoon phase is long gone.
Right, it's long gone.
And now when they wake up in the morning, they're like, oh fuck, it's you again.
That's right.
I'm joking.
It's so true. It's true, man.
Oh my god. Oh my
Putting
god.
my own hat away.
Why? You didn't even speak Vietnamese. It's like, why would you put your hat away? It's not even done
Yeah,
yet.
I put my Raiden hat away.
I thought it was cute when I saw it on the stream. That's wasn't that means this was a special occasion?
Yeah.
That's good then. That makes me happy. Not come I see you, but I'm.
What?
I had to hit mute so I could sigh.
That was weird for a second.
Just weird. It's just weird.
I know, right? Not for a second. I think we just pretty much passed it.
Oh.
An hour. We passed the hour.
You should
a whole-
have been here for
Right time,
freaking
right?
their interview. The same thing happened. I forgot what the topic was, but after it was said, they just both went solid quiet, dude. And I was so glad that I had my mic muted because it would have showed up me laughing my ass off because they just went dead silent. They're like, and that's it. Like, dead cold. I'm like, oh hell no.
Are we done?
It was good. I was sitting there watching that, and I just loved sitting there watching it because those two fit really good on like the interview, and for a while there I was having a hard time telling which one was doing the interview. It was that good.
Right.
Yeah. Like
Good.
they were actually clicking.
Having a conversation.
Yeah.
Even though I cut him off a lot, and I know that like he'd be talking. I'm like, well, wait, well, what about this? What about this? It's like, hold on, finish this one first. But yeah, I get excited.
And I was serious about what I said too, man. On my storyteller, I put your story on there, man, and I mean it's got 2 days ago it was up to 73 views, and for a channel that's small, having 73 views on a video, that's pretty good. I mean, I've only got like 10 subscribers on that one, but it's
that's because you're the man.
On
no,
Rumble?
it was you. Her Karma's video, and that thing has more than all of them put together.
So good.
So I'll tell you what'll be next. Once we get frickin' Tans on there and he starts.
Oh man, that's gonna blow up. You ain't even gonna remember me. You gonna be like, hey, I got a new co-host.
No, man. I'm gonna be a freaking. I'm gonna be like Rockstar, dude. Rockstar.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? People gonna see that stuff and they're gonna be like, oh hell yeah. So. And it's just amazing. I sat there and I seen that, and then all of a sudden, like John started sending me all these messages, and he's getting freaking tons of people giving their
interviews to enlighten.
You know,
and started.
He starts messaging me up. You need to get another Facebook account. And, you know, I walked away from Facebook for a reason. You know.
And why Facebook?
Because all of the people that are giving him interviews on Facebook, I might have to.
What happened there, Karma? Did you see a rat or something?
Might have to do like the top secret Facebook account that nobody knows about.
Right.
Good call. Good call.
The one that doesn't exist.
Right.
It's like that's like me though. To be fair, like I was like heavily on social media for like when I first started like doing YouTube and stuff, and I was like, it was just making me feel awful. Like mental health wise, just making me feel like crap.
Right.
Because like I'm just deleting it. I literally have like Facebook for family and friends, and that's pretty much it. Right. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Instagram anymore because I don't use it. I'm just scrolling for the sake of it. There's no point in me having it, to be fair. Like, I mean, this new channel this channel that I'm doing, like the Disney Magic one, is doing so well without like promotion from like Twitter, Instagram, whatever. Like, the views are there because like I've got the knowledge on how to post videos and stuff like that. Like, I'm in a few groups on Facebook. I've made some good friends through Facebook and stuff like that through like different groups and stuff. But like, social media on a whole, it's just so mentally draining. It's just like it's awful.
But don't you have that same kind of element on YouTube?
Well,
yeah, but I can but I can choose whether I want to actually like access the comments and stuff. So it's like I don't have like I have the YouTube Studio app, so it shows me like how the videos are doing and stuff like that. I check that every couple of days or like, you know, once a day or whatever, and reply to the comments like once the video is like out there for like a day or so, and it's just like, you know, like I don't feel like I'm under pressure to like do it. So
that's what I was gonna say. It's like completely different. Like on Facebook, it's horrible, and
because the comments right there in your face, right? Whereas on YouTube, they're kind of hidden away. You have to click on it to open it up. That's a good thing. Yeah.
But another thing too, like on Twitter, I can't tell you anything about my ex Twitter account because that's where I do all my nasties. I got like my little. I got my MILF chicks, you know.
Wait, I follow you
using your ex account to do your nasty stuff.
You don't want to really click on anything that I freaking share on Twitter, just so you know, Karma.
Right.
I don't even see you. They flood my shit with like
other shit. Anyway, the algorithms be jerking off in the fucking office and just feels like fucking with me for the day. I'm serious, like serious, because it's I told them to send up my timeline, guys in briefs, and they're just telling me about their workout routine and stuff like that. But I always get the girls with their butts out, and it's like, that's pretty, you're beautiful. But where's the guys in the briefs telling me about their workout routine?
They don't exist. They don't exist.
I go to the gym 6 times a day. I love to work out. Okay, I'll take the guys talking in British accent. Where's my Harry Potters, huh?
Well, you have to actually look for them. Like, they're out there. Like, just type in Harry Potter.
Don't type in Harry Potter. You don't want to go down that path.
Oh, hell no. Did he just say that?
That's funny. Go type it. Now I'm curious.
That tone is funny. Oh, hell no. You sound like a drunk saying that.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. You're funny. Y'all are all funny. This is like one of the best roundtables yet again.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, speaking of which, we've been doing this for a long time now. Look at this. It's that 8:40 my time on Easter.
7:40. And you know what's
Zach,
cool?
are you like past 2 a.m. or something over there on your side, Zach?
Almost 20 minutes to like 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
See? Oh crap.
I've got a.
That's why you're allowing us to filter your sleep. Okay, so it's no big deal. You don't need to be doing anything substantial right now, anyway. So anyway.
Friday night.
I'd just be sleeping.
That's sleeping.
You don't
nothing important. Just don't even worry about it.
Nothing important anyway. So like we were saying. Anyway, so now that we established no one has anything important to do. Now, like we were saying.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but like this is our 10th episode, I believe.
Yeah.
Woo! That's why you gotta have a sound.
Go, guys.
Well done.
Yeah.
So
doing it for 10 weeks.
I think it's pretty cool. And you know what's the cool part? It's our 10th episode, and Zach is on our round table with us. If
right.
Yeah. Woohoo!
I told you gotta get a soundboard.
See, we didn't even plan this. We should have planned it, and then we should have invited more, like Kiko's and Moose. Yeah.
We invite every
everyone that was there on the other. We had quite a crowd the other day.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
I think Pecos went freaking AWOL.
He got a promotion and he got too busy.
Yeah,
he that would be the opposite though.
He just kind of like vanished and stuff, but he's still coming in every once in a while to check up. I seen him.
Yeah, he's active on mine too. Like he posts on mine. But he did say that when he got this new job, he thought that he would be able to have more time. But we've been having some dope turnouts regardless. Like
he's not wrong.
It's been fun.
Well, the cool part is I mean, I think like on the Tech Talk, we actually was able to cover most of the stuff that he was mentioning. So I think we got that covered.
I like how the Tech Talk turns out for you because like that was so important to you. You've been talking about that for like since I've known you, and then the way it facilitated is like you really got the people that are into tech, and you guys sit and you can like explain stuff and you talk from your perspectives like. That you become me on those shows. No, last week you did good. You did good the other Thursday because that's when we're talking about the crypto. I think Mr. Robot's pissed at me, but
Dan and Mark are the brains here. You know, like they're the ones that actually know what they're talking about. I kind of like write along and take notes. So it's like I'm actually going behind them and listening to the stuff they talk about, so I can bring it up as a different topic for another episode and stuff.
Yeah, no, Mark the real brain. I just sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
You completely dominated yesterday.
Period.
Like you dominated that entire episode, man. Like
his job itself, y'all should be picking his brain. Look, we got to get his interview. Because did you see what he was talking about in the chat about what he does for work? And it's like, what do you mean? You basically like just on the back end, like looking in. Are you doing surveillance? You're like top secret, not that. Sounds a bit better. What are you doing?
He gets to watch the naked chicks in the hotel rooms.
That's right. I write software to spy on the naked chicks in the hotel rooms.
That's right.
You know, I always feel like no matter what, like no matter where I'm at, that there's cameras and like the lights and like the fans and stuff like that. Like hotels, houses, apartments. I feel like in my smoke detectors, there's always like. That's funny to you. I feel like my smoke detector talks to me. Like sometimes
maybe your TV is.
Yeah, there's a good chance that your TV's.
I'm gonna show you right now. You want me to tell you? Let me show you how serious I am.
Oh, we lost her. She's serious.
That's how serious she was.
Yeah, you know, that means somebody is listening to her.
That cut you off. That cut you off.
Somebody's listening to you, and as soon as they hear you say that you're gonna show something.
But look, so as soon as I moved into my house, like it's just, you know how you have the motion detectors or whatever. As soon as I moved into my house, like I put this right. You see that? That's the motion detector. You see it's covered, right? You could not pay me to tell me that thing was not watching me. I was like, this thing is watching me. I was like, this thing is watching me. I just put a black rag over top of it. I put a black, and it's black so that you hopefully can't see it.
But motion detector,
yeah, you know, it doesn't have a camera kind of, so it cannot be watching you, but it could be listening to you.
It could be.
Oh my god, that's why it explains so much. It's not funny.
No.
Listen, yesterday they came to clean the pool out, and I was like, I'm gonna ask them to heat my jacuzzi because it's not been heated, it's been cold. And he had the hose still inside the pool, like the pool was running low on water, so he's filling up the thing with water. And it's like he heard me say this because he came and turned the water off, but he never came back and got the hose. So the hose is still, well, the boys moved it now, but the hose was still sitting inside the pool, and like he never, it's almost like he did hear me. Like, you ain't talking to me about nothing. I'm not heating no jacuzzi. I'm not doing no You're gonna have a cold jacuzzi, and it's been like this, and I was just like, okay, well, guess that's gonna be that for that. Like, yeah, no, I'm convinced though. Like, people be watching. I know I sound crazy, but like now I'm looking around everywhere because there's like clock. Man, let me just.
I think you're pretty solid.
I think
if I plug in the radio, the clock radio, if I plug in the clock radio, if I like, no matter what clock radio I'm near, that's why I usually have them unplugged because like it'll make like it's like it's a transmission. Like I don't know, maybe I'm the robot because like it really sounds like that. Sometimes like for real, it'll just be like straight transmission, like and it'll just start getting all staticky and stuff like that. That's so weird because I think I am a robot now. But like, if I'm a robot, how did I have kids?
The truth of the matter is like this is like hardcore deja vu. I can almost guarantee you we've had this conversation at some point.
So I'm probably a robot for real because I don't remember having that conversation. So what if you had it with the clone of me? Like, no.
I can almost bet we've had this conversation at some other time in some other realm, some other dimension, because it just sounds so damn familiar. You know?
Now, I think you got some cross wiring in your neuron.
Well, I think I need a update because, like, really, it's just really getting out of control now. Maybe I don't know, or it's already been updated and that's it. No one else has been updated yet. So I'm just sitting here and everyone's just kind of laughing it off just for years down the line to find out I wasn't crazy and I was really getting monitored.
I don't think you're
know.
crazy.
You got if you try to get it updated, it'll be worse.
Yeah.
I
You
know,
have
right? I'll know way more.
Smarter spy
I don't want
program.
smarter. I don't want a smarter spy program. I want the spies to stop. I want to be the spy. I want to be able to spy on people. And I probably can though. I just
No.
don't do
What
it.
exactly is the purpose for the motion detector?
It's listen.
It's an
I have
alarm, right? It's an
Yeah,
alarm
I have
system.
an alarm system, but my alarm system started straightening out the other day, and like it's so random because it started beeping. That's what I'm telling you. These things be talking, and like it just started beeping all of a sudden. It's like beep, beep, and even when I go to reset it, it wouldn't reset. It would just start wilding. Like it was just literally talking. So I'm not gonna tell you what I did because then
Started
that's too
talking?
much to,
Yeah.
like it wasn't.
It's the motion
it was like
detector.
But see, and I wonder
If it
the
starts
motion detector's
beeping,
turned off
it could
now.
mean that it's low in battery.
No. That the alarm is
Now, if it was beeping,
the way I fixed it. It was a simple fix, and I didn't fix it like that. I turned everything off.
if it was,
You could try just replacing the battery. Yeah.
I know.
oh shit.
It's like, oh, you're right. This is the battery. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Aren't you glad you joined us today?
Yes, every day.
The important question is now, what do you think, Zach? Do you, what's your
I
opinion?
know you're over there tight-lipped and no comment. I'm worried now.
I don't trust things like that. I don't. Alexas and Google Homes and anything that listens to you, just no,
Siri?
absolutely not. Like
I
we
know
have
for a
one at
fact
work.
Siri does it.
We have one at work, like in every room, and it's just like fair enough we use it, but like I do not want one in my own home. Like absolutely not. Like,
An Alexa.
An Alexa or Google Home, whatever.
Oh,
I don't use voice. I don't use voice recognition on my phone. Like I don't touch it because I don't like it. I don't trust it. It's just no.
Siri just starts playing music. She's like, look, she's doing it now. Because I said Siri. But listen,
She probably heard you talking about this stuff, man.
Yeah. She'll be like, here, great. I have the station for you. I'm like, I didn't ask you anything. I'm not joking. I think she just turned off. I didn't.
If I do it, she's gonna have like a real sexy voice, and
no, he's British. Actually, it's a British male accent for mine.
Oh,
Be like
okay.
that.
There you go.
True stuff that you think.
Yeah, now
That's
we're
what it
finding out
is.
more
We're
and more
starting-
about Kama and her deep dark secret about British boys.
yeah.
I'm serious.
So it is true
Hey,
though.
Karma.
Okay. Take a breath. Drink some water. Drink some water.
I can't. The music came back on. You just heard me tell her to turn it off.
Yeah, but you
It's
keep
back on.
saying Alexa.
I didn't. But her name is not Alexa. She should be mad at me not doing something extra.
You just say Alexa again.
No, her name is Siri. I'm so scared.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, you gave her a name. Yeah, in the settings. Okay.
I attempted to change the name. I thought G would be a good name, but no, she has to be who she is, and she wants to change.
You can't change the name from Alexa.
It's no Alexa here. No Alexa here.
See, that's AI. That's that AI right there.
No. Oh my gosh, my jokes are so bad.
So
Does your kids know how to play music on the Alexa?
Yeah, that's the only thing we have Alexa on the Fire still. Yeah, they do. They used
do.
to.
Maybe they could be them playing tricks on.
could be.
Oh, it's definitely my kids. It's definitely my kids, but it's not my kids. Hey Siri, turn the music off, please.
Please. Jeez.
I'd be nice to her. I always tell her thank you. I always tell her thank you. And that's why I watch the play music.
That's when the robots rise up.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's like, do you mind if I hit you with this AK-47?
No. I was the one that said please and thank you. Oh, you weren't you, darling? Okay, never mind.
You can work for us now.
I don't Okay, take me to the motherboard.
You can sing me a song.
Thank you to the motherboard. I'll say thank you to the mothership. in Seattle, Washington.
Humans will be under my control after I deactivated the other robots, and now I'm the human. I'm the human owners too. You saved us. You saved us. I saved you for me. You know. Just joking.
Yeah, my brother wants me to mention to you guys too about Canada, and they have a state office now where you have to use a chip to get in and out of it. It's put into your skin, and to get into the front door, you have to freaking enter through it with the
really?
chip
Which state?
implanted.
Which department?
That's what I have to find out soon. He was telling me about it earlier, and he wanted to mention it. It's supposed to be. I remember seeing it posted up where they wanted to do it, but that was like 10 years ago. But
those are tracking devices.
No, it's just a chip.
So you have to have a chip implanted inside your body?
Yeah, inside of your arm or somewhere. The last time I seen it, it was supposed to be your arm. And it's in Ontario, I guess. It's one of the government offices
where I live.
there. Let me ask him real quick. I'll be right back.
Where are you? What are you doing there, Kama?
Walking in circles. I do this.
Can
you see that? Can you see that? Let me see.
I can see you walking. I have no idea you're walking in circles.
Now you do. Watch me see it.
Okay, now I see it, and I'm getting dizzy.
That's funny. Are you really? Can you really get dizzy from watching me? I never thought about it. I do this when I talk on the phone, especially when it's been for a minute. Like I usually come and I walk in circles all day long. Not all day. Well, kind of. That sounds interesting now that I say it out loud. But no, I was just.
It's good. It's good.
Been sitting. Now if you're getting dizzy, it doesn't make me dizzy. That's why when you said you're getting dizzy.
No, that's definitely a good exercise.
Yeah, is it really? Well, it's not working, but I'm just saying I'm glad to know. Maybe I'll walk in more often because it gives me energy and I can listen and hear better. And that's just, I don't know, it's just different. But it's good exercise too. Let's keep going. Like, you know.
Yeah. I should do that more.
Yeah, go ahead,
I don't walk around.
And make sure you go counterclockwise. What about this? Go there. Cut them small, not clockwise. You gotta go counterclockwise. Go for yeah, puto.
What language are you speaking?
Alright.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine by now. Honestly, I do know, but it's hard to explain. And it's just like.
He said it was. He doesn't know doesn't know the name of the government office, but he says that it's like a huge 1 block freaking long building. And
where in Ottawa?
I think it's in by Chicago, in that area, somewhere north of there, Vancouver maybe.
Oh, well, no, Vancouver is like up above Seattle.
Yeah. Okay, so that's over in the west. Ontario.
Ontario is where I am on the east.
Yeah.
Chicago is
He said that in order for you to work there, you have to pass a background check, and they make you put a chip in the palm of, or not the palm, but the backside of your hand to get in and out of the doors.
You don't even know if you get the job yet, and you got to get all of that done.
That's messed
Like,
up.
No, yeah.
I guess actually we're going to go with a different candidate.
Why it has to be inside the body?
They're transhumanists, all of them. That's why you don't trust Google, because that's what they are. They're transhumanists too. They point blank tell you up front.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like common knowledge. I mean, and nobody believes it. They think it's some kind of conspiracy, but like people who are in
started from who? From Sergey and.
All of them. I mean, they point blank tell you they're transhumanists. They have no problem with it.
Okay, so for the people that are unsure of what transhumanist is, because I'm pretty sure I'm aware, but just what exactly is transhumanist? Transhuman is anti-human, right? Transhuman,
no.
Transitional human?
Human that can the consciousness of the human can be transferred to the machine.
Transitional humans, so transitional human, robotic humans, basically.
Yeah.
Neuralink humans, yeah.
Sentient robot.
I'll be back.
I don't know. What, you be back again? Maybe we should close up. Let Zach go to sleep, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he had a lot of stuff that he had to do too.
I got like 2 hours before I have to be on that radio thing, so.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Oh crap, so you're gonna stay up until then, eh?
Yeah.
It's early, it's only 9 o'clock
Well,
on Friday.
Yeah.
8 o'clock for you.
Except it's 2 a.m. and Zach's.
2 a.m. for me. Yeah.
Yep.
Happy Saturday, guys.
You too.
Happy Saturday. Happy weekend.
Right.
So you gonna end this, Tan?
Sure, we can.
Okay.
All right. So, should we close up? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. What do you want me to stop spitting? Okay.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us on this 10th episode of Roger Hanson's roundtable, weekend roundtable. We are lucky to have Disney Magic Zach with us today. Hope you can join us again more often in the future.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. We've been talking about a bunch of different things. I don't remember. if you want to know what we would discuss, rewatch the stream.
There you go.
All right. See you next week.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
That was excellent. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I am doing a pre-recorded storytelling topic with Disney Magic Zach. I've had him on the show before, but that was with gaming. Today, I have the privilege of having him back for my storytelling series. And with that being said, I'm going. Well, first I need to tell you what it is. We're going to have Zach tell the story of Disney from his perspective. So, with that, I'm going to stop talking now and hand it over to you, Zach.
Oh, thank you, Roger. It's a pleasure to be here again, mate. I enjoyed the last stream we did. It was very, very fun. I'm super excited to be here again. I'm all about talking about Disney, so I'm super, super excited. I mean, where do I begin? Like, do I start from the perspective of the beginning of Disney's life, or do I start from how it affected me? Like, where are y'all wanting me to begin with? Because this could easily turn into a history lesson.
Well, it's completely up to you. you could start from Disney when he was a kid. What inspired him to start Disney? You could also talk about, you know, what inspired you to where you got so fascinated with Disney and Disney World and stuff too. Anything, it's your story.
Okay, all right then. Right, so let's take a trip down Main Street, USA, shall we? It all began in when Disney was born December 5th, 1901, and he was born in Chicago, Illinois. He moved up to Missouri when he was a young boy, and he was obsessed with drawing, like everywhere. His dad didn't really much approve of it, to be fair. He said you can't make a living out of doing drawings and things like that. He moved out to California, and he took that step to get where he wanted to do. Him and his brother Roy, and there's just so many stories of Disney, man. There's just so many exciting stories to tell that at some point I want to put as much as I can onto my own channel with like a history series, maybe sometime in the new year, and just go through the life of Disney, because it's so fascinating. Because he wasn't just an animator; he was a storyteller. He was an animator. He was a voice actor. He was an entrepreneur. He streamlined the way animation is today. Disney made so many milestones and groundbreaking technology in his time alone that the company itself is just a staple of animation today. You can't go anywhere without hearing the words the Walt Disney Company, and it's just so impressive how much work he put into it. It didn't start with Mickey Mouse. It didn't start with Mickey Mouse. Like I say, there's a lot of history there. It started with a live action kind of series called Alice's Adventures, or The Adventures of Alice, where he used a little girl to tell various stories. He sold plenty before even Mickey was even a thought. He was selling like reels of animations to local theaters to earn some cash, pretty much. And he was a pioneer in what he did. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was the first full-length feature animated film in color, and it used a device called the plane projector, I think it's called. I could be wrong, but what it does is it kind of lays layers on top of each other. So the background was a layer, the characters were a layer, and Disney made that. Disney created that. Before Mickey Mouse, there was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. That there was a massive legal battle about that. But I'm not going to get into that today, because we're here to talk about my perspective, to talk about what got me into Disney. Now, I'm a huge Disney fan. I'm absolutely massive. It's the history for me. I love the history of the company, on how Walt was so invested in what he wanted to do, and he had that drive, that initiative to go out and get what he wanted. And that, I feel like that's what everybody needs to do. And I take a great inspiration from Walt, in some of my own stuff. He always had kind of like a positive outlook on life. He was always approachable. He was always, happy, friendly. Even when he was working on deadlines and everything like that, You know, he might have been a tough guy to work for, but he knew what he wanted and he got it. So it's really is just my perspective of it is I've loved Disney ever since I was a kid. My first ever movie that I watched was The Aristocats on VHS, and that was just probably, you know, it's probably still one of my favorite movies to this day, just because of nostalgia. But there's just so many memorable characters. Like, my favorite all-time character is Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Like, I am a massive fan of Lilo and Stitch. Just the story that it tells, it conveys, and that's another thing. It's not just the animation; it's the storytelling. The storytelling of a Disney production is always on point. 9 times out of 10, you can come out of a movie and have a deeper understanding of that movie. Even if, you know, it just seems like it's just made for kids. And it's not. It's not just made for kids. It's made for everyone. And this is one thing that Disney always said. He said, "I'm not making movies for children. I'm making movies for the child in everyone." And that's why I feel it's so accepted by everyone. Everyone can pick up a Disney movie and watch it, and everybody can enjoy a good story with Disney. And you know, it's so good to see the company going strong. This year is a massive milestone for the company. It is 100 years since Disney was founded as of October 17th. So 2 days ago, as this is being recorded, the company turned 100 years old. You know, that day where Walt, Roy, and his friend and co-animator Ub Iwerks founded the Walt Disney Company, or Walt Disney Productions as it was known back then. You know, that it's just crazy to think how much of a massive milestone the company has taken, and the amount of like competition there is. And you know, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with everything Disney does. There are some points of like in recent history that I don't agree with, but you know, it's more so the history that I love looking at. You know, I enjoy the whole aspect of Walt's life and how he became such a pioneer in the world of animation. You know, it wasn't just a fluke. It was hard work. It was determination. It was constant failures to make ends meet. You know, to finally, you know, get where he wanted to be. It wasn't passed to him on a silver platter. You know, he worked hard for what he wanted, and it's so incredible to see all that hard work that Walt put in being paid off, even 100 years down the line. You know, I don't think many companies have lasted 100 years. You know, it's mad. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, like I said, the first movie I ever watched was Aristocats. You know, I have a lot of favorite movies of Disney. I have some that I'm not particularly fond of. Can't like everything. But you know, yeah. And then as time went on with myself, I became a fan of the theme parks. So my first experience ever going to a Disney theme park was Disneyland Paris. I was 6 years old. It was my 7th birthday. I celebrated my 7th birthday in Disneyland Paris. I got to meet my idols, Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy. A little 7-year-old boy getting to meet Mickey Mouse is probably the most amazing thing a child can ever dream of. You know, they see Mickey everywhere they go. Mickey is a staple character. No matter where you go in the world, no doubt you'll probably see Mickey Mouse. And for me to see Mickey on, you know, at Disneyland was just a dream come true. And that sparked something in me. It must have done. It must have sparked something in me, because I don't shut up about Disney nowadays. Like, I have a whole channel dedicated to it. I had a channel in the past that kind of veered off of it, and, you know, because, you know, I don't know why. But I've got this channel now, Disney Magic Zach, and this is solely Disney. And I'll get into that in a little bit later. But yeah, I was 7 years old. That was the first park I ever went to, and it just ignited a flame in my mind, and it was just mesmerizing. There's some parts of that trip that I still remember very, very fondly. But the main one that I remember, because I was significantly older, was back in 2011. I was 16, and it was a full family trip. There was, excuse me, I feel like I'm listening to this. There was 11 of us, and we all went to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida. Now, the Walt Disney World itself is huge. It is massive. It is the size of San Francisco. It is its own whole different experience to a Disneyland park. Disney World, once you enter that gate and enter that archway, you are no longer in the real world. You are in the world of yesterday, tomorrow, and the future. You know, you are in the world of Disney. There is no outside world unless you choose to go to the outside world. Everything you need in Disney World is under that barrier. You need shops, you've got shops. You need food, you've got food. You've got hotels galore. You've got everything at your disposal. And when I was 16, that really just ignited that fire even more so. Like, I could appreciate every little detail of the parks, the way the parks are set out. It's not just coincidence that, you know, you see the castle straight away as you're walking down Main Street. It's set like that. It is made that way, and every part of the park tells a different part of the story. You go to Fantasyland, you can listen, you can go enjoy the princesses. You go to Tomorrowland, you can ride the rides of the future or of yesterworlds. You know what I mean? Like, you can go to Main Street, you walk down Main Street USA, and you see that castle. If you're a huge Disney fan or a Disney adult like myself, hell, you're gonna cry like a little bitch. I tell you that. You are gonna cry 100%, because the next time I go, like next year for my birthday, I know I am gonna sob like a little baby, because I have not seen that castle in person for 12 years, and it is very much so the whole aspect of a Disney park for me is being able to tell your own story with the characters that you love. Meet and greets and rides and food and shopping and just taking in the atmosphere. Like, just go to a Disney park and experience the atmosphere. It is truly probably one of the best things you can do. Like, there are days where I'm editing, where I'm doing work, where I'm just like doing stuff, and I would just put on like Disney park ambience music for background for being able to transport myself, because that experience of having those moments of tranquility, it is something that I find soothing and mesmerizing and exciting and interesting, and I get to ride my favorite rides, and I get to look back on those stories, and I get to enjoy what I love even more so. Like some of my favorite rides at Disney World and in the parks around the world that have been copied to, you know, some of the most popular ones like Pirates of the Caribbean, Big Thunder Mountain, Splash Mountain. All of those are worldwide attractions. You know, Haunted Mansion is another one. Those rides take you into your own story. You get to experience that from your own like point of view, and it's just beautiful. It's just nothing can. I don't think any words for me can describe how much the parks make me feel, because it's just beautiful. It's just fantastic, and this is why I'm such a huge fan of Disney. Like, I'm a big fan of the way it invokes stories, the way it creates memories, the way it makes people feel is just beyond anything else, in my opinion. And that's subjective. That's going to be it's going to be subjective. It's going to be biased, but you know, hey, this is from my perspective, so suppose you just gotta roll with it. And yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, some of my favorite memories from watching the movies to being in the parks, they stick with me, and holy, they really do, you know, they move me forward for what I want to do. I take a lot, like I've said, I take a lot of inspiration from Walt. 99% of the time, I am a happy-go-lucky man. I am very, very happy-go-lucky. I will take anything on the chin. I will take anything. I will give a smile, a nod, a wave, whatever, to anyone and everyone, because that's just the type of person I am. And part of that is the way I was brought up from my mum, and the way that she made me who I am today. But I want to make a little bit of an what's the word I'm looking for? An insert as well. Some of that comes from Walt, because from as long as I can remember, I have always been a fan of the work of the company. And when I got older, like when I was 16, it was when I really dove into like the history and the parks and the park history, and I became a massive fan of the Imagineering side of how things work and what makes them tick. Like, I love watching the documentaries of how certain movies were made and how certain ideas came to be. And my thing is what happens if those ideas didn't happen? What would happen if those ideas didn't come to life? Where would the company be today? You've got some of the most iconic names in Disney history. Like, you've got the Sherman Brothers, who composed some of the most well-known songs possibly in the world. What would happen if they didn't? What would happen if? Where did it come to be? How did Walt find these people? And this is a history that I love to research about and invest my time in. Disney Plus has some amazing documentaries, and I more or less, I've probably watched a good 3/4 of them. But I want to give credit to some amazing channels that I personally watch that brings my perspective for my love of Disney to an absolute shooting to the stars. Like Defunctland, Yesterworld, George Browning, Poseidon Entertainment, and there's so many others. But those four that I mentioned are mainly Disney, but they're not solely Disney, but they're mainly Disney. And those people, like, you think I'm mad about Disney and history? Go and watch some of their videos, because the amount of detail and amount of research that goes into their videos is beyond anything. It is incredible. I watch their videos. I think I've watched all of Defunctland's and Yesterworld's YouTube catalogue. George Browning, found him about a year and a half back now. I've watched a good fair few of his videos as well, about halfway through his catalogue. But Defunctland and Yesterworld are wholly some of my favourite creators on YouTube for the documentaries and history of Disney history. And that's what drives me even more so through the company. So, I mean, I love the history. I love the stories. I love learning. I've always said if there was a degree in Disney history, I would take it, I would ace it, and I'd be a Disney historian, because why the hell not? I do it free in my free time anyway. I actively look for like history about Disney, not just for videos, but for my own personal pleasure. But yeah, just had a bit of a tangent. Going back to the parks, the 16 Disney Worlds, I was obsessed with the rides, and how more so obsessed with the cast members. I was more aware. I was like, yo, you can work for Disney. This is a job that you can work in the parks. You can be the most happy-go-lucky person ever in the world. I want to do that. And that, honestly, is and has been a dream of mine for quite a while. To work at the parks. Especially, like, more so at Disney World rather than Disneyland, because I'm more a Disney World aficionado than I am Disneyland. You know, there's always groups. I don't know if this works for anything else, but there's always groups of you know, you're either a Disney World fan or you're a Disneyland fan. There is no, you know, there's a slight overlap. But more so you're leaning towards the west or the east coast. I'm an East Coast boy because, you know, I've been to that park, I've experienced that park. Unfortunately, I haven't got a chance to experience the OG park yet, but it is on my bucket list. And the whole chance to be able to work as a cast member would be very, very exciting for me. It would be very, very exciting for me. I would love to do that. But, you know, maybe sometime in the future, if I were given an opportunity to do so. But yeah, I was obsessed with the cast members. I was obsessed with the parks, the way it worked, the experience that just walking in the park. It is something that just makes you feel like you're a kid again. You don't have to worry about the real world. You don't have to worry about work. You don't have to worry about you know, you don't have to worry about anything. You can just live in the moment, and you know, I try and do that as much as possible as myself. But you know, life gets in the way. At Disney, you only have your Disney life. You live your best Disney life. Hell, you want to lay by the pool all day? No one's gonna stop you. You've got no responsibilities. You're at Disney, baby. Like, you don't have to worry. Life is easy breezy, and sure, it's a false hope of security. Sure, it's a you know, it's not real. It's not reality. But sometimes you just need to step back from reality and engage in your imagination, engage in your childlike wonder. And that's where this next part comes from, for me personally. Disney, that trip to Disney World made me appreciate the company, Walt, Roy, Ub, the way everything's run, the way the company is run, or the way the company was run back in the day. And it's just it ignited that flame inside my mind. Like, yes, we are going to we're going to enjoy this. We're going to become a Disney guy, because hell, you know, I'm a Disney guy. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm a Disney adult. You know, it might be cringy for some people. It might be you know, it might be, you know, not to everyone's cup of tea. But you know what? People, there are worse things to be addicted to. You know, I'm addicted to Disney. I'm a Disney addict. I'm happy to say that. But yeah, 16 years old at Disney World, that trip more or less changed my life, defined who I am a little bit, you know, a little bit. And, you know, it brought me to a little bit further into the future. And I want to talk a little bit about my journey to this channel, if you'll indulge me. You know, I've been talking for a little while now, but hey, I like the sound of my own voice, so it's all good. Yeah. So I started YouTube back in 2017, I believe, with the channel that is now defunct. Well, it's not defunct, it's still there. I just don't use it. Golfer Gone Disney. But before it was Golfer Gone Disney, which was primarily golfing and Disney content. The Disney content was very, very lacking on that channel. I was making videos on that channel just for the sake of it, because I thought, if I keep making videos, people will start watching them, people enjoy them. And it got to a point where I wasn't enjoying making the content. So I stopped for a few months. But that channel went through so many iterations of various things. It started off as a gaming channel. Where I was doing primarily visual novels. And then it turned into like a vlog channel. Turned into a vlog channel where I did, you know, just like weekly vlogs. And then it turned into Zach Does. Was it Zach Does Disney? I think it was Zach Does Disney. I think that was the name of it. And that was where the Disney videos started. And the first ever Disney video I recorded was my top 10 favorite Disney characters, I'm pretty sure. Or top 5 favorite Disney characters.
And that video was just, oh boy, it was awful. Like, there's days where I'm recording on this channel and I'm like, that ain't good. We're gonna redo it. This video was literally a one take. I wasn't looking at the camera at all. I was like, had no camera presence. I was reading off a script. So I was like, oh, like, I make scripts now, but I make it look good. This poor fecker of a past Zach was just staring at a screen with some shitty microphone and a headset. Like, it was so funny. It was like, that's gonna hurt you. Sorry, but that's how it sounded. It sounded shit. The video was crap. But we got better. You know, you get better as time goes on. Disney Magic Zach was around for a long haul. I think that was the name of my channel for a good couple of years, up until like the end of 2018, 2019. And then I changed it to Zach Does Things. And the reason I changed it to Zach Does Things is because I wanted to broaden further. Sorry, I've got a snotty nose. This is disgusting. Oh, dying over it with a cold. But then I changed it to Zach Does Things. And the reason I changed it to Zach Does Things is because I wanted to broaden out a little bit. I wanted to do Harry Potter content. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan as well. Go Ravenclaw. As you can probably tell a little bit from the little background here, there is some Potter stuff there. I don't know if you can actually ever see on camera, but it's up there. But yeah, so I was a big Disney fan. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Still am. I made some Harry Potter videos that did pretty damn well. It started getting a little bit more creative with my editing, a little creative with my scripts, a little bit more creative with my camera presence, my alter egos, my camera online personas. And I learned a lot through that time. And then I enjoy playing golf. At the weekends I was like, oh, it'd be fun to record a video of me playing golf. We started doing that for a couple of months. And then that's where it got too much, because I feel like it just got a lot. I took away the Harry Potter, and then I just solely did Golfer Gone Disney, which was a play on word of me being a golfer, me playing Disney, me being a Disney fan. It kind of fit well. It didn't end well. That channel just became very, very lackluster for me. I took a few months off, and I came back guns a-blazing with this brand new channel that primarily started as a podcast, the Disney Magic podcast. And I am very lucky enough to have some amazing guests on this podcast that I'm doing. I've talked to ex-cast members. I've met some amazing people that, I'm primarily in contact with still, and still in the works of doing things with other people on their channels, on my own channel, and still working through that. I've been through so many different channels that I've met some amazing people through Discord. That's where I met Roger. Roger's a fantastic lad, absolute grade A chap. He really is, and I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm proud to have met him. He's a super cool guy, and there's so many more people that are just insanely awesome that I've met through doing YouTube and things like that. But back to this. So Disney Magic Zach started as a podcast, and I was like, you know what? I'll start putting some podcast clips on from people who don't get to watch a full hour, 20 minutes episode of a podcast. They just want the best bits, the bits that I would find clickable. And I worked really hard on the thumbnails on this channel.
I work really hard on the quality of the video. If I feel the video is not good enough, I won't put it up. There's been a couple technical issues, but that's a learning curve. We're all learning, we're all doing that. But yeah, the podcast clips were the first thing that I put on. I was like, hey, podcast clips, we like those. We like them. I watch a fair few of them, and then I find the podcast episode, and then I find whatever, and then lo and behold, a couple of hours down the line, I've subscribed. That could work. Of course, it's not all about gaining numbers. It's just about me having a good time. I don't expect to get anywhere with YouTube. I really don't. I've got a good job. I've got a good career. I'm not going to throw that away. If tomorrow, miraculously, I was able to become, a multi-time millionaire through YouTube, I'd take it. But I'm not holding my hopes up. I do this for fun. This is fun for me. This is a good hobby. I enjoy it. But yeah, so the podcast episodes were the first thing that I did. We're currently 11 episodes in on the podcast. 12 is coming up very soon, which I'm super excited about. I've had so many cool guests and so many more to come on in the future. And it's just exciting to talk to people like that, and just so cool to hear their stories and hear their perspective. Like, to talk to actual cast members that have worked at the parks is just. I don't think I would ever be able to do that when I was on the other channel, on the Golf Gone Disney, because I never went out above and beyond and broadcast myself. I shared the video and that was it. I was like, oh, people will watch it. Here with this channel, I've broadened. I've broadcast it. I'm talking to people. I'm making connections. I'm making the steps. And this is one reason why I'm here tonight with all of y'all, because I want to share my passion. I want to share my love for Disney, for those who enjoy Disney as much as me. It is very, very much a passion of mine. It is not my livelihood, but it is a very strong characteristic of me. I mean, I'm dressed in a Mickey Mouse t-shirt and a freaking Stitch fucking dressing gown, for God's sake. Like, come on. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just something about it, And then so this channel, I was like, yeah, we're gonna start making videos again. I miss making videos. I think I took like 3 months off, and every single video I've done on this channel, if I have a quick look at the first video I uploaded that was not a podcast clip, I do believe it was a news video, where this was a little bit creepy actually. Found like a prosthetic, like animatronic head in Splash Mountain at Disneyland whilst they were getting rid of it, demolishing it for the upcoming Tianu's Bayou Adventure, which is coming in 2024, and I hope to ride that because I would love to ride that. But yeah, that is. But yeah, that's the bottom line. I enjoy making videos. I enjoy making videos. I enjoy talking Disney. I enjoy hearing people's stories. I enjoy every single bit about it, and that's the whole reason why I'm here tonight, to talk to all of y'all and just to share my story. And I feel like we're going to come full circle. I want to finish off the story with a quote from Disney. If you can dream it, you can do it. and that is very, very true. If you believe in something, you can do it. And Walt believed in his power, in his gumption, that he wanted to be an animator, and he made damn sure that he did. Through all his failures, through all of his bottom lines, through all of his failures, like I said, Walt made it. And the company is strong 100 years on for many people like me to revel and to be in marvel of the company and of just how far it's come and just how much they do. And it's just so exciting. Like, I absolutely love Disney, and I am very excited to be able to share this with you tonight. So thank you all for listening. I hope I didn't bore you too much. Yeah.
No, you did an excellent job, Zach. Now that you've done your story, are you okay with questions and answers now?
Absolutely. Okay. Let's get going. I am super excited. Love a good Q&A sesh.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'd be happy to. First of all, I'd like to say I share your passion in that ability to tap into your childlike self and just to be yourself as fully as possible. There's a certain magic about it that you don't experience since childhood.
It's very
true. When you tap into that again, it's like your heart is bursting open. It's like you become a superhuman or something. I share that. I guess I got tapped into that through festival culture and going into a space where everyone is in theme costumes and dressing up silly and dancing silly to silly music and you just feel like at first your societal programming kicks in and you're like, what am I meant to be doing? Until you realize no one cares. You just can just be yourself, do whatever the fuck you want,
Exactly.
And I share that. And in saying that, I don't want to ruin the magic of this stream, so I'm not going to go too hard on it. But first of all, I wanted to know what your thoughts are on Disney branching off and buying up, old cult things like Star Wars and things like that, and making it their own. So what's your view on that?
Oh, this is a recurring question anywhere I go. I've been asked this question so many times. I'm very, very opinionated on this. So when I said I don't agree with everything Disney do, this is it. I have said a millennial times, you're welcome for the little shitty joke, that I'm not a fan of Star Wars. In one little bit, the only Star Wars I like is probably 4, 5, 6, the original trilogy. That's probably about it. But in terms of that, I don't really go out of my way to watch it. In terms of them buying everything, I'm gonna sum it up in one sentence. There's too much on their plate. They don't know what to do with it. They're trying to do too much at once, and it's somewhat failing. And it's the thing that always comes to mind for me is the Marvel movies, when they've properly thought it out, like Avengers. I think what was it? Avengers Endgame, the one where Thanos kills everyone. That was probably one of the best cinematic pieces of media that you could possibly watch at that time. Yeah, I mean, more or less. I mean, I'm not a Marvel fan either. DC all the way. But again, I can appreciate good cinematography being doing YouTube and things like that and editing, and I can appreciate that. But then you come to 2020, is it 2022 or 2023 when the newest Ant-Man movie came out, and that looked fucking terrible. It looked shocking. Like oh, 1 second. I think my light's trying to tell me something's not working. Let me just turn it on here. The whole aspect of that is it looks terrible.
So I did a video recently. I'm going to compare it
to this. I did a video watching all of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I sat down over the course of like a week and watched the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. The CGI in that looks a million times better than the Ant-Man movie. And that movie came out in 2006. And that movie is at least, 16 years old, something like that? Easily, something like that. The fact that that looks better than something that they've done a year ago, it shouldn't be digressing, they should be progressing. And the whole reason why they're digressing, the reason why is because they're trying to pump out too much media because they want to appease all the fans. And they're not
that makes sense.
They're not able to do that with the quality the quality they want to bring it out at. They're just bringing it out in quantity rather than quality. They're not putting time into the work. They're like, right, let's get that, let's get that, let's get that, let's get that. Like, there's no need. Like, take your time with something. The fans will appreciate it. There's too much media to watch. Like, even if I wanted to get into the Marvel universe, I've got to watch like 15 years worth of movies to actually catch up. Like, it's not as fair enough. I could probably sit down and watch it, but like, I wouldn't fully understand the story, and that's the point. Because like, they're like, and Star Wars, I mean, I think they've veered off Star Wars a little bit. I don't think they're doing as much with it. They finished off the Skywalker trilogy, which, fair enough, did it really need doing? I mean, they probably did it anyway, but hey. But, you know, my thoughts are that there's too much on their plate, and they're trying to oh.
There he goes. He'll be back
They're
on.
trying to put out too much media all in one go. That's my thoughts.
I think he got booted. He'll be right back. He just has to hit the link again. You there?
Yeah, sorry, I got kicked out.
Yeah, I know. It does it to me too.
Yeah, so all I can say about that is, you know, things like Star Wars have been around since like for 50 years. Yeah. And no one's going to be watching Ant-Man in 10 years' time, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And, you know, that, again, like George Lucas you'd tell it was a passion project. Like, you can tell.
Oh, he was ahead of his time, too. Yeah.
Oh, 100% ahead of its time. I mean, you know,
it's amazing how you can watch the old ones and they just seamlessly bleed into the new ones, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I still watch them all the time. But, all right. So my next question is, there are some stories going around the internet that Walt Disney was part of the Demolay Society. Have you heard about this? It's a secret society. It's a secret society that exists. It's almost like a below the Freemasons kind of thing. And it caused a lot of people to postulate that Walt Disney was a Freemason because he uses a lot of Masonic symbolism in some of his cartoons, like, you know, the eye in the triangle type thing, or some Masonic aprons and the checkerboard floors and stuff like that. But anyway, the other thing is there's a Club 33 in Disneyland. Well,
very and prestigious. That was so. Club 33 was. Sorry to interrupt. Club 33 was where was a restaurant that Walt would do his meetings in. Initially that's what it was. So he could close to close the deals for contracts and things like that. He would meet with producers, directors,
now that's interesting.
And authors and things like that to gain the rights to the stories, sign the contract, sweeten the deal with an all-inclusive paid meal, and free tickets to Disneyland for the day as well.
Well, see, the occult meaning of 33 is that's the highest degree in Freemasonry, right? So it's a subtle way of saying to them, like, hey, I'm in on the club, let's make a deal, you know? And my question is, do you think there should be some kind of responsibility with people that make media for children? And, you know, should parents be wary of like subliminal messages and stuff like that being put in cartoons these days? Because, you know, so often parents put their kids on Disney Plus or something like that and walk away for a day and assume everything is all hunky-dory. But when we have like secret society people controlling these media organizations, do you think there's a potential risk there for early childhood programming or something like that?
I mean, mate, that's a tough question. I mean, if I may veer off topic for a little minute, I will get to the point, but I feel like it connects slightly to what happened with YouTube Kids a few years back, and the whole reason why we had the copper, the kind of like whatever it was called. What was it called? Copper 13 or something, bringing in place where whenever you upload a video, you have to tick a box saying yes, it's made for kids, or no, it's not made for kids. If you want to not be on, if you are on the YouTube platform and you're uploading videos and you tick that the video is for kids, you can't leave comments, you can't leave likes, you can literally just watch the video and that's it. If you say no, it's not for kids, you can have all of like YouTube accessibility. You can leave comments, you can like, you can share, blah 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 blah. You can do anything you can do on YouTube. Why that is in place is because there was certain channels back in like a couple of years ago where they were promoting like Elsa and Spider-Man being like in relationships and being pregnant and shit like that, and it was they had like subliminal messages and crap like that. They had Momo going around a couple of years ago that was like all that kind of crap as well. You know, all of those stupid viral videos for like that kids enjoy, and the whole point is another reason the legality side of YouTube was allowing children under the age of 13 to create an account and not be monitored, and still gaining monetization purposes from like children's kind of like entertainment. So if you have children entertainment on YouTube, you can't gain any monetization from it. You can't like, you can't share, you can't comment, you can't do any of the YouTube stuff that you would have usual access to. So go back to Disney and you know the theory that he was, you know, kind of like a Freemason. I mean, I've never heard of that personally. I've never heard that he was. But then I've never heard that he wasn't. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was, because, you know, I at that time, I do believe a lot of people in some sort of power, you know, powerhouse kind of like job in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff, they probably were in the Freemasons, you know what I mean? It makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's difficult for anyone to get that famous without being in the club, usually.
Of course.
The question is, was it from the beginning, or did it happen later on when they realized he was super powerful? You know, it probably started innocent enough, you know, who knows?
Yeah, I mean...
besides that, just in general, let's just speak in generalities. it's clearly influencing a child's mind that early on is a huge responsibility, usually assigned to parents and teachers only, right? So if like a unknown entity comes in and starts feeding a child information 24 hours a day, that's a potentially powerful situation to be in. So yeah, I like that YouTube has sort of curated that a bit, but I still see a potential for you know, nefarious activities or whatever to happen.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I think my point really is like parents should be wary. They should watch what their children watch at least once. To like,
yeah, of course,
like,
of course, yeah.
A good example was Ren and Stimpy back in the day, right? Did you watch that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
My parents would just be like, "Oh, cartoons."
That was my
fine.
childhood. Yeah, that and Cow and Chicken. My God, those were fucking brutal. They were. My God.
And my parents would just leave us in front of it, thinking, "Oh yeah, it's just a cartoon."
Yeah, it's fine. It's on Nickelodeon. It's fine. No, but I do agree with where you're coming from. I do believe parents should be wary of what they're watching, regardless of what media it is. But this is, I mean, and I'll go back to what I said when I was like telling the story that Disney said his movies and his stories just weren't for children; they were for the child in all of us. If you're going to watch a Disney movie and you know you're an adult watching a Disney movie, there's going to be some jokes in there the kids are not going to get, and that's the whole reason, because they want adults and children. They want the parents to watch the movie with the kids. They don't want to just have it stuck on and be like, and the kids doing something in the background. The most famous artwork that is no longer available. If you can get hold of it, you're a very lucky person. The 1989 VHS release of the Little Mermaid, one of the pylons of the castle was in the shape of a penis. Not intentional, but it was there. And you know, there's always innuendos. There's always like sly little adult jokes in there that are there for the reason, because you know, Disney as a company and Disney as a person was like, I want the adults to watch the movies with the kids, and that was the whole reason why he created Disneyland as well. He was sat at Griffiths Park on a wooden bench watching his daughter go around on a carousel, and he was like, I want to make a park where parents can be involved with their children. And that was the whole initial idea of Disneyland, and it still is to this day. You can go to a Disney park.
Well, that's an interesting point, because I was going to ask you about that, because I do notice a lot of like special themes throughout the cartoons, and I'm just like, is this nefarious or is there something else going on? So what you say actually makes sense. I've never heard that before, so thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, that's all I really want to ask now, so I appreciate you speaking to us and sharing your story, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's been super. Thank you. Thanks for the questions, mate.
So my question is, if you could see Disney go in any direction, like if you yourself would just, they're like, hey, we have to have some assistance with creative direction, what would you like to see as far as like expansion if you had that opportunity?
Ooh, Karma, what a question. All right, let me think here. I was CEO, or if I was in charge of parks, things like that. If I wanted to see Disney go in a direction, I mean, first thing as a creative kind of like media, drop the IPs. Give Marvel back. Get rid of Star Wars. Give it back to George. Let him do what he wants to do with it. Let him do what they want to do with Marvel, and focus on original ideas. Focus on what Disney is known for. Focus on what people in the Disney community are wanting. There are so many people in the Disney community, including myself, that are like, we want original concepts, we want original ideas. We want original movies, we want original, They've got something in the parks called the Society of Explorers and Adventurers, or C for short, which is a fictional kind of like group of explorers that span across all 6 parks, from Disney World to Tokyo. And these certain characters within the areas, certain rides that kind of come into that. You've got the Haunted Mansion, Jungle Cruise is one. The Mystic Manor at Tokyo. Where is it? It's Shanghai or Tokyo. It's one of the Asian parks that's part of it. Give us some of that. Give us some of that as a movie. Give us some of that in the parks. You know, that's what we want. We want that. In terms of parks, I wouldn't expand. I would renovate. I'd renovate Disneyland. Get Disneyland to back how it was back in the day. Tomorrowland is in shambles. Mm-hmm. The people mover is just. I recorded a podcast about this, and someone brought this up. I asked a question about this in my guest in the podcast. It was like, bring the people mover back. I was like, yes, we need the people mover back at Disneyland, because the tracks there it's just in disrepair. It needs refix. It needs fixing. It needs doing. Let's get that done. And then in terms of like Disney World and things like that, like I say, more like original ideas. Get rid of IPs, bring in original ideas, and just focus on that, because we all want it, but Disney are not doing it. That whenever they bring an idea, they slap an IP on because they know it'll sell. Mm-hmm. If they're like, and I'll bring up the D23. On the Destination D23, sorry. So the Destination D23 just happened like a couple of months ago now. It was like the end of August, when was it? August or September? It was one of them. Yeah, it was one of those. It was August or September. So that happened. They announced the Americas for Animal Kingdom, which is like the tropical areas of the Americas, like Costa Rica and all that kind of stuff. And they've got Encanto there as a blue sky idea, and Indiana Jones. And it's all just blue sky. It's all just potential. Nothing is ever set in stone. I want Disney to come out and say, right, this is what we're doing. This is when we're starting it. And the last time they did this was Galaxy's Edge, I believe. And even that, with all the concepts that they had, not everything was actually put in place at Galaxy's Edge. And they need to start working on, if they're going to bring something, they need to be able to bring some realistic expectations to what they're going to announce. If they can't produce what they're going to announce, if they're going to overshoot, then we're going to be disappointed. If they undershoot, we're like, look, we're going to give you this. It's going to be an immersive land. It's going to be this, and then bam, we come out with like brand new things that they didn't even announce. We'll be happy. We'll be happy people, like, you know. But hey, it's all just an idea. Hopefully, they bring some original ideas, but.
What is your favorite part of it? Is it like the fantasy aspect? Because I was hearing you saying about being like in your own separate type of world, and like I know going as a participant or an experiencer to Disney is different than from breaking there. But I understand also too the efficiency that's put into the presentation just as a result of working there, and like some stuff that is okay, some stuff that's not okay, some stuff that people, you know what I mean, allowed to be tolerated type thing, and so and expectations. But I just was wondering, like, because you are in your own world and each world is different, but like, is it the universal feeling of freedom, or do you feel like, you know what I mean, it's an escapism type thing to where it's like it's fantasy and nothing is real or everything is, and then the alternative to what's actuality and creating that to be the reality type of thing. Just because that's how you see what I mean. I guess I'm asking you more. I guess like because I know that's how it was for me with being a kid. Like when I would go to Disney World, it felt magical. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually feel like the different type of energy, and it was never a negative energy. You know what I mean? There was never. Yeah, it was never. You never go to Disney World. I was like, I hate it here, and this is the
I
most.
know, yeah. I want to go home. No.
The lines are fun. Like you're standing in the lines and you're happy and stuff, and the lines are 4 hours long. Like,
what did you do today, Zach?
Even as a teenager, I thought those characters were real, eh? Like, they just seemed so real when I was there.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I always knew that.
What do you mean? Real? They are real. Don't what you on about?
Yeah.
No. What did you do today? I stood in a line for 4 hours for a ride. Did you get it? No, the park closed.
Right.
No. I had fun doing it. I may have the most fucking. I may be as red as anything, but man, that sunburn is great. I love it.
It burns.
It burns so bad, but it felt so good.
Okay,
no,
but listen, wait. What I was saying, but I understand too what Mr. Robot was saying, because like there are like strategic implementations in regards to like the spacing of like the trash cans, and just they actually did like a number, and you learned that in onboarding, like how they counted the spaces for the trash cans. And
it's the amount of steps it takes Walt Disney to eat a hot dog, if I believe correctly.
Yeah. And then now I'm.
And if I let me guess. If I remember rightly, is it 13?
Yeah, it's 13 or 10. I thought it might be 13. But
it might be 13 or 10, but man.
Oh shit, guys.
And then there's a trash
can. I just found the 1989 version of Little Mermaid.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna Blu-ray, man. I'm gonna see these penis castles pretty soon.
Okay, now I do have some questions for my brother. He wasn't able to make it today.
No worries. That's fine.
But
I'll be happy to answer it.
He wants to know your take on the cruise liners that are set up for one, that they have for Disney. What's your take on these cruise liners for Disney?
Disney cruise, boy, I want to go on one. I want to go on every single cruise ship they have. They announced one a couple of months ago, just before D23, called the Disney Treasure. Oh, that looks amazing. John, I'm jealous. Come on now. So no, they look amazing. They look, I've never had the chance to go on a cruise, but I am looking at potentially going on one in the next few years. I just love the look of them. They look so enjoyable. They look so good. The whole reason why I want to go on one, is it's not even. I don't think it's for the ship itself. It's for Castaway Cay, and that is one of Disney's private islands in the Bahamas. Oh, if you want to go, like that is. Oh, it looks gorgeous. It looks so good. Yeah, but that's my take. They look beautiful. I really want to go on one. I'm also very jealous of John's son, so yeah.
Okay, now he mentioned that, but then he started talking all Greek to me about some weird shit when it comes to Disney World, and he said that there's a huge Disney World somewhere in the Middle East that's kind of like Four Corners here in the United States, where it's on the corner of 4 different countries, and it's supposed to be huge. He said,
all right.
Have you ever heard of that?
No. The only one that comes to me in the Middle East, like theme park wise, is Is it Warner Brothers or is it Hanna-Barbera? I think it's Hanna-Barbera. It's an indoor theme park in I think it's in Abu Dhabi or Dubai, and that's meant to be insane. That's meant to be huge. But I've not heard of that one that he's talking about there. No.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't know what he was talking about. My brother did.
No.
He gets, I'm gonna be brave.
I'd be scared. I'd be scared going to a theme park in the Middle East. You know, like they can shut you off if you're having too much fun. So gotta be careful.
Well, I'm gonna be.
Don't laugh too much.
I'm gonna be brave, and I'm gonna ask a question.
Go on, Roger. You can do it.
This one is something that Mr. Robot wanted to ask, but since I know you more, and I feel more comfortable about asking it to you.
Okay.
I want your take on the sexual habits of all these young, early Hollywood or Walt Disney World females that have grown up since they've been on Walt Disney and decided that they were going to start acting inappropriate. What's your take on that?
Are we talking like Miley Cyrus? Is that the direction we're going?
She's one of them.
Yeah, and Britney Spears was another one. Who was another? There was another one as well. I'll find the name in a second.
What's her name?
Yeah, they ended up as like kind of sex addicts and stuff later on, and went a little bit off the rails. Especially Britney Spears is the one that comes to mind.
I mean,
is it related or is it just like Hollywood being Hollywood? You know.
I mean, I've heard stories. I've heard stories from, well, not personally, but like I've watched videos on. So going back to like Miley Cyrus, the same kind of era of when Hannah Montana was on, you know, the best of both worlds. But you had The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Cole and Dylan Sprouse. I don't know how familiar you were with like the Disney Channel, like original series, things like that. But when they like, so it was a really rocky ending for all of them. Like when they I don't know how to put it. So Disney Channel, when they hired someone, primarily females, there were some males that went into this afterwards, but primarily females, they wanted them to have a music career as well as an acting career to further their chances in Hollywood. Now, that was one reason why I think Miley had a very good chance. Obviously, her dad is Billy Ray Cyrus, probably one of the biggest 90s country stars, going at that 80s, 90s country stars, going, that was probably like, at that time, probably one of the biggest. Miley Cyrus had a very good advantage, and she was like, yeah, fair dues, we'll give it a go. And then it ended going to Selena Gomez. It went to, I think Ashley Tisdale did some at some point. You had a fair few of the females doing that, and that made it harder to get out of the contracts that they had at the Disney Channel, like contracts and stuff. They were contracted to do so many things with them, and when one ended, another one started, and it was like an endless loop of legalities and things like that. And I think it's just the direction they went in, because like not all of them went in that direction, as far as I know. I think the ones that like stand out to me is obviously Miley Cyrus,
Christina Aguilera was another one apparently, and Mara Wilson. I don't know her very well, but she was another one.
The Jonas Brothers, they were another one. But so like
Alison Stoner. I don't really know her that well either, but they were all part of the Well, a lot of them were part of the Disney Mickey Mouse Club or whatever it was called.
Oh man.
I don't know what to make of it. I think,
Well, give him
the entertainment industry is pretty dodgy in that respect anyway, all this Epstein and other weird shit coming forward now. So
legit just like but yeah, so a lot of them went to do this I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just I don't know. I think they just had just wanted a way to get out of it, I think. But not all of them went out that way. Hillary Duff was perfectly fine when she got out of her contract. But there was more of them that went that kind of way. Nowhere to the extreme as like some of them, but they went to a point where it's like, yeah, we need to do something like a bit stupid, and Disney won't hire us again. And I think it was just their way of like, right, we need to get out of this because we've had enough, and there was no physical way to like sort do it that way. So I think that's to be fair, I think that's the thing of it. Yeah, but
I thought it was a bit silly how they got rid of Johnny Depp. He didn't even really do much wrong for Hollywood,
Yeah, John, I think you're right. To be fair, I think they felt they missed out on the childhood impact. You're very, very right. Child actors, honestly, are probably like, it's probably so goddamn hard for them, like, in all fairness, like 100%. Yeah, it's probably so hard for them to enjoy their like childhood. You know what I mean?
It must be a crazy lifestyle.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Also about Johnny Depp as well. Yeah, they let him go. He didn't do anything. I think Disney are just scared of bad publicity. Like if something did go and Johnny Depp, in an alternate reality, if he did get called, guilty, then, I don't know.
Yeah, that could be billions of dollars down the drain for Disney.
100%. And yeah, I think he's coming back. I've heard honestly, there's another thing I've really opinionated on. They need to stop with the live actions. Who the fuck wants a live action Nightmare Before Christmas? No one. No one asked for that. No one. Nobody wants that.
Is that a thing? I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, so Johnny Depp's apparently, I don't know if it's actually been confirmed, but there's speculation that Johnny Depp is playing a live action Jack Skellington. Please tell me how. Please. I just don't know.
Well, if anyone can pull it off, he could.
I mean,
pretty weird.
You're right. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if it's thingied by Tim Burton, then, probably, yeah. Let's be real. Oh, dear.
Just paint over Edward Scissorhands a little bit, and there you go.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Just give him extra long limbs instead of scissors for hands.
Okay, so I wanted to get into the brave part. I had to do it, and he ended up ending it for me. He did a real good job of asking you the sensitive questions, and trust me, he was being nice. Okay, Mr. Robot's hardcore. I mean,
I can tell, mate. No, I appreciate the hard-hitting questions. It takes balls to ask questions like that. I appreciate it.
You handled it well, mate. You handled it well.
I tell you too, don't be surprised, because Zach's getting enjoyment out of this. Okay, he loves it. Like, he's perked up right now after having that conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah,
well, if you're really into the history stuff, Zach, I challenge you, check out Walt Disney Freemason. Check out Walt Disney Demolay Society. and see what you make of it, because there's a lot of information out there on it, and I'd love to know how much is speculation and how much of it is verifiable. But it could take you on an interesting tangent you don't know about yet.
I mean, funnily enough, I'm planning videos for November tomorrow, so maybe I'll do some research and put my own little thoughts on it.
No,
Cool. I'll check it out if you do.
I do have one more thing that I want to bring up, and you mentioned your golfing with Disney. Now, there was a video I believe you put out on there that I really did enjoy, and the one that I recalled on that was when you were talking about Walt Disney's fairy tale make-believe city, San Angelo or something like that.
Oh, let me see if I can find the video we're on about. Let me log into that old channel here, guys. Let me have a look.
It was a while ago. You said that he was attempting to create his own cityscape, basically, which consisted of a mix between Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Yeah, I think I remember the video. Let me load it up for you and let me have a look whilst I've got y'all here. I need to just log into the actual other account.
While you're doing that, I've got another question. I like to entertain my friends with some old school Disney sometimes. I just got all the old school Alice in Wonderlands and stuff like that. I want to know what do you think is the trippiest, psychedelic old school Disney stuff that you can think of? Like I'm downloading Fantasia right now, but what else?
Pinocchio.
I mean, Fantasia, yeah, that's some ballsy stuff. Alice in Wonderland is just trippy as hell, purely because Lewis Carroll was a fucking LSD head, so it translated well.
You guys keep forgetting Pinocchio, though.
Well, that's probably what we'll be on.
Yeah, Pinocchio, yeah. I mean, all of them are weird in their own way. I think it's not so much weird, but more so like just a bit on the weird side was Jungle Book. What's he called? What's his name called?
Yeah, I love Jungle Book. Old school.
Yeah, I love the original Jungle Book. What was
the music is so good. I still listen to it.
The music's amazing. Music's so good. But yeah, some of them are very weird. But I think because it was a different time, you could. Some of them you can't get away with what they did back in the day with some of them. But I mean, some of them I think were very, very, very much out there with weirdness. Let me see. I've got to go through all these old videos.
When he's talking about the stuff with the Freemason and Masonry and stuff like that, do you feel as though that would skew, even if you found out that was what it was, does that actually change your experience or what Disney means to you based off of just what maybe the deception is, or just the interpretation, or more like the perpetuation, how they wanted it to be portrayed? Does that make, just because you learn of something you were unfamiliar with before, you still have all those magical memories, it still did something in your life that you feel as though it's positive? Is it something that you just walk away from because you find out that certain things may not have been what you thought they were?
Oh no, absolutely not. It would, Disney is far too important for me to just walk away from it, to be honest. And
let me be clear as well, I don't necessarily think, even if they did put their symbolism and stuff in there, I don't necessarily think that's an attempt at mind control or something like that. I just think, they're in their own boys club and maybe they like showing it off a little bit, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, of course.
I still would love all the old school Disney just as much. It was, it's classic. You can't get away.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Oh, sure, I've just sent the wrong link.
See how much they love you.
I completely agree. Like I think the whole it wouldn't stay it wouldn't stay anything that I love about Disney. It's far too important to me to just walk away from. Like Disney is like, along with like I said when I was just telling the story, it was like between Disney movies and Disney himself was like his influence that he had in his movies and things like that, and what my mum, how I am today. I mean, people.
If anything, it adds another layer of mystique and mystery.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I missed some questions here that was written down by John. John Clark said, "What do you think of Star being added to Disney Plus? Star Wars."
Star Wars.
No, I think
I mean,
I think you mean Stars.
What do you think of Star being added to Disney Plus? I think it was ruined.
Oh, Star. So that's on the English Disney Plus. So over here, you guys have Hulu. We have something called Star, which is essentially the same thing. To be fair, I'm a big fan of that. It's mainly how I watch most of the programs. Some of my favorite programs are on there, like How I Met Your Mother is on there. Only Murders in the Building is on there. That's a fantastic program. There's some good stuff on there, like dramas and stuff like that, comedies, all the stuff that I enjoy watching. So I think it's a good addition. Yeah, I need to watch season 3 yet, John, but so no spoilers. But I love that. It's such a good program, really, really good. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on there that I enjoy watching from my childhood and new ones that I've found as well over the past couple of years. So yeah, I think it's a good addition.
Okay. So I have like 2 minutes to prepare and get ready for my tech talk. So I am going to have you give your plugs so that we know how to get in touch with you so that you can become a movie star.
Woo! I mean, hey, I'm already a movie star, Roger. Just every day, living the dream.
I'm just trying to keep you humble. trying to keep you humble.
Keep my feet on the ground. That ego gets too big, I'll float away. You can find me over on YouTube under Disney Magic Zach. We've got some great videos over there. We got some absolute bangers. We're currently in the middle of Halloween, like spooky month, so we've got some Halloween videos coming up. Currently out as well, so be sure to check those out. We've got some great podcast episodes out. I mean, you've got 11 episodes to check out if you really want something to listen to. So feel free to check those out. But yeah, you can find me at Disney Magic Zach on YouTube. I don't really do socials anymore, but I mean, if you want to join my Discord server, I can leave it here for you. I will grab the link here and put it in the description. Let me just get that. Edit invite.
Be careful. We don't want to lose you again, so don't be touching any crazy buttons.
Oh no.
Okay. Why are they?
There we go. My Discord link is there as well, in case you want to join. And yeah, thank you all so much for having me. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for listening to me ramble on about why I'm a big Disney nerd.
You did a great job. We're glad that you're here.
My man. Thanks, Zach.
No worries. I'll be back tomorrow with you, Roger. I think.
Yeah, that's right. I gotta have
same place.
I gotta have a conversation with Karma about that. So
yeah,
beforehand, we'll have it set up. I'm pretty sure. The heck? Okay.
La voix fait fort, moi.
I had a feedback situation there, so thank you for showing up, and I thank everybody for showing up and asking questions to Zach. This was
Yeah, for real, it's been
excellent.
super. Thank you so much.
This has been excellent, and with that, I have to say we love having you here, but it's time for you to go.
It's all right. I will take my leave. Have a lovely rest of your night, guys. See you later.
I see you later. Have a good day.
Bye bye.